couldn't have dreamt that. It all felt way too real.
That's all good though.
What do you make of this, Cloud? Is any of it real? Or is it all just a fever dream?
Hello, everybody. Welcome. This is great. Really well made. Thank you so much, Grant. Yeah, that was a really fun intro for the video to make. By the way, anybody who has been watching my streams for a long time, hello. Let me say hi to people, including the YouTube community, which I have been trying to get. The delay is back. My video delay. Are you talking about my lip sync? Hopefully not. Hi, Puppy Chew, Baki's man. Is my lip sync way off? People in chat. He's like a bad anime dub. I did change my YouTube. I'm in my camera sync because I changed the outlet. No delay on YouTube, it seems. By a few seconds. Yeah, it's off. No delay, but no delay on YouTube. Strange. Not on YouTube, not enough to notice. About half a second. I don't notice anything. I'm on YouTube, definitely delay. Oh wait, it's getting closer, weird. For me, it's on YouTube. Seems okay to me, Kyle Coakley. I'll give it like a couple of minutes. It's super minor, if anything. Nah, it's good. Audio is about a half a second after video. It's fine. Okay, now it's like not noticeable. Yeah, barely noticeable. Okay, so I will let it go for a little bit. I'll ask again in a little bit, and then I might check the stream myself on my phone. I might take like a little break. Seems it fixed itself. Okay, well, hopefully it doesn't come back. I did do something because anybody who's been on these streams for since June has known that I have had some video lip sync issues. One of the issues that I noticed, well, I looked at people kind of discussing it and like streamers, and it came up in Reddit, and somebody basically was saying that if the camera is plugged into the same set of USB ports as like all the other USB ports, then it might cause that as like a bandwidth issue. So I moved it to the front of my PC, so like the front port of my PC, and it worked well for the Ghost of Yotei stream on Thursday, which was a lot of fun. I may go back to it. I'm not sure. Like on stream. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to stream it until maybe much, much later. Basically, everyone's not here for this, but I've been like experimenting with my content. And one thing that I think I really want to do and continue to do is really make these well-made videos like that intro video. And while I was streaming, I was like, well, I'm getting only 1080p video. Even if I detach my face from it and I still have the game, it's still 1080p. I like getting at least 1440p. Even my tactics videos, 1440p. So long story short, I'm thinking of doing a lot of playthroughs of games off stream, doing sort of like videos, analyzing them potentially for Ghost, definitely for the Expedition 33, which I've already started to record stuff for. And then the videos, I'll do those, and then I might stream and talk about the games as I do here, right? Like I made the Rebirth video, and then we're doing the Rebirth playthrough. So it's more like a follow-on, so you can like get deeper thoughts, and we can talk about maybe things that came up in the videos that I make. So that's how I think I'm gonna handle it. So yeah, I think it's my strength, right? Rather than like a new thing and reacting to it live, I think my strength is in analyzing, and it's better to do that with games that have been around for a little while, that a lot of you have played. I know there are people in the community who couldn't watch the Yotei stream because they want to play it themselves. And I have that same experience where there's someone I really like and I want to watch them play the game, but I want to play the game myself first. So that's there. Did I do Wall off stream? So yes, we will be watching that in a second. Let me catch up though with people in chat. There's so many people because I finally have YouTube connected. So let me just say hi to a lot of people. So obviously Sephiroth, Mr. Bigglesworth, Cleo, Ocean, Grant, Wick, Farthers, who dropped some cool stuff, as did Wick in the Discord this week. I should update the Discord link as well, and then I probably have to drop that into YouTube manually. Seth, XK7, Dryad, Crash Autumn, Cookie Luggle, Karai Shenshi, Frederick Sai, Chris Skolman, Apostolos, Angmar Bruxo, Decido, Bakis. Wow, there's so many people. Khan, Art Edson, BenJohnson.net, Lazy Black Dragon I mentioned earlier, Decido. Wow, so many people. If I've missed anyone, Labib Zahid, hello, how's it going? Pierre Frigold, what's going on? Here I have my real name. I know, I had a YouTube account that was like that too. There is a Discord, Cookie Luggle. Let me actually grab my Discord links and update it in both Twitch and drop it in YouTube. So there's a lot of cooks that happen in the Discord, most often from people, hey, Curious Corduroy, yes, I did finally get it going. So here's the Discord link. Let me just update Nightbot to also, where's my just chatting music, by the way? There we go. Thank you for subscribing, Zidane. You're 2 months in a row. Thank you so much. It's been a while that I've had this. I've started this streaming thing. It's like once a week usually. Although I was playing the original FF7 on Wednesdays, and I plan to go back to that as well. Let me just update my Discord link in Nightbot so that goes out correctly. So it's crazy how many people have like joined in and are watching and been subscribed for multiple months at this point. It's been unfortunate that I haven't been able to get YouTube working until today, but I'm glad I got it to going for today, for the big finale stream. Like I said, I tried it last night. How am I enjoying Yotei? It's great. I played more off stream, and it's really enjoyable. In terms of the YouTube stream. So I was having an issue where I was using Streamlabs because originally I was planning to use OBS. OBS, like standard OBS, is what I use for all my recording. But there is like, apparently my theme, so like this like setup right here that you're seeing that I need to update the topic for, this like whole template I purchased. Basically I've made my own adjustments, and like this is kind of like new and updated. This is like different than the standard one, but I bought this essentially, and when I plugged it into OBS using the import that's like standard, it just wasn't working. It was kind of like shrinking everything down. I couldn't like get it to fit the screen right. When I dropped it into Streamlabs OBS, it worked perfectly. So that's what I've been using in streaming. And so since I was on Streamlabs, I was like, okay, I'll use that as well to multi-stream. So every time I tried to use it and I connected my Twitch and my YouTube account, Twitch would connect, but YouTube wouldn't. It would fail every time. It would just give me an error. And I couldn't figure it out. I did every kind of like tech thing that I looked up. And then last night, out of desperation, I was like, okay, what if I use regular OBS? What if I like got my scenes to work and I got it working? So I just did like a test connect on plain OBS without my scenes and everything. And it connected. It actually worked. But weirdly enough, I noticed that it was still using the Streamlabs kind of program basically to do the multi-stream, even though I was on standard OBS. And so I was like, huh. So it connected. What if I tried connecting on regular Streamlabs? And then I went back to regular Streamlabs, hit the same connect button that failed a million times, and it worked. I was shocked. So I finally got it working. It seemed like I just needed to do that through regular OBS to get it going on Streamlabs for whatever reason. Anyway, long story short, now it's working. Now you're all here. Welcome in. So there were a couple of questions in chat. Can't wait for Sleep Easy. So he'll join. I have him kind of on standby. I told him I aimed for like somewhere around 3 to 4 o'clock his time, which is around 6 to 7 o'clock my time, just assuming the boss rush in chapter 14 will take a long time. Then I did hit him up both Friday and yesterday, being like, if I need you earlier, could you join earlier? And he said, yeah, I'll be around. So it'll basically be a few hours from now, anywhere from like 4 to 7 hours from now, depending on either when I beat chapter 14 or when I quit trying to beat chapter 14. Because here's my promise to everyone who was here today. This is the big finale stream. I have announced it as the finale stream. So I do want to make sure we cover the ending of this game. So we will cover the ending of this game no matter what here in this stream. We will do it. And the way that we are going to do that is if I can't beat the bosses in chapter 14 in a reasonable amount of time, and it seems like I'm gonna go over time, I might need another stream, I will just stop playing and we will load the scenes up and we will watch them together, talk about it. I'll bring Sleep Easy on, we'll chat. So we will cover the end no matter what, whether I actually beat the game or not, just so I can like do that for everyone that's here. Hey, so the title on screen is the old one. I know. Yeah, I know the old, let me update it. I was focused on just chatting with you all versus really messing with that. Here it is. Let's see. Big. Big FF7 Rebirth finale stream. Join later by Sleep Easy. Okay. So let me catch up with anything else in chat. I think I covered everything in chat. So let's chat about things, right? I dropped the Discord in the YouTube chat, right? I did. Okay. So let's chat stuff. There's a lot to chat about even before we get into the actual stream. There's been a lot of interviews and news in the past couple of weeks. Hi, Peach Mari, welcome. And welcome finally from YouTube. Like I said, I'm finally here now on YouTube. But let me also, things that stare like stairs going in circles. Yeah, we're not talking about that anymore. I think we covered it. So let me just bring up, I gotta move stuff on my desktop to make space. I just move chat in the place where this is usually. Okay. We gotta chat, y'all. There's so much stuff that has happened in the past week or so. A lot of news, which has been exciting, right? To actually get some news. I mean, I would love a trailer, but we're almost there when it comes to that. Because it seems like odds are it will be at the Game Awards, especially given this quote. Let me just move the chat back in here. Like 10 plus Hamaguchi interviews. My eyes are burning from reading between the lines. Yeah, that's the thing with all these interviews, right? Like, he's not going to say too much. And I think there are people, including myself, who like gravitate to different parts of these interviews, and we read into it when we want to read into it. I don't think there's much that's definitive to really read into these interviews. I think of all the developers, especially, Hamaguchi is really, really good at equivocating a little bit, right? Not giving too much to any, you know, one side of like any particular debate, whether it comes to like, whether it's like a sequel or a remake or what. I do think, because I am a person who believes that there would be some kind of meta-narrative change and payoff to remake, I will say that I do think the vast majority of quotes from the developers have been supportive of the idea that this is just a clever remaking, right? A reimagining that is not going to it's not going to change. They've outright said it's not going to significantly change. I think in the first two games, we've seen crazy things, but ultimately the same plot points have basically happened. When things are revealed, when things happen, are certainly different. A lot of things have been moved up. So the Cloud, even just remembering who Zack is, even if not accurately, that's been moved up. Tifa and the live stream, that moved up a little bit. The appearances of, you know, Bizarro Sephiroth was at the end of Rebirth. He was at the end of the original game, but he is now at the end of the middle. So there are things that have been moved up. But ultimately a lot of elements have played out the same. I don't think it's quite the same, but I think the majority of quotes have supported them being relatively in line with the original and not totally breaking everything. As I broke down in my video, I think there's more to that. I think they're keeping that purposefully kind of at bay a little bit so they can deliver in part 3. But we'll see. So anyway, let's talk about these actual quotes. Let me check out chat though. I think it's smart to start discussions about the game. Yes, especially like getting people talking a bit before the Game Awards, when hopefully they'll show a trailer. But also Tokyo Game Show's going on, so it's really a good opportunity. Interviewer asked a question about a theory, SE team. Yes. Location of the temple change. I mean, I think that's slightly logistics, but yeah. They definitely moved some stuff to make time. Countdown to December 11th starts. That actually, I'm just curious. Game Awards 2025. Let's see what the countdown is on their website. It may not show up here in the thing because of how I have it set up. Oh, here it is. 67 days. Let me zoom in. 67 days until the live show. Get ready, y'all. We're closing in. We are closing in. All right, so let's dig into these quotes. So the first one is, I'm not going to read the entire thing. I highlighted the main things. You all know this. Again, that will be revealed in the not too distant future when he's talking about part 3 in terms of the gameplay and the fresh take on it. I think it'll be largely revolving around the world and how we interact with the world, maybe how we interact with side quests, find side quests. I think those things are the big things that are up for a remixing. I even think, and this is something that Max kind of talked about on stream, it would be nice if they made it that there were stretches that are a little more story focused and then come back into the world. Rebirth kind of does that also, because you'll have like the whole thing, you know, let's say in Gold Saucer or in the Corel Mines, and then you'll get into Gold Saucer, and then you'll do all the Gold Saucer stuff, and then all the like the chocobo racing and dying and all that, and then it'll come back to the world. So they kind of do that already, but you know, I am hopeful they sort of give a little bit of breadth in terms of reaching the world stuff and the side quests. I think a game like the God of War franchise does a really good job with that, for example. So in terms of like not just having an overwhelming amount of stuff constantly throughout the game might be helpful, especially when the world is undergoing like huge changes, or we have a character like Cloud missing from the party. It might make sense to sort of mix that up. We'll see how it all plays out. But either way, I think that's what they're talking about. You know, combat, there will be new things in terms of there'll probably be like triple techs, you know, the triple synergies is something that people have thought about or believed would happen for a long time. I'm hopeful that they come up with the system that I know we all kind of expected for Rebirth, of being able to swap characters in and out of the party in real time, because they hang out on the edge of the battle in Rebirth, but then they're not really accessible until there's like a back line, like you need help. So hopeful that you can be able to swap in Final Fantasy X style. That would be very cool. And so yeah, so he's saying that'll be revealed not too distant future. Like, again, I don't think they're doing turn-based combat or anything crazy like that, but they are going to try to update the feeling of the game, right? The first game being very linear, second game being very open, possibly too open. So finding a way to sort of balance that probably. I'm hopeful. One of my like big wishes would be if the side quests were done a little bit like Ghost of Tsushima. I haven't run into this in Yotei yet, but they have this amazing thing in Tsushima where there are these tales of Tsushima, and they were oriented around the side characters in the game, basically your party members. And they all had like their own arc. So they all had about like 9 quests or so that you learn you to spend really quality time in a story dedicated to a side character like Lady Masako or Ishikawa, Sensei Ishikawa. So then it would be great if they did a similar thing in Rebirth, where I would love a sort of side character plot line with Barrett and Tifa and Yuffie, where you just they have dedicated side quests in Rebirth, but they're all disconnected. They're more specific to like the region. But it would be nice if there was like sort of an arc for each party member that you can experience with them, right? Like you have a Barrett quest line, Tifa quest line, Yuffie quest line, etc. That would be just really cool and additive, in my opinion. Something like that would be nice. But anyway, we'll learn stuff in the near future. As I said here, not too distant future. I think that's going to be Game Awards. Do you think they'll handle limits like Remake a Rebirth or something different, since they'll probably get level 4 limits? Assume it'll like largely be similar. You have to level them up to like use them, and then it'll go up to level 4. Brings up the good question of, we never experienced Great Gospel with Aerith. So will she be back in some capacity in any way, and will we see that. I would imagine they want to give players the ability to at least see Great Gospel once. uh, Whether it's like she's back in some capacity in another world, or she makes a guest appearance somewhere in the story where you fight with her, kind of like you do at the very end of Rebirth. Just something that would give access to letting us experience Great Gospel at the very least, or level 4 limit break. Mr. Ghost, if you would say stream, did you find any times to explore the world discovery aspect of it? It is better, Apostolos, than Tsushima. Basically, in Tsushima, you very much like would stumble on a person who's been kidnapped by the Mongols and you have to save them, or you need to sort of like clear a camp that's full of Mongols, or the Mongols will be like roaming the world and you fight them. And it's very repetitive. And so far in Yotei, like there are a lot of like handcrafted custom side activities. So I will just randomly run into people building a bridge, and then there's like a quest around that, or I'll like run into a guy who needs help getting money back, and then he'll take me to a village and I'll do a mission with him, or I'll run into some like travelers who are just like camping and then have a conversation with them, trade with them. Not even a quest there. There's like just a lot of unique experiences, which are really nice. I think we'll see Era 2, Great Gospel. Supernova better have a 7-minute long cutscene with equations in space. 7 minutes is a little aggressive. It's already long as shit in the original. I don't need it to be 7 minutes. I don't know. I know you're probably joking. I'm exaggerating, but 7 minutes is a very long time. Is Tifa's limit break still hidden in the piano? I don't know. I don't know how they'll. I do wonder how they'll unlock a lot of those things, right? Like Tifa's in the piano. Cloud's, where's Cloud's limit break? Because I think his final weapon you get. Oh no, yeah, his limit break is in the gold saucer, right? Because I think you get his weapon through one of the weapon fights, right? I'm pretty sure. So yeah, gold saucer is where you get the limit break. So I wonder how they'll do the, level 4 limits, if they'll just be at the top of the skill tree like they are in Rebirth, or if they'll have to do something special for it. We'll see. It's very likely they might just make it the very top of the progression tree. That would be my guess. I hope there is like stuff you can discover in the world, and you like special things that require things like going into the ancient forest, things like that. But we'll see. Shiryukin saying, played Yotei for 8-9 hours, haven't touched the main quest. I've only done like 3 main quests in that game. It's kind of crazy. I would actually love that. I'm just catching up. Battle Arena, yeah. Let's get to the next quote. So there's been a lot of conversation around this quote around like rebuild, not rewrite. There was an article, I forget exactly where it was, but it mentioned, Rebirth being a rebuild, not a rewrite. And this was a question, I think, in Nintendo something. I forget the exact name of the website, but they asked a follow-up to it. And I haven't seen a lot of people sharing this one around. So we talked about it a bit on Wednesday or Thursday. But you described the remake as a rebuild, not a rewrite. How has that philosophy guided your approach to iconic story scenes? So Hamaguchi said, the core themes of Final Fantasy VII, life, legacy, humanity, remain unchanged, but has been decades since the original release. Cultures, technology, and even players' perspectives have changed. We considered all that carefully. Part 3 is progressing well, and I think will be very exciting and satisfying for longtime fans. We've also announced that Part 2 is on its way to Switch 2. One other thing, as I'm just talking, if people in chat can let me know if my lip sync is still good. It sounded like it was kind of coming together earlier. So I just want to make sure I get ahead of that in case it's a little bit off. But I thought this was interesting that the core themes, that when he was given the opportunity to clarify, he mentioned the core themes of Final Fantasy VII, life, legacy, humanity, remain unchanged. That was really the approach in my video. Was I see some plot points in some ways, or some like story moments changing, but the themes sort of remaining, right? Like acceptance, becoming, right? Like the Cloud finding himself and really becoming who he truly is. Like these aren't exactly the same as what I identified in my video, but this idea of keeping the themes consistent from the original, but still giving them space to play in the remakes trilogy, I think is really interesting. So I did a big thing, Sync Seems Good, where I talked about something on my Twitter. Actually, I should bring that up. Let me just bring that up because it kind of relates to something I've been thinking about. This is what I propose. Again, I'm not super precious about these things. Like, I know I made a video, even background on my video, right? My video, the first draft of it, only went up to explaining thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. I just really wanted to get that idea to people. That's where I was like originally planning to stop the video. Then as I was writing it and I reached that point, it felt incomplete, right? Like it felt like I was leaving people hanging in the middle, kind of unresolved, weirdly like Rebirth does itself. And so I said, okay, I need to at least show some example of how this could come to life. This idea of some synthesis that isn't the exact same thing as like fate can change or fate can't be changed. What is the middle ground? What is the potential middle ground? And so that led to me being like, okay, let me at least explore what themes can be at play. At the very least, I can give people that. And then that led, as I did that digging and thinking, that led to the idea that I propose in my like cycle of life part of the video. So like I said, my original idea for the video was not to have everything or to have all of those theories or those personal theories. I was just originally thinking I'll give people this like thesis, antithesis thing, so they can understand why Rebirth ended the way it did. But then it got to a point where it's like, I need to add some example of how that could play out. And that's what led to my theory. So all that to say, it's just one way of doing it. It's not me saying this is definitely the way it's going to happen. It's just an example of how things could play out in a way that kind of adds up to me. But I hate having to like, or I hate having it come across like I'm just like saying this is definitely what's going to happen. You know, I don't like to be or aspire to be that kind of like theory person who really wants to put their thinking on like other people and like make them believe it 100%. Dude, believe whatever you want. You know, like I think there's support for a lot of different directions this could go. There's even support for like, is it all in Cloud's head? I could see how people get there. I don't hold it against people of like, if they see the story that way. I think that's very possible. I'm just presenting my read on things. So, all to say, I had this tweet thread that would be fun to read with you guys. That kind of speaks to this, somewhat to this theme thing that we're seeing here. So, I read through a lot of the interviews. This is like a couple weeks ago I posted this, but it relates to my video, and especially the theme thing. Let me catch up with chat though. Audio seems to be a little delayed for Doofus Shinra, but it seems to be good for Toolman, so I'm hoping it's good. I appreciate the breakdown of the video. It makes a clear reference point when discussing my own buddies. Yeah, Zeng will be the last boss in the battle sim. We'll all find it together, exactly. I was glad to see you talk about this, and I totally agree. For a while, my feeling has been that they'll expand things to give us the ending we thought we had when it was just the OG. Yeah, I think we all have our own personal theories, and I like that a lot of the ending, about the ending of Rebirth. The sync fluctuates between being very slightly off and being fine, so I don't think it's that much of an issue. Okay. Hopefully it's not as bad. I'm just a little bit nervous now. I don't know if it's because I have 2 streams going technically, or what. I'm just a little nervous of like when I play the game and there's a higher demand on my GPU that I might throw the sync off, but we'll just keep it rolling for now and then we'll figure it out later. So I posted this, and it kind of gets at the idea of like maintaining similar themes or even like concepts of the original. And I just want to read through it with you all real quick. Whatever happens when we get a remake of Dirge of Cerberus. Personal theories is fun, just gotta follow the golden rule of not being rude about theories to people. Yeah, which I definitely try to do. So finally read these FF7R interviews. My thoughts may surprise you. So like I explained here, because I am someone who believes in some kind of change, I've been sort of like labeled as a sequel guy. But even like sequel is just like not the greatest word. And I don't know the right word. It might be requel. People have like come at me for like requel not being a word or meaning something very specific or whatever. I don't care. I think it's probably the closest sort of term and was the original term that a lot of people used. Like Max called it a requel. I remember when he was doing his initial theory stuff around remake, and then it just became easy for people to call it a sequel. But I think requel is actually really fitting because it's essentially the idea that it's still remaking to some degree, but including some element of like sequel aspects in terms of like future knowledge, which is clearly happening, or at least clearly happened to some extent in remake. And is something like Evangelion, right? I think like Evangelion also calls itself a rebuild, but I think a lot of people would call it a soft sequel or a requel, because when you look at the original Evangelion series and the Evangelion rebuilds, a lot of similar plot points still technically happen. Like there are characters who still die by like gunshot wounds in Evangelion Rebuild. The context of when and how they're shot, where they get shot, where they die, for example, like those things change, but the core aspects of like a lot of characters' fates still kind of remain similar-ish. And the very end of the rebuilds is a very different from the, you know, the final conclusion of the series. So it kind of pays off a sort of requel type thing. Yeah, it's hard not to see it parallel to Eva for sure. So anyway, but like really, so while I've been put into that camp, I do believe that the main theory in my video was, when you really look at it, about restoring the OG FF7 ending as it was in 97. So, as I explained, if we rewind to 1997, what do we think was the end of Final Fantasy VII? Number one, Aerith died, but protected the planet using Lifestream. Number two, Sephiroth was defeated completely, right? Like implied by the final encounter that's here, of Cloud omni-slashing him, and then you see Sephiroth's like dissipate completely. And it seemed like a metaphor for, or like a manifestation of Cloud going into his own psyche and defeating Sephiroth and removing him from his own psyche. Like even if he beat him in the center of the planet, as say for Sephiroth, there was still an internal version of Sephiroth that needed to be killed off, which is what happens right here in this part of the video, right? Where finally Sephiroth is sort of like removed from everything. And then Cloud sort of like Lifestream appears around him, all that stuff. So anyway, long story short, when we beat FF7 in 97, we thought, okay, planet saved, Sephiroth gone, everything's Gucci. But, so like I said, that means between 97 and 2005, we all thought that Sephiroth was gone. Granted, there were like a lot of the theory breeding grounds like Twitter and YouTube didn't exist. There was stuff, obviously, people made like fan fiction and why not. But for the most part, people weren't thinking, like if someone came to you and said in 97 and said like, I actually think Sephiroth is still lingering in the live stream, you look at them like they had two heads, right? Like, what are you talking about? What would make you think that Sephiroth is still living on, that he's still like around? What would really make you think that? Nothing that existed within the lore of the original would lead you to that necessarily. That only came around with Advent Children and then On the Way to a Smile. So 2005, you know, we're talking 8 years later after the original came out, Advent Children comes around, and what it did is it removed finality from the ending of the original game. Like we thought, okay, We beat FF7 OG, Sephiroth's gone, we're cool, the planet is even fine, right? Like, that was always my interpretation. And then Nojima actually backed it up in 2003, where I just assumed when Red 13 ran up and saw Midgar, I was like, oh, the planet reclaimed itself. People aren't using Mako. Like, people are just living with nature. That was my assumption. And there is a quote, which I mentioned in my video, of like, you could see smoke. There was an intention for people to see smoke coming from the Midgar ruins to show people still like camping, cooking, living in that area. Even the laughter of children, for me, was always a signal of like life continued on. So, but Advent Children sort of erased that, right? In some ways, it removed that finality that we had in 97. So Sephiroth was somehow back, as was Jenova, and there was this like strange Jenova-born illness called geostigma that was literally killing people. So it's like, oh shit, we're back. Like, he's back, it's back, we got to beat him again. And so we do that. And then we don't even really know how that happened until 4 years later, when On the Way to a Smile came out, and that's where Lifestream Black and White were, and explains how Aerith is still living Lifestream, Sephiroth is still living Lifestream. And so they kind of were stuck in this sort of like duel of sorts in the Lifestream. Sephiroth has an intention to go back to the real world, and that leads to Advent Children. So all this stuff came way later, right? We ended in 97 thinking it was all done, and then all this extra fiction over time brought it all back. So my video really ended with two big changes. Aerith and Zack remaining dead, but like for real this time, so that they fully dissolve into Lifestream. And then Sephiroth and Jenova are completely wiped out in a way that they can't return. Still, you know, pending how that happens. Whether it's like Sephiroth also feeling acceptance or coming to a point of acceptance with his fate and sort of willingly dissolving into the Lifestream finally, now that he's sort of like self-aware and can accept the planet potentially and not stick to this like this goal that's driven a large part by Jenova. I don't know the exact way, but some way to wipe him out, or maybe use the empty materia to wipe Sephiroth and Jenova and everything that shouldn't belong on the planet. Maybe use that white materia to do that, the empty materia to do that. We'll talk about this later in the stream, but you know, they talk about the Gi talk about taking the purest of materia. I thank you for subscribing, Asteron. But they talk about the Gi taking the purest of materia and imbuing their own desire, right, to destroy the planet into the materia. So we'll talk about it later, but that's something I think is possible. Thank you also for gift subbing, Wick, to Cleo. We'll talk about it later, but I think there's a possibility that we take the empty materia and we imbue into it a desire to sort of like clean the planet. And in that process, you can get rid of Jenova, Sephiroth, even the Gi, right? Like anything that shouldn't be on the planet kind of finally is removed, is maybe one thing they do with the empty materia. I don't know. That's like just one thing I've thought of. So anyway, the only true change, right, proposed was erasing Advent Children post Part 3. So it'd still be in the canon. It will still be the fate that the characters actively tried to avoid, so that we don't have this continued presence of Sephiroth and Jenova being able to return after Meteor Fall. But otherwise, everything basically stays the same as we understand it from 1987, where, as you'll see here, Aerith and Zack are dead, Cloud defeats Sephiroth and Jenova once and for all, and it restores the finality that we had in 97 with the original. That was really what my theory proposed. And I have this like funny graphic here, but it's like, I think when we talk about sequel, I think there are factions of the fan base who see that as like picturing some massive change, right? Like Aerith being brought back to life, or, you know, somebody like Cloud or Sephiroth's being like, I came back from 1997 to fix it, Morty. Or I mean, Marty. where it's like we assume there'll be some like crazy big Back to the Future shit where like someone actually says like, oh fuck, you know, we gotta whatever. Um, and I don't think that's what most requel people fully believe. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not ignorant. I know that there are definitely people like sequel believers who think it'll mean Zack and Aerith will be revived. I'm not even saying that's not on the table. That's possible. But when I think about how the devs have talked about not wanting to change what FF7 is or betray what it is, and then that quote that we just read of like the main themes, we can go back to that because I think we're done with this thread. But this like main theme, right? Of life, legacy, humanity. I think we're more in like we're heading towards something a little bit more like this, where it's like we keep these main themes, but in a way that's like not fully we don't fully see it right now. I just need to reset it. So that's my TED talk on that aspect of the ending. On this quote in particular, right? Where it's like enough things can be changed. Things can change, but the core themes are retained, right? Like certain characters still die because like life and death is still core to what the story is about. But essentially, they can still deliver the main plot points being the same, which they've talked about constantly wanting to retain. I've just talked so much, so let me catch up with chat to make sure I'm catching everything that you all are talking about. Wow, there's a lot. Now that I jumped on YouTube, there's so much going on. Let me also repost the Discord link in YouTube. If people on YouTube want to sort of like continually repost this link for people over time, like that'd be super helpful. But let me catch up with stuff. It becomes a memory and dies from irony. Holy crap, that's a lot. We will see the spoiler stream to discuss some of the really pointy comparisons to Eva. Yeah, that would be fun. Actually, that'd be a really fun stream, Toolman, in terms of like talking about the Eva thing, but then also talking about the Beauty and the Beast thing, since they've talked a lot about that, and I need to rewatch that original and that remake. Okay, now I'm caught up to where people were. I think an app comparison, Back to the Future 2. It's interesting that so much of the debate seems to come down to having children when the future events seem to be pretty irrelevant to whether this is faithful to the OG itself. That's an important point, Kyle Coakley. So I've talked about that before in some ways, right? Like, if you're just trying to remake the OG in a faithful way, how do you deliver that, right? It's like people are super concerned with like, oh, we must hold on to Advent Children and keep that as part of the compilation. But is that really totally necessary to make good on what the original was? Someone didn't get Omni/Slash first playthrough. That was an awesome moment. Yeah, I would imagine. You'd be like, what the hell is he doing right now? I'm just going to quickly catch up. Black Lion Guard is going on. Lore-wise, nothing realistically square. Desire to make more money. No one really expected a sequel in the 2000s. Yeah, Toolman. If anything, we're just hoping for a remake, and then we got, like, extra fiction. Like those sequels. Yeah, some people did believe, to be fair, Cleo, some people did believe that, like, humans wouldn't survive in 97. I definitely didn't read that, but, and then Ojima himself seemed to say that humanity still lived on, so. On the way, so small stuff, which feels like in this really trilogy in a way, makes me wonder if we get Geostigma in part 3. Possibly. Otherworld, Bigglesworth. One of the problems with the world of FF7 as it stands right now, including Remake Rebirth, is that the world seems stuck in a kind of limbo with seemingly invincible villains. Yeah, that's kind of the struggle with how everything resolves or continues on right now. It's like nothing gets resolved, right? And Prof Noctis has talked about this. He has a great video where he talks about what is a Final Fantasy. One of the things he talks about is like breaking the cycle, and the cycle doesn't really get broken in FF7. Square's bank account brought back FF7 for sure. It's 100%. Becomes a memory and dies from. Oh yeah, I read that earlier. I think a lot of people think the only happy ending for Aerith is for her to live, but really it's for her to have peace and not be forced to be alive anymore, like the Gi. So Charlie, you bring that up, and I've had people bring that up to me, right? Like when I made that video and that theory, I expected Aerith fans to really be upset because I was essentially advocating for her to go away completely. Which, yeah, I was nervous. I was nervous that people were gonna, come at me for that. That hasn't happened. If anything, to my surprise, I've like had people who are like big fans of like Aerith reach out to me and be like, oh, that's actually a really beautiful ending. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm glad I didn't like set off people to be angry with me. Because I thought that might happen, because I was basically saying like, oh, Aerith is going to go away. But seemingly people have been open to it, which is surprising and interesting. Also important to discuss that neither AC or Dirge actually ended Sephiroth either. Yeah. Just want to say your video was spectacular. I even cried during it. Thank you, Fire Dan. It was something that I've seen a lot in people's responses to the video, either in comments or like, in some of the stream reactions that like Max did and Nico did and whatnot, where people were like getting to certain points of the video and they're like, oh man, I'm tearing up. I would like see that in the chat, like the chat replay. And I was like, oh, wow. Like, I mean, it hit me too, some of the parts, but it was really cool to see that people were as invested. Because when you make these things, you don't know if you're like being almost sentimental in your own way, or like will people actually connect to the feeling that you're having as you're writing and making the video? And it seemed like a lot of people did, like Fire Dan. So thank you for that. Sephiroth has a sports almanac. The dev said in one interview about how they were either heading towards AC or linking up with AC. Yeah, they've had different language, like linked up with or that kind of stuff. The shades of gray additives, etc., and the sympathetic angle applied to the Gi make me think we're more likely to see a change where outsiders can finally join the planet and find rest. Yeah, maybe the empty materia could be used for that reason, right? Silent Hill 2 remake comparisons. I still need to play Silent Hill 2. I've never played the original or the remake. I'm planning to play the original before I play the remake, though. FF7 ends with Cloud and Aerith in 3. So, there's definitely people that were super salty about it. I've seen some funny ass reactions to it, I'm sure. I see on YouTube it's better. It works better on my TV. Yeah, that's great. I'm thankful it worked out. In seriousness, I think we are fools to keep holding the OG games to this high standard when remake fixes a lot of issues. Yeah. I think it's a little bit important to make the distinction that Aerith would settle for resting on the live stream and she definitely wanted to live. It's a bittersweet ending for her, 100%, yeah. I think it's the way you edit and time stuff up can emotionally resonate with people, which is awesome. Yeah, that brings me to like a side note that I saw the new Paul Thomas Anderson film yesterday, One Battle After Another. And it's like a 3-hour movie, but the pacing of that movie is insanely good. Like, a lot of 3-hour movies can feel like they drag, but that one just like chugs along. It's surprisingly funny. Like, Leo is like a fucking maniac. It's a pretty good movie, but just the pacing of it really surprised me and shocked me. Just watching like a dozen FF7 art theory videos all morning, and then I see the stream if I can't get enough. Well, welcome in, Nebula. Cool, so let's continue on, because we still have a lot to do, and I definitely obviously want to play the game. So there was this conversation, this is in the Square Enix blog, where they asked Hamaguchi, Final Fantasy VII has been a big part of your life for many years now. How has your life changed since its original release? He said, Final Fantasy VII has always been a special game for me. When it was originally released, I was simply another player immersed in it, and I was strongly drawn to the story of Cloud and Sephiroth. The game opened my eyes to the power of storytelling, something that's stayed with me ever since. I feel it's still at the core of what I do as a creator. I think a lot of us can relate to that, especially if we played the game when it came out, because it was really the first game that had that really immersed me in a story. Before that, I just played games for fun. And this is the first that had a story that really hooked me. So I definitely relate to Hamaguchi there. I'm now in the position of where I interact with FF7 on the creative side, and I'm working hard to bring Remake Integrate to multiple new platforms and deliver the FF7 experience to even more people. I need water. In 1 second. I am also right in the middle of developing the third and final part of the trilogy, the final phase, where we bring the series to an epic conclusion and a fitting culmination of everything in Final Fantasy VII. So that bit about a fitting conclusion to everything in Final Fantasy VII, he said other things. He's also said a culmination to the trilogy. So it could be lots of the trilogy. He could see the trilogy and the remake and all of FF7 is one and the same. That's possible. But I do think that's interesting that he says the fitting culmination of everything in Final Fantasy VII, which is how I've been seeing it, rather than just fitting neatly into the compilation where then things continue on into AC and Dirge. It actually brings a conclusion that retroactively resolves a lot of that stuff, but in this part of the story, similar to the EVA rebuilds. So I just think it's very interesting to that he said something that I've been thinking of, a culmination to everything. Then there are these quotes that I thought were interesting. So Shona Arc has a couple summaries, then we'll read the actual quotes themselves. FF7 Rebirth director Naoki Hamaguchi says that they want to keep the player's interest, but in order to do that, they can't simply just add new elements. That won't be enough. They want us to add a new interpretation to the story, entirely new story elements. And so here you'll see his actual quote is, we want to keep the player's interest in our game, but in order to do that, we can't simply just add new elements. That won't be enough. So then he seems to contradict himself right after that by saying, we wanted to add a new interpretation to the story, entirely new elements, story elements. So good. That's okay. So we can't just add new stuff. That won't be enough. So he wanted to add a new interpretation of the story, entirely new story elements. But then he says things like that to, again, sustain the player interest and have players look forward and can be curious to the conclusion of the remake trilogy. So there are ways to read this, and I've seen people read this in a way that's reaffirming an idea that it's just a clever remake. But I do think this concept of adding a new interpretation that will leave you curious to the conclusion, if it just ends up being the same exact conclusion, I think that would fail to pull off what he tries to do here, right? What is the purpose of creating curiosity around the conclusion if it just ends the same exact way? So I think this does support the idea that there might be a little bit more to this ending that I think everyone in this chat's probably, in agreement with, but I'm sort of just having a debate with people who may not even be here, but to be fair to them too in their arguments. When working on a remake, Hamaguchi said he tries to think about what the original players have in mind. In this case, what they loved about FF7, there are parts he didn't want to alter or change and decided to keep as is, but there are others that the team wanted to create something new for the modern generation of players. He's sort of made this point with the Beauty and the Beast comparisons, but essentially how do we make it feel like it's of this generation? I think they've gone a step farther than that. That it's not just about making it feel good for a video game in 2025, but it is about creating some kind of newness. So yeah, here's where there were a couple of quotes, and I'll merge them together. So Hamaguchi said, because they really are part 1 and part 2 of the same quote. So Naoki Hamaguchi thinks a lot of the users were interested to find out what's going to happen to Aerith and her fate. So because of that, they tried to create a game and depict the story in a way where players won't be able to tell what's going to happen to Aerith until the very end. And then you'll see in the full quote, like the very end is just Rebirth. It's not technically the end of the trilogy, even though there's probably still questions related to that, but he's specifically talking about Rebirth here. Then he also said, they're sort of trying to push boundaries and trying to figure out what kind of bold changes they can bring to the story, but they're also trying to make careful decisions around that. So the full quotes, obviously when we look at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I think a lot of users are interested to find out what's going to happen to Aerith and her fate. So because of that, we tried to create a game and depict the story in a way where players won't be able to tell what's going to happen to Aerith until the very end, which is true. That's how they did Rebirth. Now, with the team working on the third entry, the director thinks that players will be interested in knowing what's going to happen with Meteor, for example, as well as the overall conclusion. When asked if retaining player interest is a motivation for the boldest changes to the story, Hamaguchi said that it's hard to describe it as is. Rather, it was about ensuring success. And then he says more about that. So this first paragraph, like I said, this is part 1 and part 2. So this first paragraph is what we just read. And then it says, the key for this project to succeed is to determine what kind of changes we would want to bring in order to sustain the player interest throughout the remake trilogy. Without determining where we want to change some things up in terms of the story, it's kind of hard to ensure that the project succeeds, not just Remake and Rebirth, but the entire remake trilogy. So we're sort of trying to push boundaries in that sense and trying to figure out what kind of bold changes we can bring to the story, but we're also trying to make careful decisions around that. Square walking the edge of the knife here, Tillman, yes. Basically, I think the biggest thing to take away from this is that they've been planning this from the beginning, right? Like, that's really what I take away from the quote, from the bolded part, the highlighted part, is like, without determining where we want to change some things up in terms of the story, it's kind of hard to ensure the project succeeds, not just Remake and Rebirth, but the whole trilogy. So it's like, if we want to create this experience across 3 games where it's ultimately satisfying, and we do bring people along from part 1 to part 2 to part 3, and we sustain their interest and then give them a satisfying conclusion, we need to have all that shit planned out from the very beginning, which they've said before. In order for this to succeed, this like crazy idea, we need to make sure we know what the hell we're making, even from the very beginning, so that it would be deemed a success at the very end. That's how I read this quote, you know, so it doesn't say whether it'll be like complete remake or, you know, requel, any of that. I think what this says, which is reassuring, is that they have had this plan the whole way, because for them to feel confident about like reaching an endpoint that will be considered successful, we need to sort of like, they need to build the story with all of that in mind. There've been changes along the way. At one point, there was like, it was going to be 4 parts instead of 3, but ultimately, I think they've had all this sort of figured out for the most part. It's just deciding like how many parts, where exactly you end certain parts, that they've probably moved things around a little bit. But I think all what this really saying is like, for it to be successful, for us to feel good about it, we need to make sure we had this all planned out. So I'm gonna catch up with chat. Chekhov's gun has to fire. Yeah. All that curiosity is a waste if the ending is the same. Part 3 will absolutely leave no loose ends. Whole reason Antigrade did all the deep ground stuff was Vice and Nero. I'm sure that'll be resolved in part 3 with Vincent when they return to Midgar. Yeah, I've thought the same thing, Nebula. Agreed. It feels implausible that they would just wrap this up in a way where they actually had all the answers since the 2000s. The OG game was open-ended as heck, no closure. The compilation did a poor job of concluding the state of the world at large. If they do that, then if they do that, then all the time stuff is successful, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree, Colin. I mean, the one thing I will say, I have this like fear that we will reach the end of part 3 and we'll still be having the same debates. Like, it still might be slightly open enough for people to be like, oh, this was just a remake or not, or this was actually a sequel. How do you not see that this is all a sequel the whole time? They like ambiguity sometimes. So I'm like slightly nervous that we'll still be having these same debates even after the final part is out. Zach merging with the main party's world is absolutely because of fan response. Hi, thank you for the follow. Being Simba. Simba. All that the light touches. Zach merging with the main party's world is absolutely because of fan response and how much people like and care about Zach as a character. OG didn't really do him justice. The calculus should be what outcome pisses off the least amount of our player base. They're still a company who likes money at the end of the day. I hope that's not the calculation, though, right? Like, I hope the calculation is, you know, what is satisfying creatively, you know, what would be a satisfying conclusion to the story. Obviously, I'm not dumb. I'm sure they're thinking about, you know, not pissing people off. And I think if they don't want to piss people off, they should give some kind of payoff to part one, like remake. Remake set up this idea of like some kind of change. I think they need to pay that off. I think the people who don't want things to change are probably in the minority of the overall fandom. Like if you're going to do this whole crazy thing, you might as well, you know, do it, fucking do it. Like I saw, there was a comment on my video from someone who was like, that they didn't want things to change. They're like heavily tied to the original. But even they are like, if it all stays the same, then why did they fuck with all the things that I love? Why did they mess with, you know, the end of Remake Part 1 at the highway? Why did they mess with Dine? Why did they mess with Aerith's death? You know, like, if they don't pay that off, then even people who wanted things to stay the same will be dissatisfied, because then they'll be like, oh, so we got the same shit, but along the way you made it worse. And that's not satisfying to that group either. So in terms of that comment of like not what pisses off the least amount of people, I think it's paying off Remake. Hi Squall. So it's your first words is what chat tells me. The little chat box tells me. Welcome in. I know there's a lot of first timers from YouTube here. And I'm very excited about it. Because we got YouTube actually up and running. They definitely planned everything out. It was a little iffy after Remake, in my opinion, but Rebirth solidified to me that they knew what they were doing and planned it. I think the finale will be how this game is remembered, if the journey was worth it, 100%. It feels too pessimistic to say that they're just trying to make sure we all buy 3 games. The project feels too much like a love letter for the added intrigue to be 100% profit driven. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this before, but I think, you know, there's like good precedent in the gaming industry itself that sequels don't do as well as like first games typically. Like they don't sell as high. Even like Tears of the Kingdom didn't sell as well as Breath of the Wild, because ultimately people are like, oh, it's kind of the same. So people have said, oh, they made it a trilogy. It's sort of like make the most money possible, but they've really kind of they dedicated themselves to 10 years of expenses. Hi, it's a new Janiki Dragon. Thank you for subscribing. But they dedicated themselves to spending money to make these games for 10 years, right? Like you have to pay these people to make like a giant team to make 3 games where the ingoing assumption is that each game is going to make less money. That's just how the gaming industry tends to work with sequels. So, you know, it's kind of crazy. Plus, the way that they ended Remake was most likely to lose some people, right? Like, the way that part 1 ended, there are a lot of people who are originalists, who are like purists, who they're like, they noped out. It's too crazy for me, right? So you'd probably keep all the new people that started with Remake, but a decent chunk, let's even say 5% of original fans might dip out just based on Remake and how Remake messed with things. So the most likely outcome to part 1 and the big risk that they took was that they were going to lose some players along the way because it was too different from the original. So I don't know. Look, Square Enix is definitely like has made a lot of business decisions over the years, purely for profit, and I get that. And I think they're a company, but I think with this project, they've made taken a lot of risks that would most likely result in losing people. So, I think even having 3 games, even selling it to half the same group, they probably would have made more money for just one game, remade, and then they could just like put that out there. People would buy it. And they won't have to keep paying staff to develop 2 more games over the span of like another 7 years. Always had a little mini theory as to how they're gonna go deep ground. Yeah, imagine they do multiple endings. God, I don't even want to talk about it. Multiple endings would be my hell personally. Shoot, I lost chat. Oh, the ending, does that make a break? I think it's Katase, the others, Celeste Ra. Bad interpretations all over the place. So I'm just catching up quickly. Zach was such a last minute add to the OG. The Katases did not know about him until they played tested. Yeah. FF7 Rebirth video is really good. Thank you, Squall. Cookie Luggle. My theory as to how they'll get the deep ground stuff in part 3 is related to the Junon canon. I think that since Glenn kind of started the war with Wutai back up, means that Rufus won't move the cannon to defend Midgar against Diamond Weapon, which leads to Diamond Weapon destroying a part of Midgar, revealing deep ground or something. Oh, that's kind of interesting. I mean, I think they would probably still end up in deep ground no matter what in the return to Midgar, because they go underground in order to like infiltrate. So that could somehow like lead them into the below part, the under levels of Shinra building. Sorry, let me get some water. I think it's weirdly comforting that they were anticipating negative responses to the Rebirth ending. Yes. Have you guys seen the Nomura quote about his about negative response? I'll read that one next. I'll just after I catch up with everything. Sometimes I want to Chris, I'll remake. Chadley's definitely the mega weapon final boss. Playing through Rebirth was a religious experience. I can't question direction. I mean, I had like doubts about it while I was playing it. But have you guys seen this quote from we'll get into the game very shortly. Let me just find this. Nomura, nervous. Fans react to the ending of Rebirth. So this is kind of a crazy article. Tetsuya Nomura is nervous. Thank you, Who Is Jet, for both following and subscribing on Twitch. So Nomura's nervous about the reactions to FF7 Rebirth's ending. And then the quote is down here. But with Rebirth, I honestly cannot imagine what players will be thinking. For example, I set up the direction of the final scene in FF7 Remake that you asked about. I can't really talk about it now, so I'll just say that the final scene of the next game will have a very different impact to the previous one. I'm even more nervous about how people are going to react to some of the things in Rebirth than I was from Remake. So, who was it? Coakley who mentioned that? Who was it? Yeah, it was Coakley, who brought up it was kind of reassuring that the devs were nervous about how people would react to Rebirth. This is kind of a prime example of that, where Nomura was definitely more nervous about how people would react to Rebirth compared to Remake, which at least just shows a level of self-awareness, right? Like they mess with Aerith's death, which we'll see in a little bit. So like they were definitely aware that they were fucking with some shit. Which is, as Coakley put it, kind of weirdly. So kind of weirdly reassuring. So last thing before we get into finally start to transition to the game, is this was posted. So Farthers posted this in my Discord. So again, for those on Twitch, I will type in the Discord commands and you can join there. Let me just review. I had a Discord alert. It's fine. Unusual join activity. It's because a lot of people are here, bro. It's all good. And then let me grab the link for people on YouTube. So this is posted by Farthers in my Discord, where he found this tweet. Thank you, Ryan Cunningham. And this is from Clouds VA. So here's another tweet from this person. And he mentioned I was a voice actor for cutscenes in Rebirth. I participated in the role of Cloud. And then he also posted this Discord message from someone he knows who said that this guy on the right in the yellow was Cloud. This is Katesif. And then this person, we're not sure exactly who that is. But it was posted October 2nd. So earlier this week, I think Thursday. And what this person posted was today's cutscene is a heavy scene. Yesterday, while working on the acting at home, I got so into it that I realized it was 3 a.m. before I knew it. We all poured out our emotions and ended up with tear-streaked faces. I think we were able to shoot a wonderful scene. Thanks for your hard work as well. So this is the Cloud mocap actor on October 2nd saying they just filmed some very emotional scene. So if you're curious about where things are in the development of part 3, and this can happen later, like they can still have a lot of the game built, like they've talked about the game is essentially playable already. But they can still plug in a lot of this stuff along the line. So this is not at all at odds with like how far along they are. So they're like shooting the big shit like right now. They're right in the middle of it. So that's just like some interesting insight. And then also the Tifa mocap actor, she posted, so you can see in her profile, it says FF7 Tifa. So she posted yesterday with help from Taki-chan. Actually, is that his name? I'm not sure. No, Yama-chan, maybe not. Yesterday with the help, because it's all female, never mind. So yeah, not Cloud. Yesterday with the help of Taki-chan, the second half was performed by all the female members officially affiliated with Nico. Is Nico the same project, maybe? Or is it different? I don't know. This is our strengths, acting, direction, and dance. So I couldn't tell if this was FF7 related, because I couldn't tell what the scene would even be. But the Tifa mocap actor was also doing stuff. So, but I think the big one is this one, right? Like Cloud saying like, oh, we just did some emotional thing. Since it happened October 2nd, and then the Tifa mocap actress is also in like mocap stuff on October 2nd. Down here you can see October 2nd. I don't know if it's all in the same shoot in some way. So that brings us to continuing the stream with, so like I said, I'm trying to get the entirety of this game done today. And so in the effort of like shortcutting that a little bit, I ended up playing the Demon Gate boss fight off stream. I did it last night because I didn't know how long it would take me. Sure enough, it took me like 3 hours. Like 2.5, 3 hours. I was going to be afraid that I will not get through chapter 14 in this one stream, but we will give it a shot. So I recorded my playthrough of it to watch with you all, just so I don't jip people who've been here for the whole journey. They can actually see me do this fight. It's a tough fight, yeah, but we'll also talk about the cutscene before it, and then we'll get into the fight as well. Actually, if I full screen this, Here we go. Trying to get the very widescreen. All right, let's do it like that.
It has ever been our sacred duty to protect our planet against any who would threaten it.
Hold on, let me catch up with some chat stuff. Making sure there's nothing big that I missed before we get into this. Still betting in Game Wars for Part 3 trailer, yeah. All right, so we're pretty much jumping in, yeah. How many attempts did it take? You'll see. Kind of. But we'll talk about the lore here as it goes too.
They who came from the past were one such threat. It has ever been our sacred duty to protect our planet against any who would threaten it.
So they've always been, it's always been their duty to protect the planet. So they who came from without the planet were one such threat. So they're talking about the Gi there. Here's one thing that I wanted to pause on. So I kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. The Gi, who with bitter prayer forged the black materia. So, and when you listen to what the Gi said in that chapter, where we were like in the Gi village, they talked about that this is the purest of materia, which to me is essentially the empty materia, or an empty materia. They took an materia that was in its purest form, where it didn't have anything in it. There's the purest of materia, and they imbued their hope for destruction into it. So here it says the Gi, who with bitter prayer forged the black materia, right? So they put in there, I think there might be one more line. Come on. Come on. So foul was the orbs. Okay, so we know what it did, right? So basically they imbued into it the desire to destroy all existence, to help ensure that they are gone, right? The planet would be gone, they would no longer be tethered to it, and they could just rest finally. So they prayed into the materia for it to do this thing, to enact this sort of like magic onto the world. And when you go back to chapter 1, whoops. When you go back to chapter 1, real quick. And they discussed the materia in the mountains. Where is it? Key mountain scenes. So if we go back to chapter 1, I think I have it here. Yeah. So when they discuss how materia works and how it was made, this is all very relevant to the very end and the potential, what they do with the empty materia.
A Mako spring.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, but if we keep using Mako to power our homes, springs like this will disappear, right?
What are you talking about? Who told you that?
My dad. And the mayor, if you must know.
That cloud is so cursed. Yeah.
Except the planet's huge. Mako will never run out, right?
Naturally formed materia. And look at the size of it. Astounding. For the Mako energy to condense into something like this, it must have taken an eternity.
I've always wondered, How does materia let you cast spells exactly?
How did you ever get to be a soldier?
He's asking how this stuff works, right?
To put it
Which this is all from the original, technically. But they've added, I think they pointed at this a little bit more in the trilogy. Sephiroth VA is so good, yeah. I think he doesn't get enough credit, to be honest. Like, I think he's, considering how monotone Sephiroth can be, which I think you could see in the George Newbern Advent Children version of him. I think this actor, Tyler Hoechlin, has done a really good job of like bringing some texture to some moments, even though he's still a deep voiced dude. But anyway, so to put it simply, the knowledge of the ancients is sealed within each orb.
The knowledge of the ancients is sealed within each orb. That knowledge not only connects us to the planet, it allows us to tap into her power. That's how we can use magic. Or so they say.
So it's saying, so he's saying, right, that like what's put into the materia allows you to tap into the power of the planet and use magic. So to create the destructive magic, the ultimate destruction magic, the black materia, the Gi imbued this desire for destruction. And so seemingly it's possible to imbue thoughts and memories into an orb, a materia orb, and then have that enact some kind of magic. And then at the very end of the original, there's this line where Cloud says to Sephiroth when they confront him at the very end, where he says, we're here to show you our memories. And, basically, and so I wonder if there's something that they do where they take their own memories and their own thoughts and hopes for the future of the planet and imbue it into the empty materia and can kind of create a new state of the world, is one way they can sort of like use this lore that they built around imbuing something into a pure empty materia and then having it cast magic in some way. So let me go back to where we were just watching the Demon Wall stuff. So the Gi with bitter prayer who forged the black materia. Jump ahead a little bit. Tapping into the power of the planet to turn people to frogs with enemy skill materia. Yeah, I think just like with like lots of things that are created, and then humanity does things that you don't expect with it. That is kind of like the Secha created the internet, basically, right? The Secha created a thing like the internet, and then what humans did with the internet was not what they expected. It's kind of what happened with materia. They created materia and like ways for you to tap into the power of the planet, and then humanity did shit with it that they did not expect. The porn thing, yeah. That's like the classic thing of like every new media is really pushed forward by whatever porn does.
That none might ever wield its terrible power.
Cat video materia.
The black materia shall summon the destroyer of worlds.
Destroyer of
The meteor
worlds.
shall fall, sundering the skies and shattering the earth.
So this is all the same cutscene that we saw
All life shall perish.
Yet I
in part
shall
1.
remain.
In remaking the Shinra projector scene.
I, son of Genova, will at last claim my birthright. My dominion shall reach into infinity. It shall encompass worlds unbound by fate and histories unwritten.
And then this shit, where the live stream.
What do you mean?
Listen to Aerith's voice here. I'm sure you've all caught this. I'm not pointing out anything world changing. One of Max's worst moments. Yeah, so obviously he still had questions even until recently about like if the fact is like, oh, how do they know that the meteor is gonna destroy everything? We don't know that's what's gonna happen, but it was explained here. To be fair to Max, I do think with a lot of things in Rebirth, Sephiroth crashes the scene and then completely changes the subject almost, right? Like the Cetra say the stuff about, you know, the meteor will come and destroy the world. And then Sephiroth drops in and he's like, yeah, but, and suddenly you're just so focused on what Sephiroth and Aerith are talking about that you kind of forget the, that aspect of like the meteor stuff. It happens kind of quickly and whatnot. Sephiroth kind of, yeah, it's a Sephiroth dominant scene. Yeah, her voice here is nuts. Like this, like Omni Aerith, like live stream Aerith imbued voice. I think it's the only way to really read that.
Fragmented mother, these errant worlds, all shall be one again.
The reunion.
All made whole forever.
There's the echo.
There's no such thing as forever.
Ah, but there will be.
No. You're wrong.
And then it's back to regular Aerith there.
Your day of reckoning is here.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a little creepy, but I kind of had chills during the Omni Aerith voice because I'm like, oh shit. Oh my god, we're having Sephiroth talking about shit that he shouldn't be talking about, and Aerith is coming in with her double voice shit. It was kind of hype.
Yet, you need not be afraid. This is but a homecoming.
Get back here, damn it!
So before we get into the fight, let's talk about the media player. Bring the browser back up. Let's talk about this dialogue. So I took a transcription of the Japanese, like a direct translation by the Shinra Archaeology guys. And so here's the exact dialogue, or the more direct dialogue, the more direct translation. So the Cetra say, the wicked black materia shall summon a meteor, and this meteor shall crash into the planet, shattering the earth, at which time all life that remains, and then it transitions to Sephiroth being, shall be mine alone. So it's a little bit different than just like, yet I shall remain. It's more like he will consume everything, which is more in line with the original in some ways. Well, just outright, it's a little more in line with the original, because the idea is to absorb all of that energy, right? And this will happen all throughout the stream. I went back through the translations to sort of like get more accurate stuff for us to chat about. A lot of this already existed. So I just pulled it onto slides for you all. Then Sephiroth says, at last, the day will come for Jenova's chosen child to rule the planet. And now it is more than just one world. Freed from the shackles of fate, these worlds shall usher in a new age. Thank you for gifting a sub to Etra Wick. Thank you so much. So I think this dialogue is like, there are times where the Japanese dialogue is like so much more direct and explicit. And I think there's something to that here, right? Like he's outright saying, and now it's more than just one world. Freed from the shackles of fate, these worlds shall usher in a new age. So in terms of the creation of multiple worlds, like he kind of says that in the localization, but here it's a lot more just like flat out. And then Aerith says, what do you mean? Not only shall Jenova be reunited, but these many worlds as well. The reunion, what awaits at the end is eternity. So he still does say the eternity thing at the end. And then Aerith still does push back. There's no such thing as eternity. No, not yet. No, you're wrong. You will all die here, but there's no need to despair. Little Advent children coded language. You will simply return to the planet. So Yeah, a little bit more direct in terms of like this is definitely a bit more clear. I do sort of like how the localization is a little more metaphorical and poetic at times, but it does lead to open interpretations of things that sometimes are kind of clarified by just looking at the direct Japanese translation. Minor details in the remake that didn't even give Avalanche any guises when they're rating the reactors. They don't linger on the topic of Meteor, so we're talking about the other aspect. But the localization makes things more confusing at times. Yeah, I think that's partly the issue around some of these debates. So this is ultimately similar things, but it is interesting that Sephiroth does outright say, like, more than a world, free from the shackles of fate, all of that stuff. Everyone give me 1 second. I did notice that my Be Right Back screen, because of Yuffie's music, does get copyright flagged, unfortunately. So I'm going to leave it right here for a second. And I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, but we'll be right back to watch the fight. If any other thoughts come up about this dialogue, definitely like add it to chat and I'll check on it when I get back. No, Be Right Back. Yeah, it unfortunately my Be Right Back gets flagged because of the Yuffie theme. It gets copyright flagged, which is annoying because I do love it. I gotta find like a lo-fi version of that song, and then we'll the Be Right Back screen will be back. Which is really annoying because it's like a instrumental. It's like not even a song, like a song. Anyway, so getting back to the video. The video, the Be Right Back tune will be Right Back. Yeah. Oh, you thought I meant I'd put one? I did. Well, I do have one. Here it is. Which is that this music gets flagged, so I'm going to mute it for a second. But here's the BRB. And it's really cool because it has the Yuffie, the Descendant of Shinobi song. But it gets flagged by copyright because the world isn't fair and it sucks. So where was I? Let's continue with this video. So we got into the boss fight.
This is but a
At the end of the game,
homecoming.
when she mentions meteors, that's a clip from Max Dude's stream saying didn't even talk about it. Yeah, we did. No, we even talked about meteor in the English version. It's talked about. It just happened here. It's like the black materia shall summon the destroyer of worlds.
The meteor shall fall.
The meteor shall fall, sundering the sky, shattering the earth.
Shattering the earth. All life shall perish.
All life shall perish. Like, it's talked about. And the reason I had it in my video was to show that it was talked about. Funnily enough, when Max reacted to the video, he still didn't pick it up. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, it was talked about. Even in English, it's talked about.
This is but a homecoming.
Get back here, damn it!
Is it not a huge point that the planet seems to already know that the reunion meteor will happen? That the Cetra are aware of it? Because, like, technically, you say the planet are aware, but technically it's the Cetra, like, that's who's speaking. I don't know, yeah, it's kind of interesting. I don't really have much to say about it, but it is sort of interesting that the Cetra seem aware of that fate, I guess. That the Cetra knew this would happen based on these recordings, yeah. So here's the fight. Death number 1. Death number 2. Death number 3. That's looking like another death. And dead. And dead.
So much for being
Dead. Dead. Chat. There was about 3 hours of me dying. This is I actually cut about 10 deaths from the supercut because it was like 4 a.m. and I was cutting this stuff together last night and I was like, I can't, I'm too tired, I can't keep. So here's the good run.
Not cool. Maybe this'll do.
And yeah, well, one of the things too, so take into account my magic, right? Like I even looked up some guides. I looked up a couple guides, which I hate doing, but I looked at a couple guides and there are 2 big things. One, there's like materia that are suggested in these guides that I didn't have. And second, my MP was super low. And I tried so many different party combinations. I tried Aerith and Tifa. I tried, well, Cloud, Aerith, Tifa. I tried Cloud, Tifa, Barret, Cloud, Yuffie, Barret, Cloud, Red. Like I tried a million different combinations. But I know that Demon Gate is weirdly susceptible to magic attacks. He doesn't have like specific elements or weaknesses, but all the guys are saying like to use magic. And I didn't have any damn magic. So I was low on like the really good materia and I was low on MP. So I had to, like, obviously I used Soul Drain here and I was trying to find ways to recover MP all throughout. Did you try killing it? Let's find out.
Just a bit. Sorry.
So I really got good at
Help a girl out. You owe me one.
seeing the cave-ins coming. I put in like safety bits and other things to sort of like make me immune to the petrify move. The one challenge is that with the cave-in move, the cave-in move creates sparkles underneath the characters to let you know that the ceiling is going to come down on them. But the wards kind of cover them up. So at a certain point, it gets hard to know if you have Eret's wards down, where the hell the cave-in's going to happen. So that got tricky. Something get good. So I already got Eret's MP back up to 38 here. I did have MP absorb linked to Cloud's magic, so when he did it with the arcane ward, since it did double damage, that helped bring some Cloud MP back as well. I actually found the inactive party members to be more annoying than anything here. Yeah, a little bit. But the backline was pretty clutch too, so I think I used backline at some point here. I can't remember. In some of my fights, it definitely did. But so see here, I had MP absorb. So even doing a regular blizzard at 4 MP costs would help bring back my MP. That was a situation where I could not see the cave-in because of the ward, so I got hit by it. Music was a banger, yeah. I was just trying to hit it. Oh, so one of the first things I did too was I did that Yuffie Aerith synergy skill or synergy ability, Mystic Manipulation, which gave unlimited MP to both Aerith and Yuffie. So that was clutch. Like as soon as I got that, as soon as I was able to do that, I did that. Purification also restores some stuff, I believe. And then right here, I got him staggered. The other thing that was really cooking me was when you get one of the demon gates down, it does that like floor attack that basically insta-wiped the party multiple times. So I threw down like barriers to help like mitigate it. Right here, this synergy skill between Aerith and Yuffie is kind of OP, and I never really used it before. But let me bring it up. Hold on. I'm sure you guys are aware of it. But this one, the Spellbound Blast. This Spellbound Blast is sick. So like Yuffie imbues something into Aerith's staff, and then Aerith does this like magic beam right here. Boom. So that took out Demon Gate A. And then I threw up a mana ward or a barrier. What did I throw up? I put up a barrier. When the whole party's that barrier magnify or like final throws / like Demon Gate B, his big attack. And then at this point I was like, okay, I got a DPS. So I had HP absorb on Arrow because Aerith's wind, like her weapon had a wind damage up boost. So I was using wind on it since it had that like wind damage boost. And then here to heal, I did the Soothing Breeze, which was kind of nice because didn't I? I feel Thought I did. Oh, I did a synergy, never mind.
So it's my turn?
Because I had to interrupt its attack, that's right. Oof. Barely survived that because of the barrier. Thank God. And then here I had Soothing Breeze, which is really good in a really confined space like this. And it was helpful because he did come after me with some attacks, but I was continually getting healed. I love the problem solving of these fights.
Tagging out. All right, you're up. I'll take care of it. We're in serious trouble.
Oof.
Don't. Got you now. Hang in there. You're too kind. Good to go. I'll show you what I can do.
This shit is so fun. Then I got staggered. I was like, yes! Just building up Aerith's ATB is a bit of a challenge.
That'll do.
Except this synergy skill boosts it big time. And then I had ATB boost.
Your turn.
I rogued it. I think it did the same thing with Yuffie. Oh, she was out of MP. Never mind.
You're gonna get do me proud.
Got him.
Still alive.
The sound of staggering is so, yeah, satisfying.
As if we were ever gonna lose, we're unstoppable.
Here we go. Cloud now doing his thing.
Let me through.
Does the Sephiroth pose. Kind of wish I had the Buster Sword for it, but I needed the magic attack stats of the Rune Blade. This whole playthrough, I've been like, I've stuck with the Buster Sword. And sure enough, right after this, I re-equipped it. So finally the party says something about him acting out. I did like this visualization though of him losing himself, right? Compared to like the original, even though the original was creepy and freaky in terms of him like kind of like doing that shake that he does. I think I have a video of that. I could probably pull up. OG playthrough. We can just see real quick what he in the original, what he does in the temple. When he loses it. Where did he lose it? A little earlier. Was it back here when he shows it? That was afterward. It was afterward. It's right here, I think. After the dragon. Maybe? It's before the dragon. Yeah, it's right here. So how they depict it here is like Cloud obviously doing like a laughing, and then you see his body like phase in and out with his like internal self. So he starts to duplicate. Black materia. Call meteor. Cloud, get a hold of yourself. Then you see the I'm Cloud. He's shaking, and even in the shaking you see right here, you see the multiplication of his body, which was creepy as shit. Don't get me wrong, definitely creepy as hell. I do like how they do it in the in Rebirth. So I think, chat, it is that time to actually get into the game and let us do it. Let me also update my stream category. And let's see. 7 Rebirth. We will get into some shite. They tricked you a couple times with the camera, almost being behind Aerith, but then being dragged back to Cloud. Love that. Okay, let me load up Steam. And then let me know if, like, my lip sync ever comes out of whack. Which might happen with the GPU demands of playing the game. Some stuff around on my desk. It's out of whack. Grimrock. Maybe I'll check it out on my phone real quick. Nothing that ruins the watch. So if I'm seeing it right, it looks like maybe my voice trails the camera a little bit, right? Like I say something and then the sound comes in like a little bit after. I'll do a clap test too. It's fairly close from what I saw, but if so, I'll just know what to adjust. Dropping frames. Oh, I did get a encoder alert. It's 26 FPS, 30 FPS. Oh, wait. Ooh, that's bad. Oh, that's really bad. How do I change that while it's streaming, though? So, like, it tells me to change my encoder, but I can't change anything in the moment. Yeah, things are super laggy now, yeah. I think it's because of the game. The GPU demands of the game plus the stream might just be a little too much for my computer. Even though it's a pretty good computer. We have a 4070 Ti and the AMD 9800 X3D CPU. Bitrate maybe yes, but I don't know how to update it, like while the stream is happening. Like I might need to quit and restart the stream. I mean, my other option is to really bring my PS5 over and just play it on the PS5. Because that should hopefully be less, that would hopefully, I mean, it wouldn't demand anything out of my computer, really. So I might do that. I might actually just bring my PS5 over and do it that way, stream that way. Then came back and it's not chopping for me now. Yeah, it's not, but it's when I start the game up that it gets choppy. I could try again real quick, but here's where it starts to do it, maybe. Well, it doesn't seem bad now. With the PS5, yeah, the PS5 is probably the clearest way to do it. What's weird is that it's actually working fine now, right? Like, I don't want it to fuck up in the middle of playing. I mean, so far, okay. Maybe we risk it. Let's start it. See how it goes. Looking better at the moment. Oh, now it's... I feel like now it's... Oh, no. I don't know. I'm like so all over this. Let me just double check my... All right, I messed with the audio delay. Oh, now it's... Wait. Now it seems fine. Maybe. Oh, it seems a little framey. It's definitely getting framey. Is it framey? Oh, no. It'd be okay. God, it's so annoying. Let me just move this down here. Okay, we'll continue. But if it starts to lag, Just shout about it in chat. It's a little stuttering.
Don't! Wait, what? What's happening?
Oh yeah, I see it there. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, I just had like stream experience issues. Shoot. Oh, it seems really bad now. Yeah. Is it looking as bad for you as it looks to me? Oh yeah, your stream's experiencing issues. Oh yeah. Shoot. All right. We will switch to PS5. That's the solution. That's the only like clear solution. Fortunately, just too much for my PC, I think. So with that, give me a second. I will hit the BR back screen. Maybe I'll just do the music at a lower volume. Yeah, give me a minute. Okay, the PS5 is plugged in. Okay. All right, let's get this hooked up properly. It's... Really unfortunate that I can't do the PC version. It looks a little bit better, but I do have the Pro, so it still looks good. What might be tricky is getting to the exact spot. Yes, 5. Capture. Drag it down. I also was definitely doing a recording where I had the music off. You may have seen in my videos that I had moments where I was like doing stuff where it's just like you can only hear the dialogue, and that's because of these settings that I had in here. Let's see. Audio. Oh, actually I need to turn on monitoring. That's what it is. There it is. It's a bit loud. Okay. Where I have, if I have a save anywhere that's good is a big question. Let's see. Oh, there's one right here. There is one that's chapter 13. Where in chapter 13 though? Oh, I think it's right before. I'll just need to. We'll just blitz through this. Like, I will consider chapter 13 completed on hard mode because we did it, or did it on. I already did it, but yeah, I'm just gonna keep it on easy for. I had it on easy when I was just running through footage to get footage, but. So do you think Tifa and Cloud in the live stream revelation will be Tifa being forced to show Cloud what happened to Aerith? Or do you think Sephiroth may use it to talk with Cloud about 7 seconds? I mean, I think... God, I'm afraid to say it just because I know, like, shipping people get so caught up in this stuff and it's really not the way I look at the game anyway. But I think they've created some doubt in terms of both what Cloud and Tifa see at the Forgotten Capital. Like, there's that moment where Tifa runs up and she sees 2 flashes of like Cloud with a bloody hand and the one without the bloody hand. So I think she's also a bit confused about what happened there. So I think in the live stream sequence, they will both Tifa and Cloud will sort out what happened there as like one of the things that they work through. It just makes sense for that. I think like 7 seconds to the end might be something different. All right, we'll just skip past this since we already have been through this.
Though in time we triumphed over the calamity visited upon us by the stars, tragedy would nevertheless be our ultimate reward. For the children of man feared us. For the children of man...
Let me know about audio, by the way, on the PS5. Just cut that dude. Let me boost it a little bit.
Unquenchable anger and unbearable grief, condemned and driven forth, powerless to forestall the coming of our end.
Come on.
Don't overdo it. There.
Jesus, dude.
Bang, bang. Oh, you in trouble now. Bring it.
Here goes. That'll do. You can do it.
Taking over. Try
That's
this.
it.
You're mine.
Watch out for high winds.
Deal with that.
Yeah, you're up.
I'll take care of them.
Time to burn.
Enjoy the ride. We'll make it quick.
God, easy mode is such. Oh, my stream was delayed somehow. What do you mean it was delayed? There's an interesting thing they keep repeating. Just that you were behind. There's an interesting thing they keep repeating, which is that you need to play until the end to understand the mysteries. So based on this and the fact that you will have the live stream comes in our Midgard live stream are in Midgard. It's up. That was like worded weirdly. And all the big Sephiroth Nova sequences take place in the Northern Crater. I think the potential for illusions would still be strong all the way until the end. So live stream sequence might help Cloud remember who he is, but maybe he only fully accepts Aerith later. Maybe. I think I would like to. The live stream sequence is really about gaining clarity, and I think it should stay to that. Only real shit is Sephiroth and Cloud. I agree. SubTXT, I love your content. You're the GOAT in every timeline. Thank you so much, Lazy, and welcome. Finally live on YouTube. We're running through some stuff I already did in my hard mode playthrough on PC, and I'm just doing it in easy because I had to switch to my PS5 because my computer cannot handle playing Rebirth along with streaming it. Part of it might be because I was playing the game in like 4K, but that's also to match my monitor. So that was probably a reason why the come on, show me Genova, aka Minerva, apparently, since Genova literally transforms into the angel.
Heed well our warning of that which is to come.
Oh, okay. JV Dragoon. I ask only because like I have had lag issues with like my voice with my video, my lip sync.
Enough.
You'll be blown away.
Suck on this. Want some more? Yeah. Come on. Kiss my ass.
Actually, Aerith,
Here.
can you drop an arcane word on my boy Barrett?
Magic. Why don't you lead the way?
Keep it together.
And then Barrett.
Go on. Can you take over for me?
God, easy mode is so easy by comparison. It's crazy.
Take him down.
Let's do this. Got enough. How'd you like that?
God, remember how this was on hard mode? Hi, Anna Bonana. Hi, Anna Bobana. So we're now pretty much caught up almost. Now we have to do Demon Wall, but again, it's on easy, so we'll just like cut through it real quick. And then I will do chapter 14 in hard.
It has ever been our sacred duty to protect our planet against any who would threaten it.
Easy mode is easy. This is the kind of insights you can come to expect. I mean, we talked about this, but I think there's something to the fact that the Gi imbue the pure empty materia. Slapsky, I think this could be the case as well. I feel like Aerith's death reveal might be used to break Cloud in the Northern Crater. So at the time when the live stream sequence, he already knows that it happened. Oh, that's possible, Wick. But they might still get like actual clarity because the Worldwood Maze, the Northern Crater, is real about creating more confusion. So we still might need live stream sequence to sort of like get clarity. Another wild take in the 7 seconds could be about Cloud making the choice of giving Sephiroth the black materia. Suddenly he wakes up and then he's dreaming of this in the Northern Crater.
Will at last claim my birthright. My dominion shall.
I mean, I think the 7 seconds is definitely about a choice. I don't know if it's about that choice, but I know, Steve, that you're very into the like dream world, everything's dream world sort of theory, which that would support.
What do you mean?
My fragmented mother.
All right, we already did this. I didn't even think about party composition.
You got this.
I'll show you what I can do. Go on.
Let's throw an arcane ward down.
I think it's trying to crush us again.
Ow.
You don't. Suck on this, man.
Easy mode is easy. Yeah, SubTXT takes his revenge on Demon Wall. Shit, this might be 7 seconds or less. I can only fast forward, that's right.
Go on.
Bring it home.
I'm coming.
Ow. Alright, Demon Wall 1 down.
This one's for you. Watch out for
Thank you so much for the follow, Grimrock Live.
I'll take care of them. Hey, you ready?
Get your ass out of here.
Final throws.
Go on.
Gonna blow your ass straight to hell.
Hey, SubTXT, great stream as always. Thank you, Easy Mid.
No homecoming for us today.
As if we were ever gonna lose, we're unstoppable.
Let me through.
All right, we're caught up. That was pretty quick, right? Like, how fast easy mode can expedite the experience. So then when we hit chapter 14, I'll probably skip cutscenes, so that I can restart. I can go into the menu and like restart chapter 14 in hard mode. Can't wait for part 3's Gauntlet final fight. Jesus, dude, it's gonna be insane. Just the fights itself are gonna be crazy. I think they're gonna make Safer Sephiroth, just absolutely nutty as an experience. I don't think I have the Expeditionary Medal here, actually, since I didn't do that stuff in this PS5 playthrough. So I might be screwed. I have one Expeditionary Medal, but it doesn't do the, I wonder if I could do the, I wonder if I can enhance it at all. Yeah, I can't enhance it now. Sub, have you done any hard VR fights? No, not yet. Which is why I'm not, like, absolutely loaded up. Yeah, I'm gonna change the difficulty to... Oh, that's true, yeah. Maybe I could, in the start of chapter 14, I could change it. Although I think to change it to hard... I don't know, can you change it to hard from easy? Alright, here we go. Without lag this time. Thank God.
Don't! Wait, what? What's happening?
And like I said, I love the effect of like Cloud, just the laughing and how they brought him to life here.
Now where in the hell is he off to?
You have to use chapter select? Yeah, that's what I thought. And then guys, let me know about my lip sync, if it's off or not, because I had a little bit of audio delay on purpose before, but if it's fine, it's good. Hype train started. Thank you so much for the hype train. I don't know how that started, but
Watch it! Sorry about that!
let's fucking go, Kate Sith. I was a little... I kind of wish I did something a little bit different with the return of Kate Sith. Like, I always thought it was strange in OG how he just immediately, the second one immediately pops up at the temple. But I was like, oh, PS1 game. They're just shortcutting things. We'll see it later, but I kind of wished that they, I don't know, that it just wasn't so immediate. I don't know. It still throws me. It's true to the original, but how quickly Kate Sith #2 just shows up always threw me a little bit.
Demise, find herein their rest. If the black materia is removed, the whole place comes down.
You're kidding, right? Please tell me that you're kidding!
Calm down. We just have to return it to the altar.
That's not gonna work.
Let go. You first, kid.
It's too late. We can't stop it now. Besides, there's no point fighting over a fake.
We gotta unpack that.
No, you're trying to fool me.
I mean, if there's anything that supports Steed, your whole like mind world, like everything is in the mind sort of like theory, to some extent, the fact that this black materia is like a fake and not real, to some extent sort of like reinforces potentially the world also being fake. But yeah, we'll talk about it more later. Because I want to bring up the translation.
Leave the heavy lifting to me.
For real.
Oh yeah, Kyle. That was like the worst timing for that thing, right?
But what
Of
about
like
you?
asking about compatibility in the middle of this crazy stuff.
How wasn't he built to last? I wish I had this get lengthy. Can't you hold out for long? This will run as if your legs depended on it.
Come. I have secured us an exit.
And then Vincent rolling in.
Come on, we gotta move.
Pockets to black materia.
Appreciate it.
The hidden between worlds thing the other day, I thought about the Cetra just hiding in the live stream. Could still work too. Yeah, that's true. Thank you so much, Orion Peregrino, for the follow.
Still with us?
I could totally pause right here
Good.
to do the
Let's go.
translation stuff, but we gotta rock with this music, right? This version, God, this is one of my favorite tracks in the game. And of course, to do it alongside the actual like action
Shut up.
is
and
fantastic.
run.
I feel terrible about the way we treated Gateshead.
Me too.
Can't take it back, though.
We shouldn't feel that bad about how we treated him. Come on now. He did betray us slightly, right? The ever empathetic Tifa Lockhart. And then all this, like, all these symbols, like, emblazoned in red. Very few misses in terms of OC, yeah.
Thanks, Kate. You're welcome. Don't stop running. Please don't stop.
I'm just gonna promote on Twitter once more that we're live with everything. Second. Heads up, we are live. Heading into chapter 14 now. Right.
Not sure. We're getting out of this.
I love this. I mean, we talked about this double
We won't. We're gonna
tree
make it.
thing a million times.
Pick up the pace.
I've never like let myself
Shoot up and run, damn it!
miss that run. Like, I wonder if it's possible for that ceiling to come down completely.
Almost there.
Both FF7 remake games have problems with the interstitial exploration gameplay in cutscenes, but the Temple Escape is definitely one of the better executed ones. Yeah, CP4 tests. Completely agree.
It was a good run. While it lasted.
It kind of feels a little bit like an Uncharted escape. A little bit. Not as intense. You're not jumping or doing anything. Yeah, you're not going up any circular staircases. All right, chat. How many of you actually teared up here? I did like the reach. I mean, I like KZ a lot more in the remake trilogy. I'm not like crying about him though, especially because we all know KZ number 2 is literally moments away from showing up. That's kind of why I don't like how quickly KZ number 2 shows up in both the original and Rebirth, is that you don't have that time to sort of actually feel like he's gone. Nope, a robot is a robot. What kind of monster didn't tear up here? Me, Toolman. I am an absolute demon. So it all sort of like combines. I mean, it's very similar to the original in terms of like the temple collapsing on itself.
Now that's not a sight you see every day, eh?
But we saw
You got you teary-eyed, Frederick? I know some people did get super sad.
They'd be sobbing in the streets at the saucer. This beautiful body's but one of many.
Welcome back.
All right, knock it off, you.
So, y'all get what you were after?
Read the room, dude. Like, come on.
The CGI is good. I do think the in-game looks incredible, though. Like, I arguably think the in-game visuals look better than the CGI.
Hey, what's gotten into you? Didn't you hear what Aerith said?
Barrett's like, this is bullshit.
Fine, fetch.
What do you mean the sacrifice is so cheap? Oh, the Kate Sith one? Yeah. The original had the same problem. Here we go.
This is the key, which grants access to the true counterpart hidden between worlds.
Give it back!
Whoa!
At last, the time has come.
So yeah, as you can see, I mean, Steve kind of referenced this earlier, but, you know, and a rift opens up, Black Whispers comes through. We know the Black Whispers are controlled by Sephiroth.
Black materia.
I would assume that they somehow then fetched
What in the world
the
is
actual
going
Black
on?
Materia from the gap between worlds.
Could it be? Has it finally begun?
We're losing altitude, sir! And fast!
Let's get the hell out of here then. What do you mean by explain what happens to Cloud and Aerith here until they come back? So the Whispers come out, and then also these like sort of like corrupted roots, possibly, of like maybe a reference to the World Tree, like the tree that is in the temple, in a way. You see these roots come out. These are very like tree-like roots.
I'm waiting.
And we do know that there is that tree symbology in the temple that we talked about for a while. All right, let's take a quick pause. Let me bring up a couple things to chat about. Oh shoot. If I do that now, it kind of covers, because I only have one monitor now. All right, so I'll have to do this a different way. Because I can't actually go full screen. So I'll just need to do it this way, I guess. Thank you for following Harry the Hare, or Harry the Air. I'll just have to do this more manually versus like an actual full screen, so I can still see you guys while I chat about it. So we have this dialogue, right, around the fake Black Materia. And so I dug into I think this one I might have had to use Google or ChatGPT. All the other ones I have the actual translation. Yeah, this one I had to use a translator because I didn't have the human translation from Shinra Archaeology. But here what's said is, so in Google, the Japanese at the top, and Google translated to, "It's no good, the collapse won't stop, and that black materia is fake too." And then ChatGPT said, "No good, the collapse can't be stopped anymore, and that black materia is a fake." So this is just double checking and reconfirming that the conversation about like the materia being fake is, you know, what is said, right? Because sometimes it can get kind of the localization can get a little odd with like what it translates and how it translates it. You're so prepared for streams, Google Slides and everything. Yeah. Especially for like this sort of like finale stream, I wanted to make sure I had this kind of stuff ready. And then the conversation of like the gap between worlds, right? The true counterpart between worlds. So this I did have the Shinra Arch translation, which they translated as, "This is the key to obtaining," oh, sorry, typo. "The key to obtaining its true counterpart, which lies hidden which lies hidden away in the gap between worlds." So it just like more outright calls it the gap between worlds, which is kind of funny because I remember calling it the gap between worlds when just like talking about it in my video. But I never saw that actual language. But yeah, I mean, it's really the only way to describe it. So it's good to see the game sort of reiterates that. So there's not much here, right? I just wanted to show this to confirm as we're really going through and like digging into everything. What is said, how it's said, what was the original intent in the Japanese to make sure we're catching up on things. So really not much to say here, except everything tracks back. There's no weird like localization thing. Eric does say it's, you know, a fake. And then Sephiroth does say, you know, it's the key to getting the true counterpart in the gap between worlds. That like gap between worlds, like, because right, he says hidden between worlds in the localization, so it's a little bit more explicit to the gap that we then see in chapter 14. But with that, we can jump back to the game. Bring chat back up. I think they could have been a little clearer in the fake localization, though. I mean, it's the same language, basically. She calls it fake. It's a fake. I don't know. It seems the same to me. And the gap between worlds would be the future Aerith sends Cloud after the dream date, right? Yeah. Do you think the OG Black Materia was also a counterpart? I don't think so. Evermore. There was never any kind of like conversation about it being fake in the original. I really can't run here, right? So that is like definitely a difference between them. Between the OG and the remake trilogy is this like the fake version. So it seems to materialize then in the real world. Sephiroth can't handle it himself. I don't know if it's because of Sephiroth's like shape, that he's not actually a being in this world, that he can't grab it until it's like passed to him. Bring it to me. Kind of like how, right, like Cloud brings the white materia to Aerith. Maybe it's something like that. I don't know. The orchestration of this is very clunky. Like without a good reason for it. It's kind of unclear why they had to do this kind of execution where Sephiroth is like, oh, now we can get the true counterpart. Now bring it to me. It's like, what is with all these extra steps? It's just a little clunky. There might be a real lore reason for it, and we may find out what it is. But it's just kind of clunky way to do it.
Eric,
It's because the Sephiroth isn't real. That's what I figured, Soul Man. But if you're just like a regular, person playing this game and you're not like super tapped into the lore and stuff, it just feels clunky. So I'm just looking at it in that way, right? Where, yeah, I don't know, just like some element of like how this is executed for like the average person, it's just a little clunky. So you just toy with him, and partly, right? Like you see, it does help like sort of reinforce that he's just a puppet, because he's commanding him, right? So if he's planning to use Cloud and puppeteer him and make the point that you're a puppet later on, that this is an opportunity to start to establish that. Even though he's kind of already done that a bit with Gongaga and then the temple when he walks up to and when he's attacking people, but see that this isn't the OG real world, that it's almost as if Sephiroth here connected to the real one and he's using that to merge worlds. What do you think? Makes you think, is that what there does with the white materia too? Getting the right one connects us to the real world. I mean, basically, I don't know. I think she does like a similar thing weirdly with the white materia in Remake, right? She has the intact white materia in Remake, and then the highway, she casts it at the portal that Sephiroth opens. And then it's basically after that point that the materia is seemingly empty in the Beagle world. So it's kind of like she hid it away in the gap between worlds, similar to what they did with the Bach materia. Thank you for subscribing, Harry the Air. I assumed he could handle it, but this is a power move to show control over Cloud's puppet. Yeah, Ocean. That's kind of what we were just talking about. This is 1000% new, confusing for new people. Yeah, everything in the ending is. I think it's probably character based. You need to see Cloud at what could be his nadir point since it's building throughout the game. Yeah. It's actually one of my favorite scenes. Steph is pure drama here. Tifa here not reacting to the 6-7 super soldier that's right next to her. I think people overlook the weapon more than they realize, because at no point in the OG is Sephiroth ever concerned or bothered by them, but in this game he's clearly trying to, like, oh, in the Gongaga scene. I think the way to traverse between the worlds of livestream connecting them all together has something to do with all this and why Tifa is shown connects to the next world. I mean, new players tend to love the game and don't seem to start. I mean, new players I think they expect to be confused. I think old fans are more confused than new fans, which is a fascinating dynamic.
Yes, Cloud. Snap out of it.
Not enough people really talk about that shove. It's like, oof. Like, he's really lost it if he's like shoving Tifa. I mean, he also swung a sword at Tifa, but I felt that push. I was like, ooh, come on, bro.
I can't let you have this.
If she won't give it to us,
Love this shit though.
take it.
She won't give it to us. We must take it back. And then just like, just the manipulation of Cloud. I mean, I will just outright say, I think the manipulation of Cloud, I'm about to turn this down a little bit. The music is kind of crazy. I think it's executed a little bit better in the Remake trilogy. Like that slow build of like him losing it over time until reaching this point where he's like really, really out of it.
Eric. Let's talk.
Northern Crater will go hard. Steed. Dude, even if we have differences on like some of our theories, I cannot wait for the Northern Crater. The Whirlwind Maze is going to be so insane. Like, with the way that Sephiroth has been fucking with Cloud, even in this game, I cannot even begin to imagine what that Northern Crater / Whirlwind Maze scene is going to be like. Just like the mind fuckery is going to be, because that was like the most mind oof stuff in the original was like him showing him the Nibelheim event and being like, "What's wrong, Tifa? Shall I show you what's in your heart? What do you know? Because you're acting kind of strange. You know I'm right about something." It's like, oh, oh God, it's so good. I'm taking time off work for part 3. Yeah, I think most of us probably are.
There. Give it to me. Please.
God, some of the lines from Cody here, like the delivery.
Let's save the planet together. Aerith!
It's gonna break multiple characters at once, not just Cloud, yeah. Well, Tifa, like literally the scene after the Whirlwind Maze in the original is Tifa, right? Like she is, I guess, probably while she's in a coma, she's thinking through. She's like, she explains how she was confused at the train station when she met Cloud. She's like, I don't understand. Like, I just needed more time. You get the exposition and the explanation as a player of Tifa's perspective up to that point, where she kind of goes back to the memory of running into Cloud in Midgar. And that stuff is so good. So she's messed with big time in the Whirlwind Maze too.
The orb. Aerith.
The Sephiroth is poking at something that she doesn't understand.
Whatever happens, I'm here for you.
And Aerith just like reaffirming, like, whatever happens. She says whatever happens, I think twice overall.
Thank you.
She's sort of conceding to what's gonna happen, you know? She was trying to stop it. She was trying to prevent it. That might be the happiest I've ever seen Sephiroth. I do love this moment where it pushes in on Cloud and then he sort of comes to. And mind you, the sepia toned memory, right? So it's like a real memory. We've talked about this before, the coloring of certain memories.
Aerith!
And then it snaps him out of it. God, that frickin' wing. Explain where they physically fall here after the other world sequence. I mean, I don't know, Circular Staircase. I don't know if I can tell you with like great confidence. Obviously they fall into the void. They seem to land somewhere. We see them later, that the party reaches them, probably at the bottom of the crater. I wonder if they're somewhat cradled and protected by some kind of whispers. Yeah, I don't have like a great answer for you, to be honest. So here we go, chapter 14 stuff. So I'm going to skip this so I can restart the chapter in hard mode. Chapter selection. Yeah, now we'll do it.
Almost there.
I'm a little nervous about the fact that I have a little less equipment. than my PC playthrough, but I'll try to make do.
Song is in grave condition. Perhaps I could help.
No. The medical.
I was so busy making the video, I couldn't do like all the hard mode stuff.
I think you have enough.
I was almost done with the hard mode on PS5, yeah. I got stuck at Gold
Tell
Saucer
me, Professor,
in the Turks fight.
how would you explain the phenomena we witnessed at the temple?
It would be premature to draw any scientific conclusions. But one thing is abundantly clear. We at Shinra could stand to dream far bigger.
Oh, the Hojo stuff in part 3, yeah.
I would have to agree.
To the right, Shinra HQ, where Hojo should be, along with a cure for Cloud. To the left, Reactor 6, which will get blown up along with Biggs unless I stop him.
I was waiting for Genesis to drop in for a scene. Yeah. People are still waiting on that.
His hair was long. And gray.
Well, the Hojo, I think they've set up, right, that he's continually been experimenting even more. And he obviously, like, tries a whole new method with Roche, and I think he gets to a point of, like, trying it on himself. Like, it just builds toward that moment even better than the original did.
One more question.
Because we're seeing him continue to tweak.
Does Aerith... does she have feelings for Cloud?
Yeah, she likes him.
She does, huh? Can't say I saw that coming.
'Cause you weren't there.
Can Hojo find a way to inject his consciousness into the live stream part 3?
Hang in there, Cloud.
I don't know.
I got you.
I mean, he does like all the digital shit. I mean, I don't have much to say about that part.
Hello.
Partially because I just don't want to touch it.
Time's a wasting, Cloud, and it's not like we have much left.
I mean, I think it makes sense that there was like,
Up and at him,
you know, some kind of connection was made while Zack was gone.
What is
I find that spin thing interesting too, because they do that spin thing later when Zack and like meets Cloud before the Sephiroth fight. It does a similar thing where it spins around Cloud. And in that spin, you would notice that in one part of the rotation, you cannot see Zack. And then when the rotation finishes, you then see Zack next to Cloud. But there was a moment within that rotation where like Zack is not visible. So I think there's something interesting there. Zoom out of his head. Oh, you're talking about that now.
Are we?
We could call it a homecoming. Or homeward bound, maybe?
But I do think we're
Let's just call it a
explicitly like
dream.
in some kind of consciousness or
My
world
dream, to be precise.
that's dictated more by Aerith. Like, that's why it's hard for me to totally buy into everything just falls into like Cloud's mind, because this is clearly happening within Aerith's consciousness to some extent. She says it's her world. She is the only one that hears Sephiroth and sees his feathers. So it seems like somehow Cloud has been transported into this world that belongs to Aerith. There's definitely worlds that belong to Cloud, as we've seen. That's why he continues to, like, when he goes to sleep in the Gold Saucer, he peers into those worlds with Zack. But this one seems to be more within Aerith's mind.
What the hell are you?
Just play along for a bit, okay?
Well, the space between worlds, Lazy Black Dragon, is what we see later on when they're like falling between things. Let's review some of this dialogue. So, again, because I'm hyper prepared, let's just call it a dreams, right? So this whole convo that we just saw, I just pulled the direct Japanese and then the translation that I have from Shinra Archaeology. But Cloud says, "Are we dead?" And Aerith says, "Simply return to the planet or returning. Let's just call it a dream. My dream world." So in the English, he says like my dream. In Japanese, it more specifically says my dream world, which does ladder up to what we hear later on, as Sephiroth explains it, like these worlds that are born. And then it's just like, it's a little clearer, right? Instead of like homecoming, like that kind of like language, it's like, so have we died, or like simply returned to the planet, or in the midst of returning to it? So just a little like extra clarity on that dialogue. Let's jump back to the game. Sorry. Just catching up a chat. Oh, by the way, still don't think it's a sequel, but if it is, I think this would be the biggest hint, and Cloud is possibly dying and going through all of this in live stream. One of my favorite theories. What's interesting is that while Aerith's consciousness is active in the stream world, she's also active with the party in the forest. Cloud seems to only be able to be alert in one place at a time. That's a great point, shall we meander? Because it also would explain what we all feel, right? That this Aerith is basically the one that resides in the live stream. The one that's like from live stream white and so forth. So the Aerith that we know, and I kind of mentioned this in my video, I say like, it seems that we're with a different Aerith than the one that's with the party. I think that we're within a consciousness of Aerith that we saw. Let me bring it up. A version of Aerith that we saw here. Right? In chapter 14 of Remake, we got this. It's like the Aerith that we knew was in the Shinra building. This Aerith does seem aware of that Aerith's situation, which he says, you know, I've been there since I was there as a kid.
How is this?
And there's dream conversation here too, right?
Is this a dream?
Maybe. You tell me.
You okay?
Damn it, Aerith, we need clarity. Stop fucking with us.
Don't I look it? I used to live in the Shinra building, back when I was really little.
Your mom told us.
Right.
So we do this whole scene with her,
You
right?
wanna stay? Yes, I am.
And then at the very end, by the way, this is like foreshadowing as shit. She's like looking at the live stream, all the souls returning. This is on the Aerith, yes.
Everyone dies eventually.
She does the death pose and says everyone dies eventually. Alert, alert,
I suppose.
alert, alert.
The moment matters.
It's like, look, we gotta cherish the shit. And then the
We
warning
need to
from a
embrace this
future
moment.
aware Aerith.
Right?
where she's like, you can't fall in love with me, dude.
I'm grateful for all the words we've shared, for all the moments and the memories.
Oh, this stuff was also
For all
like,
the work-
forget that. Like, forget that. This shit. I'm grateful for all the words we've shared,
for all the
moments and the memories in Remake. If this is our Aerith from Remake, she's known us for a day. There are no moments and memories between the Aerith in the Shinra building and Remake and Cloud. Not yet. So another, I mean, we've talked about this before, but like just seeing it again is just another reminder. Yeah, this is Omni ass Aerith.
And the memories. You've made me more happy than you know. And I'll always cherish what you've given me.
Oh, sure, give. Like, this is something you tell someone that you've had a lot of experiences with, right?
But whatever happens, you can't fall in love with me.
It's like, even if you do, it's not even real. But then the crazier shit
Even if you think
is when
you
Cloud
have,
goes to grab her arm.
it's not real.
Speaking of, right, like it's not real, and like the fake black materia. The real shit's kind of interesting here. But this is the bigger thing. He reaches for her arm, and when he makes contact, it breaks into life stream particles, right? And then we see her like surrounded by these life stream particles. This was like
saying all this?
red alert for all of us.
It's almost morning.
Live stream Aerith. Live stream
Time to
Aerith.
go.
I don't know any other way to interpret this than live stream Aerith. Which brings us to this scene, right? Where it's like we're seemingly with this live stream version of Aerith.
Let's take a walk, okay? Ah, one thing. You have to promise not to look up. Because I'm pretty sure you won't like
Green
what
alert.
you see.
You know I'm gonna have to look now, right?
I also think this is very intentional. I think Aerith wants him to see that sky, right? Like she plays it up, and in the Japanese, she sort of plays it up too. She's like, "Oh, I got to be careful with what I say," but in like she's definitely like, it's this thing that you do, right? Where it's like, don't do this thing, knowing the person is then going to do the thing.
Right. There I go, putting my foot in my mouth. When will I ever learn?
She wants him to see this fucking sky. It's the first thing he does. Which obviously comes back around later. Do you think it's the same Aerith you see in Advent Children? I think it's the same. Yeah, it's the same live stream Aerith. Yeah.
Come on.
They hide her eyes in that shot. Yeah. There's a lot of scenes like that where it's just punched in on the mouth, and I think it's for moments that you're supposed to question a little bit.
Ta-da! Can I have one? Can I? Please?
Which one do you want?
Whichever one you pick.
Why are you acting so weird? Well, you are. This isn't you.
If you ask me,
I mean, there's something to read into that too, right? And so it's like, obviously she's hamming it up, and she's sort of like playing into the date vibe thing. But I think he's also clocking that like this Aerith is different, right? Like he's saying like this is not you.
But remember, it's one per person.
Not just the behavior, but I think he's sort of sensing something is fundamentally different about this Aerith.
Only question is, which one will he choose?
And then here obviously is where we get the first look at this stamp, right? This like different stamp. So clearly a different stamp than what we see with in Zach's Worlds. So I'll point out something, right? So in my video, I talked about thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Basically, this idea that stories like present to you a thing that seems like it's going to happen, and then the antithesis being like the opposite of that thing, and then eventually you get to a synthesis, which is like an unseen third thing. And I think there's something really interesting to what happens here at these vendors. And you'll see it with this guy, you'll see it with the other lady. You pick something, we're looking at a menu of options, right? It's like, here are the potential routes we could take. We can get a hair clip. We can get a bracelet. We can get a stamp figurine. We have this menu of options before us. There's like these things that seem relatively certain. And then what does this vendor do? And the other vendor reaches under his, stock, his like table, and pulls out this unseen third thing. And for me, at least, it's pretty symbolic of what we're gonna experience with part 3, where we all came into these games. We walked into this one. We're probably walking into Hegel. Yeah, the Hegelian thing. We walk into this one. We walk into part 3 with like certain possibilities on our minds of like where things will go. But what we actually get is this thing that is not clearly in front of us. It's this like third thing, this unknown thing. And I think that's what this is all building toward. And this feels fairly metaphorical to that, to me. And, I think that's one way to potentially read it, one way that I like to look at it. And then you'll see how Aerith has a reaction to the pin, where it's like, they talk about it's not what we expect, but actually that's kind of perfect. And hopefully that's how we will feel about that thing that we get in part 3.
That one.
Ah, I'm so sorry. I meant everything but that one. Tell you what, I've got something else I think you'll
And I'll talk about that one in a bit for others, yeah.
Come on, man.
That's actually pretty neat. Perfect, even.
I hope that's how we feel about part 3.
You kidding me?
That's actually pretty neat. Perfect, even.
I'll miss these moments. Thank you.
And yeah, I think the obvious thing is like an illusion of choice.
Now,
But specifically the outcome of that illusion of choice. It's not a OG one-to-one remake. You don't get to save Aerith. You get the third choice, and it's going to be pretty good. So then we get the second vendor.
It's your lucky day, you two. Feel free to take whatever you'd like.
Cloud is annoyed that he can't choose.
Oh, but only one per person.
Then we better choose what?
I will throw a bone to my friend Schrodinger's baby seal, who is a big multiple ending person. He's been promoting that. He's been talking about that. I hate it. I do not want multiple endings. Like, on paper, it just feels like that would be unsatisfying, right? Because we'll be in this position where we'll all have our own ending of Rebirth, or part 3 of the whole trilogy, and it'd be like, fuck, man. We can't get any, like, it's a set resolution. It's annoying. So I'm not a fan of the multiple ending thing. But I will throw the bone that both vendors say only one per person, right? That like, but one per person does sort of potentially illustrate that we might get multiple endings. Like, you'll be able to choose whatever you want. I hate the idea, but I try to be fair to all kind of different takes and interpretations, even if I despise them. I despise that one, but it's not impossible if I read this text in this way. Multiple endings with such bull balls, yeah. I'm okay with it as long as the feelings as the endings feel consequential. I think we overemphasize canonicity too often. That's fair. I just like, I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine. I don't mind multiple endings. Like I was just talking about that with Wiley Excalibro in our Ghost of Tsushima chat that's on the VOD channel. And the multiple endings work well in Ghost of Tsushima, but and like things like, you know, there's other games where it works well. I just don't feel like FF7 is a game for multiple endings. I don't really feel like Final Fantasy is a series for multiple endings, really. I wonder if the whole Tear in the Sky thing represents fake worlds and she wanted Cloud to see that. So at the end, when he said the same thing and seen the sky, that's it too alludes to the world not being the real world. I think it's part of it, Arcanus, for sure. I'm okay with multiple endings as long as Square announces one as canon. Oh, they won't do that. If there's a multiple endings, EW, I don't think they'll confirm one as canon. They've kind of avoided canonizing anything in this whole franchise. Thank you for subscribing also. And they keep, hey, yeah, that's a good point, Steed. They keep repeating satisfying ending. It would really undermine what they've been doing. Yeah, like if they give you multiple, is it really satisfying? I don't know.
I'll take one of those.
Then I'll have one of those.
Pipsqueeze, so you're saying, so the vendors also say they'll cherish these memories because that's the devs speaking to the players. So Pipsqueeze, I do believe there's like an element of meta, like communication between the developers. I do see the vendors as representative of the developers, you know, saying something here. I had one read of it. I will tell you what it is, and then we will see the direct Japanese translation, which kind of changes my perspective on it a little bit. Because it's like this language and the localization led me somewhere that may not be supported in the Japanese, but
all right.
So she does the same shit again.
These aren't the only treats I've got, you know. How about
these aren't the only options. How about this?
My latest creation.
My latest creation, by the way, is interesting language, right? Like the latest creation of like where this all goes.
Really?
The synthesis, yeah.
Sure.
Go on, enjoy.
Or this could be referring to where I take it with this Advent Children thing. So they both have this like unsatisfied reaction to it, right? Or something's a little off. Cloud says blah.
Pull out all the stops for my last hurrah.
All the last stops from my last hurrah.
One too many.
Guess I pulled out one too many.
It just needs a little sugar, maybe.
Needs a little sugar.
Yeah, and take out whatever's making my tongue tingle.
It sounds to me like I need to start over.
So my first read of this dialogue, this is a bit of a stretch, especially when you see the direct Japanese translation. You'll see why, potentially why. When I first saw this, I couldn't get it out of my head. But I was like, God, it's almost as if the developers are saying like, it's kind of a reaction that to some extent some fans had to Advent Children, even Dirge of Cerberus, right? The fiction that came after FF7, where it's like, oh, I didn't expect this kind of taste in my mouth, right? Like I didn't expect we would get a sequel where like Sephiroth is back and Genova's back and people are dying. Cloud is depressed as shit. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like I think there is a good character study happening of Cloud and real feelings of grief. Like he's mourning the death of like two people, Zack and Aerith, and like he's really struggling with his inability to help them and save them and all that stuff. So I think there are a lot of things in Advent Children that make a lot of sense and are compelling. And you know, my friend Prof Noctis did a thread about it, I think even this past week, where he talked about Advent Children does have a beautiful story, and I do think there is something really good there. It's told maybe weirdly, it's maybe not what we expect, but I understand how they got there. Because, you know, grief isn't something that you just turn off, like you just deal with it one time and then it's done. It does linger, you know, it's not an on and off thing. or just a one-time thing that you move past. Like, I think there's something that Advent Children analyzes that is worthwhile. But for a lot of us, when we hit it, you know, it just feels like, oh man, I didn't want to feel this way about these characters. I didn't want to, there's something just kind of bitter and a little depressing about Advent Children. And so when Aerith is like, maybe he needs a little sugar, and Cloud is like, take out whatever, it's like, maybe might make my tongue tingle. And I think Steed has another view of that, where it's like the tongue tingle could relate to like Cloud talking about Aerith dying and his tongue tingling, which he says in the OG. But I mean, I don't read it that way, but I see how he gets there. But there is something interesting to, it's like, maybe I did one too many, right? Like maybe Advent Children was one too many. Like I pulled out all the stops from my last hurrah. We were going to make Advent Children. It was going to be this like last shot out there. But, you know, we all left it walking away with like, ugh, it's a little, right? And so this is an opportunity to sort of like start over and reset that, rebuild to a new ending. That's one way that I read it.
If only we all had more time, am I right?
Aerith's line is about lacking sweetness. Cloud's line is about uncertainty. That's a good read tool, man. Take out this grief, please. It makes my tongue tingle. So let me bring up the Japanese version of that vendor dialogue. So the shopkeep says, I figured I may as well get adventurous if this is the end. Guess I got a little too adventurous. Now, the worried part of me could read that as a reflection on Remake's ending, right? Like maybe we went too far. Maybe we're a little too adventurous with where we went to with Remake. Maybe we need to like pull it back a little bit. The Aerith and Cloud dialogue is similar. No, it just could be a little sweeter. Never mind that. What's this weird tingling? And the shopkeep says, sounds like I've got a lot to improve on, but I'm afraid there won't be time. So this version of the dialogue is a lot more worrying for me in terms of like, if it is meta commentary from the developers, you know, is it them saying that they had doubts about how Remake concluded and, you know, they want to sort of improve it, but they have fears about being able to pull it off. I hope not. But just like in the service of like doing this the most justice and sort of like reading everything I can and giving that to you guys, it's important to sort of look at this dialogue, how it was in the Japanese. I think it also plays along with SE basically saying, please trust us, we'll give you a satisfying conclusion. Debs, you're all effed. Yeah. So that was interesting to see. I had actually never seen the direct translation of that dialogue. I think it's meta players want something happier and they don't want uncertainty. Yeah. All right. I'm not sure, especially the recent news. Yeah, which we just talked about at the start of stream, right? Like it seemed like they had all this planned out. So, you know, it's looking at that dialogue, it just takes me to a different place. I prefer the localized version. And what it could potentially
Pretty sure
mean.
I only asked to meet with Professor Hojo. Not a whole platoon. Whatever. The world's about to
Devs in
end
the old
anyway.
debug rooms are just nerds in offices. Funny how now it feels like they're forced into prioritizing being merchants over centering their creative drives. That's kind of that's a crazy read, Bill. I mean, kind of true though, right? Like being a merchant instead of a creative, like you're just like selling something. I don't think it's that pessimistic, hopefully, but yeah, you could definitely read it that way.
So
Might be the last
this
scene we
is
ever
where
see in
you
Terraria
and I
World,
meet,
yeah.
In a world that has accepted its fate.
So it's fascinating to me, right? That like every other time there have been feathers and someone hears Sephiroth, it has been Cloud. And in this scenario, it's Aerith. Again, just showing us that like we are definitely in Aerith's world, Aerith's mind, that Cloud is oblivious to it. You'll see later, there's even a shot where a feather falls in front of Cloud as he's questioning Aerith, and he doesn't see it. It's clear he doesn't see it at all.
Hey, what's that?
He definitely didn't hear that shit.
Let's go see.
Just as you must.
Coakley, I love the hypocrisy from Sephiroth here. You need to accept your fate, Aerith, but not me. I'm not accepting shit. Yeah.
We were next.
We've been waiting for ages.
We don't have any photos together.
We don't have any either.
Okay, how about you all pose? Cutest looking couple gets their photo taken.
So I'm going to choose what I chose first time that I played this game. I don't think it's a very popular choice. So just look at all of them with the modeling pose. It's showtime, which is very fun. The dance hold, very sweet, very cute. I chose this one. I chose the modeling pose. I don't know, there's something like very old school about it that I kind of dug.
Big for the camera now.
Hold on, Biggs.
I expect you to die. Photographer should have done a big group photo. Yeah. Can we get the pug? So, chat, I joked so much leading into Rebirth. There's definitely record of it somewhere. I either mentioned it on Sleep Easy streams or Schrodinger's Baby Seal streams or somewhere. I definitely joked about wanting to see a pug stamp. I was like, man, I can't, because I was always in the boat of like, everyone was always talking about it as if there was just one alternate worlds, the Terrier one. But I was like, well, once you open up this like Pandora's box, what's to make it so that there's only one? I feel like once you sort of like break reality to the point that there's like an alternate, there could be like infinite realities. I was saying that before Rebirth came out. And so I was like, I was constantly joking, 6-star stamp, yeah. I was like, I'm very curious how we'll view all those like different like numbers of stars at the end of it all. It clearly means something. People think it means like what layers of worlds, how deep into the planet or whatever, how deep into consciousness and meaning. There's all kinds of different like explanations for it. But I'm not smart enough to figure that shit out. But I did like joking about, I was like, man, I can't wait to see a pug stamp. And so when this stamp showed up, I was losing my mind. It's also the, like, well, it's not the first alternate stamp, but it's the first alternate Zack stamp. And I was like, oh my God, this pug though. First, like, pugs are cool. And it's just so funny. It's just so funny to see a pug stamp. It's like, it's such a funny choice that it's like the developers clearly being like, it matters, but not completely. I know Max has said that, but like, it's such a funny, like, choice. It's like, oh, okay, well, we're getting into crazy shit, aren't we?
What gives?
Yeah, the Zack doesn't have a ribbon on his hand, yeah.
Seems it's all out of my...
I did the JP translation of this scene, yeah.
I'm still sucking away, but the only thing it's pulling up...
I'm like waiting for a couple of scenes to pass before we dig into them.
The life stream's bone dry. Bomb one reactor, bomb them all. Planet's done either way. And so are we.
Run!
If there's something I missed, Soulman, because I didn't pull the entire conversation. I think I pulled like 2 bits of dialogue from it. So if there's anything that you think is worthwhile talking about that didn't pull,
Bomb barely made
then just drop it in chat.
Figures it'd fail for real.
But we'll talk about it in a second.
What am I still
once the scene
doing
ends
here? Why did I have to survive? Look at me. I'm useless. Can't even make a damn bomb.
You're not useless.
For a moment there, I thought my life might have some meaning, but it doesn't mean shit.
Well, that's where you're wrong. Wanna know why? 'Cause you mean a lot to a lot of people. So come on, man.
He's acting his usual thing of picking people up.
Thanks, but why are you here?
Yeah, about that.
Cup noodle stamp.
Never mind. I know. Kinda obvious now I think about it. World may be ending and all, but a bombing's still a bombing.
That's part of it too. But mostly, I was worried about you.
That bleeding heart. It'll get you killed.
I don't know. I wanted to take action. Take charge. Take control. To know that I had a choice. That this path, this world was one I chose. I wanted to take back my life.
So the choosing, taking back his life. Yeah, these lines, even in the English, these lines are like all about what I was talking about. And I've talked about it a bit in my video of like making choices, taking back my life. I don't want it to just be dictated by fate.
Biggs? Buddy?
Which he gets into more here in a second.
No. No. Biggs, get up!
The whole like bleeding heart will get you killed is definitely a localization thing, by the way. It doesn't say that in it talks about him having like a soft heart or whatever in the Japanese. He doesn't make the joke about like it'll get you killed like in the English.
But I'm sick of taking its shit.
So yeah, again, it's just like a repeat. It's like he's facing another firing squad, which we saw in the other Terraria world too.
See you never.
But here he like swerves, right? So here he does something a bit different. Where it's like rather than just doing the same thing of like fighting these, you know, Shinra soldiers, he finally runs away.
For starters, you don't look like you're on a date. More like at a funeral.
Well, I don't think that's true at all.
Just have fun while you can, huh?
And when I first saw it, I was like, my God, that's such a wild line of dialogue, right? Like talk about foreshadowing. So let's jump into some of this dialogue in the Japanese. So after the shopkeep scene, we get into this like in a world that is accepted as fate. I was just curious what this said in Japanese. So it said, so this is where you've been here on the outskirts in a world in a world resigned to fading away. All that awaits is dissolution. I just thought the dissolution sort of language was kind of interesting, which is also what Sephiroth is trying to avoid, right? Like Sephiroth is consistently trying to avoid, you know, dissolution, dissolving into the live stream. It's the thing in live stream Black that he talks about really wanting to avoid. He doesn't want to dissolve into the live stream. I wanted to take back my life. So this is, you know, the speech that Zach just did, where he says, no, I wanted to do something, to make a choice one way or another. If I could choose, I could find a way. If I could choose, a whole new world could open up. I wanted to take my life back. And I think this is part of what Toolman is probably talking about in terms of how explicit it is, where he like explicitly says like, if I could choose, a whole new world could open up. So this idea of like worlds opening beyond fate is sort of introduced here, and obviously it's in the when Sephiroth explains the worlds. This feels way more on point, yeah. And then there's more, right? So Zack then says, dead end, huh? Maybe it's fate, but what's fate anyway? Who decides it? Me, that's who. I choose. See you never. So very similar. But you know, less of the like, you know, fate has a sick sense of humor, and I'm always the butt of the joke. Like less of that, a little more straightforward. Like maybe it's fate, but what's fate anyway? Who decides it? So again, it's just, I think the remake trilogy is pointing toward the characters actually choosing what they want, rather than just what's been preordained, which is what remake set up, right? And then for this scene with the more like at a funeral, the exact verbiage was, how to explain, I guess you just don't feel like a couple. The young lady there looks like she's about to cry. I thought this dialogue about like wanting to cry or like looking like she's about to cry, which is interesting because it's less about like foreshadowing her death and more about revealing her true emotional state during this whole scene, where it's like she acts very chipper, but there's like this undercurrent of like sadness, right? Which we see come out at the end of the church scene, where you definitely get the more she's locked back into like that was actually the truth of everything, where it's like she needs to push him and let him go, and it's not about me. Like she kind of is resigning her fate in a way. That's like, whatever happens to me, you know, let go of it. There's like a underlying sadness that you just read here a little bit more than just like the funeral thing, which just seems like it's foreshadowing just her death. It's more about like revealing how kind of what's the word? Just how challenging this is underneath, right? Like if this is the on the earth, and she knows everything that's to come and what she eventually has to do, and the fact that she has to give up this charade of like a date, she needs to like sort of have this one-on-one with him and be like, okay, well, now we need to get real, right? There's like a sadness to that. And I think that this version of the dialogue kind of reflects that a little bit more directly. Let me catch up a chat. Reimagining the photo scene through a developer's eyes gives it this almost haunting dual meaning, not just a character moment, but a design decision, a meta layer about fate, narrative control, and the search for emotional truth. Dissolving is how Nomura describes how a person fades into the life stream when they die. Yeah. Part 3 arc in our characters getting to influence. Is our characters getting to influence fate themselves in part 3? Yes. Jesus, that's heady. I don't know which part. I had Cloud in the swimming trunks during the more like at a funeral scene once, and I was just like, damn, funerals are odd in this world. That's hilarious, Cookie. Did Rebirth close 150 million to make, like the budget to make? I don't know how much it costs. It goes with what Hamaguchi said. The scene is about Aerith getting a last wish. Yeah. I think exploration in part 3 is Kinsa Yote. She can't ignore what she knows is coming. Yeah, she just wanted a moment of fun before it. Yeah. CS1 definitely played modern games, especially open world ones. Remake is definitely a Yakuza game. Yeah. Remake is very Yakuza. Rebirth, weirdly, I think was kind of Ghost of Tsushima, right? We're in the Dream Date, Turquoise Hammer. Tsushima, like it stole tons of Tsushima. Like they talked about Horizon as an inspiration. They talked about The Witcher 3 as an inspiration. But like the foxes are basically the baby chocobos. The birds are the birds in Tsushima. Like the world is structured a lot more like Tsushima. Although Tsushima doesn't have the checklists like towers. So it's kind of like a blend of things. So let's jump back in.
Where shall we go to next?
Before that, talk to me.
Cloud was like, what the fuck?
What's going
Come on.
With this place? With you.
And then the feather, which again, see, he's looking in that direction, doesn't see it. Only Aerith does. So again, we're very much in her
I'll tell you when we get to our
world.
spot, okay?
Cloud is oblivious. to the Sephiroth thing
Where's
that's happening
that?
here.
You really have to ask?
The Ubisoft Towers, yeah.
It's one of my most favorite places. Can I make it any more obvious?
All right.
Cloud. Biggs. Or
It's a better
Aerith.
realized Ubisoft open world, yeah.
How the hell am I supposed to choose?
So this Zack doesn't know what the fuck he wants to do.
Sephiroth!
And then
Hey!
before we pass it, we got to notice that this isn't the church Cloud and Aerith are in. Yes, so I think there's been a lot of speculation.
You want a
Let
piece
me-
of me?
Let it play.
No, not you.
There's been a lot of speculation that this church, hold on, it's a better shot. There's been a lot of speculation that this church is the one that when we see Sephiroth walk in, it's connected to the one that we see with Cloud and Aerith. I don't think it is. Partially because yes, Lapsky, they're different stamps. So the dog is different, right? The one that Johnny is holding is different than the one that's in the Zack and than the Cloud and Aerith date scene. And the other thing too is just logic, right? Like if they were going to, if Cloud and Aerith were walking to this church, to this one, and Zack were sitting on the stoop, Zack would be sitting on the stoop, so they would run into him on the way into the church. Clearly, when we get to that church scene, that hadn't happened. Unless the implication was that Zack arrived there after Cloud and Aerith got there, which was seemingly right around the same time that Sephiroth showed up. It just doesn't add up, right? So yeah, that's just, and then you'll see even, it might be a slight design oversight, but the doors behave differently in this one versus the Cloud and Aerith scene in the church. I think in this one, he may open it, he may pull open it versus push open it. Either way, one of the versions pushes, the other one pulls. So. And I think there's something interesting here. Yeah, he pulls it open. Where Zack says,
It was all you, wasn't it?
so we talked about this in another stream, but this whole thing of like, it was all you, wasn't it, Sephiroth? I had this crazy thought. I think it's in my stream like recap VOD thing on my main channel on YouTube, where I speculated that like, was it, everyone assumes it was Aerith that saved Zack in his world, like in the Terrier verse. Like it was her that intervened and saved him. But I wondered if the saving of Zack, of like his, world and stuff, bringing him to Terrier world or whatever, if that was orchestrated more by Sephiroth as like a puzzle piece that he will then use later against Cloud, because he's not bothered by Zack being there, right? Like Zack confronts him and he's like, no, not you, right? Like, and then later on, he kind of has a similar reaction to Zack where he's not really like saying much about him. If Aerith had saved Zack as a way to sort of subvert Sephiroth's plans, you would think that Sephiroth would have a more pronounced reaction to seeing Zack, both here and then later at the end. But he's like totally nonplussed. He's like totally unbothered by the fact that Zack is around. And then Zack says this line here, right? Of like, it was all you, wasn't it, Sephiroth? Like, you orchestrating me to come back was all you, wasn't it? And then you'll see at the end of the scene, he then follows the yellow flowers. It's all also a world of black that he's falling into. and then he heads toward the light. He follows Aerith's yellow flowers, and I think it's in that point from here on out where he is now more pulled into Aerith's intervention.
Sephiroth.
Well,
I enjoy that read, kind of a pointless red herring as we know it, but maybe not, depending on what part 3 reveals. And in some ways, right, like he's pushing against, like you see him fighting against it, right? It plays into what we heard in the big scene where he's pushing against this like control and he's choosing a different path.
I'll find a way. You'll see.
I have a suspicion too. I believe Sephiroth wants Aerith to survive in one of the worlds. He will then use this to pressure Cloud, yeah. Aerith saves Zack. Zack cures Cloud. Cloud saves Aerith.
This is it, right? Our spot?
Bingo.
That was easy.
Oof, here's the big scene.
I told you it was obvious.
Well,
I agree,
you'll
sir.
have to give me a harder one next time.
Oh? Next time?
Yeah, next time.
At least I know now. Where you and I stand, I mean. Thing is, Cloud, I really like you. But then, like can mean a lot of different things, can't it? Because there's liking, and then there's...
The music in the scene.
liking.
Seriously, what's going on? You've been weird all day.
Here's where it gets extra meta, right?
I'm sorry.
This part, just like the
Whatever
defeat.
happens, don't blame yourself.
I mean, I talked about it in my video. I've talked about its death with the like, whatever happens, don't blame yourself is so Advent Children coded, right? Like she knows that's what happens, is that he blames himself. And he talks about it in Advent Children where he outright says like, where she asks him like, what do you want? And he's like, I just want to be forgiven, right? Like he holds this guilt. And this whole scene is very much her trying to get ahead of that. It feels like if this is the Aerith that's in the live stream, if this is on the Aerith, if she knows how all this goes, it feels like her trying to get ahead of how his mind descends and allows something like Sephiroth returning to happen. You know, her saying this, you know, don't let this guilt come, you know, grab you, take hold of you. And then she thanks him, right? And I talked about this at the end of my video, but I was like, this is, imagine how this would change Cloud as a person, right? Like the Advent Children Cloud that we know did not get this level of reassurance. For a fact, right? Does it mean that it would totally avoid him falling into despair in the way that he does in Advent Children? I don't know, right? There's no guarantee. Grief is complex, but he gets the words of reassurance that he was looking for in Advent Children here in this scene. And that feels incredibly meta. And that feels like it's, again, another thing that's happening earlier in the timeline. Like, if one of their goals with this whole trilogy is to collapse the compilation into it, then part of that is also bringing up emotional resolutions earlier. So we're getting moments earlier. We're seeing some live stream stuff earlier. We're getting you know, Bizarro Sephiroth earlier. And then we're also getting this potential emotional clarity and like reassurance earlier. Stuff that we got in Advent Children happening here. So again, it just seems like if they're going to reach a new point, a new end point, that makes it so that Advent Children and Dirge doesn't just sequentially come next. They're at least respecting it by bringing its elements, its core elements, into this retelling. How would she know that? I thought it was just a remastered OG, yeah. She doesn't have the pin. Oh. Does she not? I gotta look at that again. Oh yeah, she does. She has a pin. She has the pin right there. It's on her lapel.
Cloud. Thank you. Sorry. I'll be okay. Here.
Yeah, better foundation to move on,
Take
Zlapsky.
it.
But your mom gave that to you.
This isn't about me, though. It's about saving the world. And you.
Yeah, Tony.
So thank
Tony
you, Cloud,
Macaroni. It's an amazing
for
name, by the way.
everything.
What is this?
I gotta bump this audio for this.
It's been fun.
It's such a clear goodbye, you know, from someone who's had way more history with Cloud, similar to the Chapter 14 and remake. Just what a devastating emotional scene. Like you get so much. Like, I don't know. I was like, I felt things in that scene that obviously I didn't feel later in the actual death. Since they aimed for confusion. But that was like such an impactful scene. And I've seen people who are new, you know, fans to this, who don't know the OG, that even picked up on, like, I think it was the Casticles playthrough. She had, during that moment where she's like hugging Cloud and like saying thank you and goodbye and stuff, like she even picked up on like, why does this feel like a good, like, why does this feel so heavy? Like such a heavy goodbye. You know, you don't need the context of knowing the OG to like know that it's like what this scene is. Let me just see if there's anything from chat to talk about. I think it's possible that this is OG AC Aerith saying goodbye, unsaid words, and passing the torch of Omni to Rebirth Aerith via the white materia. That's interesting. Shall we meander? Immediately, the Buster Sword appears on his back. Once he's through the portal, it's missing in the Palm world. Oh, that's a good point. I wish we knew what happened right after this. Does she at least fight, or does she give up right away? Do they say anything? You know what's a weird thing is, like, to some extent, right, the Black Whispers coming after Cloud, it's like, I guess he was going after Aerith, yeah. I assume he tried to kill her. Can we take note of the crystals? Although I don't know. Can we take note of the crystals floating in the air during this scene? Because we see them again once Cloud enters the altar building. I don't think I've noticed that, Cyronox, so I'll look out for them. As someone who had to painstakingly comb through the JP in English, the vast majority of the lines are better in the English. Oh, wow, Zirk. She should just let him stay and fight Sephiroth. I'm crying first time seeing this. Wait, it's the first time you've seen this scene, Pipsqueeze? Right, they added this as the true emotional climax because they knew it was going to be a shit show at the end, yeah. Fair, I'm not a harsh critic of the translation, but I do feel many of the big ones tend to drop the message. Yeah, Pipsqueeze, I was like, wow, like we're in a deep, thank you, Mr. Donut Puncher. What such amazing names in this community. But yeah, Pipsqueeze, like we are deep into, we're like doing a big like spoiler playthrough. So everyone in this chat knows what happens at the end of this game, and all of that. So big spoiler warning. Cass's playthrough of this is one of the best first time non-OG fan playthroughs. Yeah, she's a great playthrough person in general. Yeah, I tried 100%ing on my first playthrough and burnt out, so I decided to watch through you. Oh, wow. Well, welcome. Obviously, I'm kind of spoiling things that happen at the end a little bit, but let's talk about some of these scenes. So some of this dialogue, right? Let's talk about it. So this whole thing that she says at the end, she says, "Here, take it." Cloud says, "But I thought it was really important to you." Aerith says, "This material will save the world. I'm sure of it. What is? It's been fun." So there's been like some stuff is different, right, from the localization, where like she doesn't say, this isn't about me though. It's about saving the world and you. I think you can imply that, right? Like, because Cloud is saying like, "I thought this was really important to you." And the implication by her saying this material will save the world, I'm sure of it, is like, it's not about me, right? It's kind of implied. It's sort of the subtext of the scene, ironically. So I see how the localization got there. But just pointing out that technically it's not exactly what's said in the direct translation. But I don't have an issue with that translation or that localization. Turk could probably speak to it even better. But just like noting the differences along the way. And then we can get into back to the game. I just wants to better understand what's going on. Yeah, that's cool.
Behold, the true nature of reality. When the boundaries of fate are breached, new worlds are born.
This is like such a, oh my god, they're finally just talking about it.
The planet encompasses a multitude of worlds, ever unfolding. Some
it's like,
quickly
God,
perish,
finally getting answers,
while others endure.
Some answers,
Yet
at
even
least.
the most resilient worlds are doomed to fade. Nevertheless, their loss is not to be mourned. For it is not death, but a homecoming that awaits them.
So I have the translations of this too.
All life is as one. All born are bound to her. Should this world be unmade,
so it's more directly,
so too shall her children.
More directly clarifying what was said in Remake, right? Like he says this in Remake. You're all born are bound to her. Everything belongs to the planet. If the planet were to go away, all of this would go away.
He'd tell you that he only cares about the planet. That he'd do everything in his power to protect and preserve it. But this isn't the way it's supposed to be.
Oh, the bits of room, Midgar, yeah, from like the end of part 3, yeah.
Listen to the planet, Cloud.
I agreed so, man, about the expedition
cries, her rapture.
Screaming! It's screaming!
Oh, Cloud. I thought you might finally understand. Cloud, lend me your strength. Let us defy destiny. Together. 7
So someone said there's a lot of different worlds here, but it's actually really
perhaps,
mostly Remake and Rebirth.
Do with it?
And this Terrier.
Let's see.
That they actually show.
Let go of the past, Cloud. For the future is bright. We are to bear witness to the reunion of worlds.
Reunion.
Music. So that was from earlier. That was chapter 4. That was the boat. Temple, Cosmic Canyon. This is what's different, right?
Leave me out of it.
Like seeing the reunion cloud is the only thing that we haven't actually experienced ourselves yet.
Perhaps you need a little push.
I do find it weird that they show the condor grabbing that clone. It's like such a random moment in the game.
I give you my blessing.
It's almost like a fairly innocuous moment that happens in the game for them to highlight it here in this scene. Yeah, he only shows Terry and Beagle, yeah.
Where am I?
Yeah, it's a future
That
cloud.
doesn't
Yeah.
belong here.
The one with the cloak.
Very poor form.
So it's that thing, right? The white materia is like, shouldn't be here. He works really hard to eradicate the white materia from what I say I think is the main world, the legal world. We'll talk about that dialogue in a second. I'm just like rolling with the momentum right now.
That's that.
As you can tell, I like flying in this combat. Right, it's gonna cut into the Arid stuff, but let's jump real quick into that dialogue. No, wrong one. Here we go. So this whole explanation. So what Sephiroth says, I pulled out the most like interesting part of his whole thing. Cloud, witness the nature of reality. When the wall of fate is broken, new worlds are born. This planet contains many layers of worlds, worlds that have been created. Some endure while others quickly disappear. So again, just the worlds are born, many layers of worlds. Even the layers of worlds as language is interesting in terms of like potentially the symbology of the stars in the stamp caps. Yet even those that last are someday bound to fade. However, this is no cause to mourn. For those worlds that fade merely return to the planet, and there continue the cycle of the planet's life. Life cycles around the planet, yet when the planet comes to an end, so too will that life. So a little bit clearer dialogue-wise, but similar thought. And then this moment where he's like, can you hear the ecstatic cries, her rapture? The exact language is, can you hear it, Cloud? The planet's joy, its blessing. So here he used the blessing language, which was interesting given the blessing stuff that he tells Cloud later. No, those are screams. It would seem we still see the world differently. That last line I thought was just an interesting variation of like what we saw, where he says, I thought you would finally understand, or you're beginning to understand. But here he says, it would seem we still see the world differently. But again, the blessing language I think is kind of interesting. I don't have much to say about it, just that it relates to what he says later. I wonder if it's like him again. I keep wondering that the blessing is being able to see all variations of the world, or seeing between worlds, which is why then Cloud sort of has this experience of like jumping between realities pretty much from this point on. And then in this scene where it's like perhaps you need a little push, he says, cut ties with the past. The worlds will have their reunion. So the worlds will have their reunion. They will join with ours. That's got nothing to do with me. As stubborn as ever, I guess I'll just have to lend you a hand. I give you my blessing. So a lot is very similar, but just again, taking a moment to sort of like review what the translation says. Let me see what people here are saying. I wasn't sure if I was remembering us doing that with all the cutscenes. Yeah. Very poor form translates to you deserve a punishment in JP in other languages. Yeah. I mean, I hadn't really thought about it, Seed, but I guess the you deserve a punishment maybe sort of relates to just how maybe sadistic the ending of the game plays out. Yeah, Lair's the same as Bone Village, Geostratum to dig through the Lunar Harp. Lunar Harp is what we need to wake up the sleeping forest. Any coincidence? The dialogue is used, I think not. I think it's a nod to Sephiroth not hearing the screams because he only cares about the planet and himself. There it says. Sephiroth also feels that the planet gave him its blessing to protect it. Cloudy Dick. Just spent the whole game killing all the Aerits in the other worlds, and it's you holding the white materia. I guess he doesn't technically say my blessing. Could be the same blessing he referred to earlier. He's giving Cloud the planet's blessing, or at least what he believes to be the planet's blessing. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So again, I keep thinking the blessing is related to Cloud's ability to see the different realities, the different worlds. I think Cloud will convince Cloud of his way of saving the planet in part 3. Maybe that replaces Cloud losing at the Northern Crater. I don't know if it like replaces that moment, but it's probably the remake of that scene. Like that's rather than just sort of like losing it and giving him the black materia, it's maybe an acceptance of Sephiroth's plan in some way. Oh, so let me turn off alerts.
Well, we meet again.
You're okay. Sephiroth's here. I can feel him, watching us.
Yeah. But forget about him for now. Just focus on yourself, okay?
But I'm fine.
Focus on you, Cloud. The one I've been trying to find. The real you.
Huh?
Yeah, no pin.
Leave Sephiroth to me. I can handle him.
I was looking for that pin left
He's
and
planning
right.
to use the black materia, but I won't let that happen.
I was looking for it in this scene. I was looking for it at the very end.
By Etc. And I'm the last.
This version of her music is gorgeous, by the way. I used it at one point in my video. Where it's starting right here.
Thanks for returning it to me, Cloud. I appreciate it. But now, it belongs with you.
It looks empty. Aerith? Aerith! Aerith! Come back!
And then again, just mirroring the crawl that he does at the beginning of the game in Nibelheim. So I didn't want to interrupt that just because it's such a nice scene. I don't have anything from the translation of that to really point out. It all kind of tracked very similarly dialogue-wise. The one thing I will talk about is the white materia, right? The giving or the empty materia. That entire scene plays out almost word for word like the original, right? Like it is almost word for word like the original until the materia swap moment, right? That's the new build on the story, and it doesn't really fit any version of the story that existed before. You know, him giving her this white materia from a whole totally different Aerith in a totally different world, and then her giving him this like empty vessel of a materia that will clearly have some impact later in the game in part 3. That's just all new. I can't find a way, even in all the ways that I've tried to think about, like, how could all of this match perfectly to the original? That is like the smoking gun now, right? Like, I think in Remake, at the end of Remake, the Chekhov's gun was changing fate. And I think in some ways, the new Chekhov's gun, or the additional second Chekhov's gun, is this empty materia. Something has to be done with that I think is additive and different from just the way the original plays out. And this scene is a great example of the fact that things can play very similar to the original, almost word for word, but then have this other element that just doesn't really fit the rest of the original telling. I think there's got to be something consequential to that. Reimagining Cloud not being able to run at Aerith in the OG. This time it's the Wisp blocking him, yeah. Agree, the church scene feels like the most climactic version of Aerith's theme. Yeah, but it also seems like she has acknowledged to put it in the clear one and then gave him clear one. Yeah, in terms of like how the swap actually works, it could be either it transfers from her, like that orb, to her orb, or if she actually undid it. It seemed like it happened too fast for that to happen, but it kind of doesn't really matter. Well, Cloud certainly didn't have her materia in the OG. This is where the story is taking a whole new direction. Yeah, Tony Macaroni. That's what I'm pointing out. Chekhov's second hidden gun. The clear materia is also on the title page of the Ultimania, I believe. FF7 companion book. Sephiroth says he's anchored himself to Cloud. As long as Cloud remembers him, he can keep coming back. Can Cloud empty his memory, his knowledge, and... Oh, shit, Harry. That's kind of interesting. Like, in order to get rid of Sephiroth, he just stores all memories of Sephiroth into that orb. I mean, that could kind of work. Yeah, it's not how I thought of how that materia could be used before, but it does hold knowledge and memories. So that could be one way to expunge Sephiroth in a way, right? To contain him into just that. It starts to get to sort of like, I don't know Harry Potter lore that well. I watched the movies once, never read the books. It's like kind of like put him in the, what's the thing in Harry Potter? I forget the thing. There's like a thing that like, is there a thing? I don't know Harry Potter really. Horcrux, that was the thing. I don't know the lore. And then obviously we're traveling through, and we saw Whisper escape, like seemingly deliver him to back to this world. Sephiroth becomes summoning materia. Imagine. The term you're looking for is Pokeball. Yeah. So this is clearly like a different... So this Aerith has been with the party this whole time. Like, we were just with Aerith. But seemingly this Aerith is like... That's why I think these like Aeriths are different. Cleo, I think so. I think that's right. Gosh, you CP for this. And this Aerith walks away. And she keeps the party away, right?
Are you there, Lass? Aerith! Where are you? Aerith!
Oh, this is totally the actual physical world, like the main. I mean, this is back in the Beale world, essentially.
Hey,
I can understand how people think this is the same story as the OG. I really can't. They start insulting you if you point out these different things. Yeah, I mean,
Cloud!
it's kind of. Someone made a joke that, like, the theory community in some ways is kind of like the new shipping community, and it's kind of true. There's like some people are really aggressive about these interpretations. And it's just like, dude,
well, you can thank me for
why?
the ride later. Gotta find Aerith first.
Like, none of us really know. We'll find out.
City lies just beyond these woods, and that the Cetra built a very special altar there. That's where she's headed. I'm sure of it.
Problem is, Sephiroth stole the black materia, meaning he could destroy the entire planet any minute. And Aerith said she's the only one who can stop him.
Where is this place?
No one knows but her.
We got separated in the fog, and she's out there, all alone.
That's possible, Cleo. Yeah, having some like mini Mako poisoning, if like, yeah, that's possible.
That way.
And how can you be so sure?
Sometimes you just know.
So, Cloud, I heard something from Aerith. She said Sephiroth kicked the ever-living crap out of you back in the Temple of the Ancients.
You heard.
So Aerith providing cover for Cloud.
Like that.
Okay. Then how exactly did he get the materia from you? You don't always have to play the badass, you know.
Alright, fine. You win. He beat the shit out of me and...
These conversations are really good.
It's my fault.
It's kinda mine too. I should have been there for you, but I wasn't.
Must have been some dream you were having, judging by the way your eyes were twitching.
Don't know if I'd call it a dream.
Either way, something happened to you, didn't it?
Yeah. Got sent to another world. Apparently, there's at least a few more than one.
Is that right?
I'd explain.
Barrett's like, I don't even know what to make of that.
It's alright. Doubt I'd want to hear it anyway.
Barrett's kind of tired of Cloud's shit at this point, right? But I do think there is something interesting to I mean, I like the self-awareness. If there's anything about the remake games that I appreciate, is I think the developers throw us some bones of like self-awareness. Like Cloud being like, I don't think I could explain it if I wanted to. And then later in the game, you know, Zack saying what he says and sort of like, what the hell's going on? It's at least reassuring to me that it's like, okay, they know this is confusing as shit. Thank you, Alex Khan, for following the channel.
Just me, or is there something weird about
Interesting the
this
music
list?
airs. Yeah, Who Are You from FF7.
Do you see them in it too? The Whispers?
Yeah.
I'm afraid to say it, but if the Whispers control fate, then does that mean we were destined to be separated from Aerith?
Maybe.
Why'd I have to open my mouth?
It's kind of interesting because Red mentions seeing the Whispers and Cloud says he does. And we saw him earlier with Tifa. I meant with Aerith, but I don't...
Hey,
you don't
Cloud,
actually see the Whispers
me,
here.
If you start feeling sick or thinking weird thoughts, you'll let us know, okay?
Thoughts like...
For example,
This will come to...
stuff like thinking I'm not the real me.
Sorry.
You don't have to apologize, but I do want you to talk. To me, or someone at least.
Alright. I can do
Tifa's the best. I mean, the one thing I will say about that dialogue in particular, that'll come into play in the world of Maze, right? Like, he definitely feels that way in the world of Maze. Like he's sort of like has more, he's tortured by what he understands a bit more in that scene. He's gonna feel kind of weird. He might feel weird even in the future if he turns into a robe and he does the reunion walk, like we saw in the thing. So I wonder how that will come to play in terms of like how Tifa and Cloud talk about that later, where it's like, dude, I told you to tell me if you're feeling weird, and you're like, you weren't upfront about that. It'll just be something to potentially connect back. This feels like it's setting up something relating to that later. Why does she ask that exact phrase? What do you mean, the fake her? Because he was, at least earlier in the game, he was accusing her of being a fake her. Oh my god, yeah, Tifa's cursed HP 6666. Holy crap. We tried it so often on Twitter, yet somehow I didn't realize I didn't follow you on here. Oh wow, really? A crime that the mix of this song isn't on the OST. Where the hell's the OST plus? Yeah.
Cloud, I've apologized to everyone else, but not to you, so I'm sorry for giving the keystone to Shinra. I truly am. I just thought that since it was so dangerous, I'd rather something happened to one of them than to one of you.
No need to explain yourself.
You're a good man, Cloud. I don't deserve your forgiveness.
Oh, I'm still pretty pissed. Just got bigger fish to fry.
Right, that makes sense. Still, I'll do what I can to help, and we'll fry those fish together.
I mean, it does make sense that, you know, as far as he knew, the temple is like, when people go to the temple, they never return. So, on the one hand, you could see it as like him, hey, Red Sarge. On the one hand, you could see it as him betraying the party, but I also kind of believe his story here of like, if the temple was that dangerous that nobody returns from it, I might as well give it to Shinra so that they can get caught up in it.
The grand metropolis, where the ancients once gathered to pray, thought lost to time.
How did Vincent get here? Because he's Vincent.
Until
he's the
today.
Man. This music, the Advent Children music.
Right?
You know, I think it is. Yeah, Gramps told me all about it when I was growing up.
Yeah.
He called it the Forgotten Capital. Said it was...
The kidnapping of Marlene from the original was something I was like, they gotta change that, and they did. Thank God.
Part of Cetran civilization, but I never thought I'd see it.
And this place screams fancy altar. Barrett's gotta be here.
Well then.
That was just a bridge too far, and I couldn't see Barrett ever forgiving that. Yeah, Devil's in the deets.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say those assholes are fixing to get in our way again.
Look at them, though.
I haven't, Kurai Shenshi.
They're different.
I could do it on the PC version if I go back to that later, but I was getting really bad lag with it.
I'm waiting, Cloud.
And so I do think there's something interesting to that dialogue of that it's sort of like heard in Cloud's head, which I know is part of what Steed pointed out in his video, but let me bring up, no, the wrong one. Here we go. Let's talk about, oh, I didn't get to the dialogue yet, never mind. Oh wait, I do have dialogue about this. Hold on. I just put it in the wrong order. So this dialogue about the whispers, right? So just pointing out that like there's two bits of dialogue around the whispers that just point out the dynamic that we've already discussed, but just to show how outright it is in the Japanese. So Cloud says, yeah, those black ones aren't arbiters of fate. Like they're not how we know the whispers before. He says the same thing in English. He says like they're different from before. They're doing Sephiroth's bidding. So it's clearly stated the black ones aren't arbiters of fate. They're doing Sephiroth's bidding. And then later they talk about the white ones. Red says, these Whispers are white. Cloud says, yeah, and they're guarding against us. Barrett says, another wall of fate, huh? And so we get that other wall of fate. It's just sort of interesting, right? That it's almost a doubling down on breaking fate. The fact that thank you for following Hootie2G. But it's like creating, remember in the Gongaga scene we talked about, where when you're running to the reactor with Cloud, Barrett, and Red, they have that conversation. Thank you for subscribing, Pootie2G. They have that conversation where Barrett and Red 13 talk about, oh, I thought we already changed fate. And then Red 13 says, well, maybe they're guarding over a new fate. And so we break another fate wall here, right? So it's like we've broken the planet's wish kind of like twice now, which we do in a little bit in the same sequence. But I just thought the outright definitions of black and white, and then them basically saying like we're breaking fate again. One, a fate that was sort of being protected against by the black Whispers, the arbiters of fate, and then now the white Whispers. It's just, again, I feel like a double down of like the party is changing things that they're not meant to change. Let me catch up with chat. Oh, and Pootie gifted a sub. Thank you for gifting a sub. Looks like I got here just in time. Yeah, Bunkai. Defeating the Harbinger created two fates, and thus two types of Whispers. We got two new Harbingers, Aerith and Sephiroth. The Whispers are actually our party members from the future after their worlds have died. I don't know if it's just that, right? It's just way too many of them, for one. I've heard people say that they're the Cetra. That's possible. It's kind of wild how both games end with the party doing what Sephiroth wants / needs to happen. Huge fan man. Unfortunately, it's nearly 8 a.m. here in Australia. Wow. And I got to go to work. Says Tavada after work. Yeah, all good. Thank you for coming in and gifting a sub. I saw a theory once that it's the 7 seconds to the end, as in 2 chances to change fate. So we broke the fate Aerith is setting up as well. Whoops. Yeah. Or, I mean, we were assuming that the white Whispers were, guarded by or summoned by Aerith in a way, but I don't know. That hasn't really been confirmed technically. Let's get to it. Whisper transitions to the CGI.
It's the end.
Thank you, Austin Peach Moody.
Sephiroth.
Yeah, I do kind of see that, Bunkai, yeah.
Good, Aerith. Pray.
I mean, that's such sus language. The scene is very similar to the Sephiroth throws Shinra building scene in the final chapter of Remake, yeah.
Reunion. When worlds
I don't know if it's just reusing assets, because this whole, like, rift visual.
Harvested to feed the planet.
This whole rift visual is new. That wasn't in Remake. The absorbing of the meteor is similar, but yeah, he devours meteor in Remake and Rebirth. I still don't know quite what to make of it. So let's talk a little bit about this dialogue. So here he says, you know, the whole speech he just did. In the Japanese, the more direct translation, it says, "Good Aerith pray." So that dialogue is exactly the same. The reunion, when worlds unite and merge, when anger and sorrow are amplified to become the planet's energy. Thank you for following, Chip DMND. I do like, or Chip Demand maybe, but this one's a little bit more clear in terms of like the worlds uniting is still the same, but when anger and sorrow are amplified to become the planet's energy, and then we see the visual of the planet's energy, the life stream, the green life stream, becoming the anger and sorrow, right? Like the English version is like, when spite and sorrow are harvested to feed the planet, is a little bit more indirect versus like actually becoming the planet's energy. There's something interesting there too. It just sounds a little more direct in terms of the corruption of the life stream, is what these emotions can and will do. Chip Diamond, yeah, all right, I got it now. But welcome. Let me now go back to the game, but this was an interesting sort of like difference on the dialogue. Again, the music is spot on, yeah. Sephiroth is using the same language that is used in On the Way to a Smile when describing Sephiroth corrupting live stream. Yeah, Bunkai, exactly what I was talking about.
Why are these ones white?
Don't know, but they sure don't like us.
Is that what we're just talking about? Yeah, with pain and spite made black. Yeah, it is similar to that. I have not done this chapter on hard mode, so this is going to be interesting. The rest of the party and they conjure a ward. When only 2 whispers remain, their cores will glow red and they'll become pressured. Do they have any weaknesses? No.
Deal with that. I'll give them hell!
Wait, who's pressured? Oh, I have the wrong...
My turn. Keep it together.
Bring it home.
Let's do this. Take lead.
Yes, it's my turn. Bring in the heat. Give them hell.
Who's dying? Why are they dying? Cloud is dying? Jesus, Cloud. It's too early to be dying. Barret! If I die to these damn whispers, man.
I'm stronger than this.
I'm coming.
Jesus.
Let's finish this.
Do I have any revive? I don't have any revive. Great. Already the hard mode is going poorly.
With me.
It's on
what
you.
the? Jesus. All right, this is starting embarrassing. Clearly, Ice Elemental on the weapon is not a good look, because I was doing reduced damage. I hadn't even played with my materia. Don't need that. I think I need to revive. Thank you for gifting subs, Easy Mid. Oh wow, it's a multiple. It's at 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I think we're at a hype train level 2. Is that right? Thank you so much, everyone. This is such a fun stream to do, finally. To finally get to the end of this game and talk about it some more. I am dreading these fights, to be honest. I have not even like done anything with my materia. I don't even know what I have, why I have it. Because I'm back on the PS5, if anybody's here. How much of Part 3 do you think will follow what's left of OG? I think a lot of it will. I think a lot of it will definitely follow the OG still. Hold on, sorry, I need to like focus a little bit on materia. Don't know what I want to do with my setup. Gatesith is enemy skill? Nah. Let's see if revive. I feel like I have such shit gear compared to my PC playthrough. Did not revive on her? I do have revive. I don't know. But what does he need to absorb 2 planet-ending meteors for, and why does this planet require more energy than any other world by consuming merging the rest, is the question I've always asked myself, as it's pretty obvious that a third and final meteor in the third game will be required to be absorbed to achieve whatever it is Sephiroth's. Oh, that's interesting, yeah. Wick, thank you for gifting a sub to Turquoise Hammer. Turquoise Hammer is incredibly important to all of my work, so it's actually really appropriate that he has a sub. And thank you for another from Lazy Black Dragon to Valkyrie 23. Expect the same, like 80% of the same. OG, yeah. I think Part 3 will play out pretty similar to OG until it won't anymore. Yeah, I mean, I think Sleepy's is coming later. The plan was for me to play through a good amount of this.
Heads up!
I think the idea is he's doing some kind of attack. Wait, who's pressured? Ah, shit, he ran away.
Don't overdo it.
Got this!
There! Bring it!
Shit, Barrett's down?
You ready? Gotcha! Ha! Come on! Bingo! Bring it! Ha! Finish him off! Bingo! I see it! Gotcha! Come on! Ha! Here!
Shit.
Hey! See that?
Damn, tornado.
Shake it off, okay?
Ha! There! Gotcha!
Not looking good.
Gotcha! Bingo!
Shit!
Right through it.
Tifa's down, it's not good.
After you.
Need my help, do you?
I won't give up.
Suck on this!
Cloud! What in the hell, dude?
Fire in one all! Suck on this! Come on!
Okay, it's over!
Special delivery! Oh, what a team! Oh.
I don't know if I like a challenge, Barrett. I don't know if I like a challenge.
Let's turn this around. Pouring it on. Want some more?
This damn Aroga. Alright, I have a plan if I die again, which is likely. Oh, come the hell on. Oh my god, hard mode is already not looking good. Not looking good, y'all. Odds are we'll end up just watching the cutscenes if I can't get past the damn whispers. Did anybody in hard mode have a problem with these dudes? Jesus. And I have at least one solution if they want to be doing like wind damage. And elemental. Why is his... Why does he have like terrible... They're annoying as fuck? Okay. At least I don't feel like as much of a loser. The winds. Oh damn, my elementals aren't set up yet for that. Give him prayer too. It won't let you break fate that easily.
Heads up.
There is a bit of a trick to them too.
Try this.
Fucking, I hate when they do that. When he flies up in the air like a little bitch.
All set.
Take it. Don't overdo it.
Need my help, do you?
Dude, attack the pressured one, Barrett, for the love of God. Oh, that was fire damage. That was, oh wow, this is going even more poorly than the last time. I guess it's not just wind damage that they do. Jesus.
Let's try that again. Deal with that.
I got this. Come on. Give him your all.
Good to go?
I hate wasting magic on these dudes.
Bingo, bring it. There. Come on. Bingo. Yeah. Get in there.
Need to heal up.
Bingo. Come on. Hey, see that?
All good.
Chill, come on, dude. Wow. Now suddenly they're doing fire damage instead of Aroga. Good lord. Was it the summoning circle on the ground? I don't know, they're assholes. Wake, magnify, swift cast, circular. Those all sound amazing. Those sound amazing. Your boy does not have swift cast. I wanted to do that.
That was quick.
How is the wind hurting him? Didn't I have wind? Is that not wind damage? I guess it does less damage. I'm supposed to. I can't absorb it yet because my elementals aren't maxed out. But shit.
You good? I'm still kicking. Little pick me up. Come on.
Okay, it's over.
Asshole! Nice work. I ain't no stopping us now.
I hate wasting MP.
Let's turn this around. Wants to stay there.
Oh, Jesus.
My turn. That's it.
This pressure dude is moving a lot. Shit.
Shit. Be right there. Ain't no thing. Something's not going down without a fight. Think it's time y'all return to the planet. Bang, bang! Here it comes! Ah!
Daga. Shit.
What the hell?
Eesh.
I'm still kicking.
Come on.
Suck on this! Firing one off!
Oh.
Time for a serious ass whoop. Get your ass out of here!
Sleep easy. Yeah, you're here for the final stretch. Sleep easy. It's going poorly. I'm not gonna lie. It's going poorly.
I'll be damned.
I don't think I'm gonna beat the boss rush, but we will still talk and review the cutscenes and all that. I'll give it a good college try, and then we'll get into it.
Shouldn't be.
The music is really great, yeah.
Just gotta say the magic words. Daddy's coming home real soon, honey.
No thanks. I'm good.
Aerith.
Aerith.
So you saw, I mean, in terms of the blessing, right? The potential, like, blessing that Sephiroth gave Cloud, I talked about it potentially being able to see the different worlds. Maybe even more likely is he literally controls the Whispers there, right? Like, he says Aerith, and then you see the Black Whispers come up behind him and then attack the wall in that moment. So Cloud is essentially, in terms of like Sephiroth's blessing, has the ability to sort of like commands his whispers seemingly in that moment.
Eric! Cloud! Now!
She needs you. Go.
So we're just talking about, yeah, we're breaking another the barrier of fate. He wants the clouds to proceed. Yes, Sephiroth. If you can turn around here, there isn't a whisper wall behind Cloud anymore. There's a rainbow-filled fog, and it's very quiet. Yeah, that's a great point. Very ethereal looking. I did see a theory around how this may be taking place, like a lot of this scene may be taking place in another world of sorts. And I think there's something potentially there to it. I saw a very particularly compelling theory about the orchestration of the altar scene. But here's the thing. It is so good. It is so interesting and did not go wide. Like, a lot of people didn't see it. Like, it had very few views from what I've seen. It was like a Twitter thread that somebody sent to me. And it was really interesting in terms of pointing out what we see where in the altar scene. And it was so compelling to me that I almost don't want to share it with people, because if it is correct, I think it'd be such a cool reveal of like how things played out exactly, that I don't want to talk about it, because I don't want to spoil that in a way, right? Like, it's one of those things that could have the potential of like of what we felt when we saw certain things in the original, right? Like realizing who Cloud really was and all that. So yeah, it's so interesting that I kind of don't want to talk about it, because I feel like it would almost spoil that part. It wasn't my theory; it was somebody else's. But it was very cool. Now you're curious, yeah. All I would say is look at the altar scene and like positioning of people and moments, and just pay extra attention to it. Again, I know you're saying don't tease us, but it's so, I think it would like ruin it. I think it would ruin the reveal in a way. Was there one thread you shared on Twitter some months ago? I don't know if I reshared it. I don't know if I reshared the thread. Maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe I did reshare it. I don't remember. Did I talk about it? I'll think about it. I'll still think about it. Please. The fate that's at the stake is Cloud's. I think Cloud was infected by Geostigma and is doomed to become with the other robed clones. This is the fate Aerith wants to change, and why she wanted the party to fight it. If they did nothing, Cloud would die and never pose it. Hold on, I gotta reread this. My head is in two places at once. The fate that's at stake is Cloud's. I think Cloud is infected by Geostigma and is doomed to become with the other robed clones. This is the fate Aerith wants to fight to change, and that's why she wanted the party to fight it. If they did nothing, Cloud would die and never pose a threat to Sephiroth and the world. Hence, the events of AC wouldn't happen, and the world is doomed, as there's no one to stop Sephiroth's return. I don't know about that, Bunkai. Like, I don't know if he's already infected with Geostigma. Like, I know he grabbed his arm at one point in Remake, but it seemed like another example of just like him accessing memories of the future rather than him like experiencing Geostigma in the moment. So yeah, I don't know about that. I think I saw the video. Well, the theory that I saw wasn't a video, it was a Twitter thread, unless someone turned it into a video. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Fine. Fine. I should have said anything. But if it ruins it for people, it's not my fault. We'll talk about it when we get to the altar scene. It would be something cool to check out in free cam, although I don't know if like free cam would show it completely. But it's a really interesting misdirect. It's a really interesting misdirect. Chat, I'm so screwed here. You know how badly I'm gonna die in this boss rush? And then I'm gonna have to dial into Sleep Easy as like a pathetic shell of the gamer. Being like, I couldn't do it, bro. I couldn't win. SubTXT bringing it up like, yeah, it's my don't look up moment. Yeah, it's my don't look up moment for sure. Does that heal everyone else in the party? I hope so. Because right now, like, there's like 2 other heavily injured people in my party. Don't worry, the trailer for part 3 will spoil us soon. Yeah, that's a good point. Remember, Katasa said the AC happens literally right after remake story, so it's not implausible that he's already infected. I mean, he doesn't use the words literally right after, but yeah, he does say it technically should happen after. God, I don't even know what, I don't know what to have, chat. I don't know what to have. I don't know what's good to have. It's all overwhelming. It's too much to manage. I probably need like a better equipment on people. I think his was pretty good. What could he have? Sure. I don't think I need safety bits. I have so many revival earrings, what the hell? I should just do Toad on everyone. I should do enfeeblement rings on everybody. What does she have right now? I don't know, safety bit. It's not too bad. Give her speed demon. I don't know. I wish I took time to sort of like plan what to do in these fights, but I just ran out of time leading up to the stream. What is Tifa's armlet? 80s armlet? I feel like Bahamut's gonna absolutely destroy me. He should have Garm. He's basically he played Garm. Save and start the fight. The order you will see on the left will be the order the team will join in. I believe at least part of AC will be playable in part 3. Yeah. And what weapon is everyone rocking? Yeah, she has her best one. Well, she might want one that's a little more magic aspected for Sephiroth Reborn. Because we have to do... She has 2 lightnings equipped? That's dumb. She's gonna need some magic spells. Let's give her ice. Let's give her lightning. Immunity to Toad? I need that. Fuck it, I'll give her revival earrings. Let's see. Yeah, I might want more magic damage for him. I just know chats right now, they're looking at my whole setup. They're like, you are so cooked, dude. You have no shot. Which is fair. Which is fair. I am not equipped as much as I should be. To save here. I'm going to use the bathroom. You're gonna get bonked. Yeah, I'm gonna get destroyed. So we'll come back, we'll watch a scene, I'll get absolutely torn apart, and then I'll give it a couple tries, and then likely, just given time, right, it's already 5:30 for me basically, we'll probably end up watching the cutscenes with Sleep Easy. Sleep Easy, stay on call. I know you're here, I see you in chat. And we'll chat about everything related to the ending, and then maybe next week we might give a shot at like actually beating these bosses, but we'll give it a try. We'll see how far I can get before I want to lose my life. See you all in 1 second. I'll throw you on the BRB with the lower music just so I don't get cooked by copyright. I know, right? That does get me copyright, yeah. I mean, I have it very low here, so that might not be as bad. Okay. It might not get picked up, I'm hoping. I mean, it's not a copyright strike or anything, but I won't get, it'll mess with like monetization. If like people end up watching this stream with the VOD of it. All right.
O planet and its faithful stewards, please, lend me your strength. I know I'm doing this wrong. Mom never taught me how to pray, and as the last living Setra, I may never learn. All I want...
Poor Cloud is fighting through whispers for 2 games.
To keep the others safe.
How tired must he be of this?
They mean so much.
So yeah, we do hear some of her prayer, which we never heard in the original, which is nice.
Tell me how to do that. I'm begging you.
And it's really just about protecting the party, seemingly. Just showed up. What timing? Yeah. I did not punch these buttons the first time, right? I was like, I don't do it. And then you turn out what these button presses are really for. Look at Sephiroth's face. Yeah, it's the opposite of OG, yeah. In terms of the button press. You cheered here. I was conflicted. I was very conflicted at this. I was like, oh. That easy? Genuinely. My thought was... And then... And I explained it in my video, but it just felt like it wasn't seemingly impossible that he would save, that he would parry the attack. It just felt like we hadn't done anything to really earn that. There's nothing leading up to this had like seemingly changed enough to facilitate this change. So weirdly, I was kind of glad when it got reversed on us.
Aerith!
I was like, okay, that was too easy. Oh, interesting CP. Yeah, I mean, I was like, oh, they did it. Holy shit.
Don't wait.
I was just surprised because things were not building enough to that, I thought.
Your tears are empty.
Mind you, we're surrounded by that same wavy rainbow
just
effect.
Like
yeah, there's no blood here. Although he does swing the blood at him right there. Which I thought was like such a savage, like...
Cloud, it's okay.
It was like a you have to accept it sort of swing. I agree, Tillman.
Aerith.
And then this scene where, so Barrett clearly sees what happened. He clearly sees Sephiroth, yells at him. Tifa sees two versions of events, blood, no blood. We never see Aerith's eyes without the blood on his arm either.
a confluence of worlds and emotions. Loss, chief among them. It engulfs fleeting moments of joy, transforming them into rage, sadness, hatred. Never have I felt them so keenly.
I got this.
Looks like he's done this already. There's almost a separation between Cloud and the party here too.
However, you'll never see the truth
with the
such clouded
rainbow.
eyes.
Shut up!
After all, you're just a puppet.
Looks like water burial, a little bit, yeah. Similar pose. The music. Let the music settle for a second. To be honest, still a well-made scene. Yeah, I mean, I could talk about a little bit my first impressions of the scene when I first experienced it. I mean, I talked about it a bit in my video. I just talked about it a bit, but I thought it was a little too easy. Like saving her in that way was a little too easy. So I was kind of happy that, I mean, happy is kind of a weird way to phrase it, but I was relieved that it wasn't that easy, right? And to be honest, I had some of the thoughts of like thesis, antithesis already in my head because it's just a writing thing a little bit. I mean, it's technically not a writing thing, but has been co-opted by writers. But so I was like relieved. I was like, okay, because Cloud just saving Aerith there just seemed a little bit too easy and unearned. Like we hadn't done anything really specific to help bring that forth. I was also really emotionally stunted throughout all of this, which I think is a common feeling, where a lot of us felt like we didn't know what to make of this moment and then obviously you get pulled into the combat and then there's like a giant multi-phase, multi-boss fight that happens here and you just have no way to process what you just experienced. Which is the point, I think, but also a little bit different from the original, because in the original, you're definitely feeling sadness all the way through. You're feeling an emotion, you're fighting Jenova, but you're feeling sad. Here, I was feeling nothing. I was just feeling confused, and that was hard to deal with in the moment. And so my initial feeling toward the ending, or toward this whole thing, was just like, it felt like, oh, they wanted to give us everything, right? They wanted to give saving Aerith, losing her. I talked about this in my video a little bit. The other thing was like, God, they just couldn't, even the things that led to this, right? Like, there was a scene with, like the fact that we got the church goodbye, and then we also got the Sleeping Forest goodbye. And I saw people, some people who like know the original, assume that the church goodbye was essentially replacing the Sleeping Forest moment, but instead we just got both. So it continually, I had this feeling like, oh, they weren't making any real choices. They weren't choosing to kill her or to save her. They weren't choosing to give you a goodbye at the Sleeping Forest or a goodbye at the church, but they'll give you both. I was just like, this is like the everything ending. They're just giving everything possible. And in that way, it felt unsatisfying to me in the moment, as this music absolutely cooks in the background. But we'll take a quick break from it to look at a couple of things, right? So one, some of this dialogue. So Sephiroth, his whole speech about it engulfs moments of joy, transforming to rage, sadness, hatred. The full translated dialogue says, and so it begins, a confluence of worlds and the countless sentiments they carry. Negative emotions are the strongest. They will swallow up those petty joys, transforming them all into rage, sadness, hatred. Yes, how strong the resonance is. Just hang on, Sephiroth. Yet for all that, you may not even notice it. So different words technically, but very similar intent. Maybe a little bit more explicit, like negative emotions are the strongest, and how they swallow up everything else, which is kind of what we see visually happen with the corruption of the life stream, right? In terms of that black corrosion around the green life stream, it just like corrodes everything. It transforms all of it. And that may relate to Tifa's question to Bugenhagen in the Cosmo Canyon, where she says, does it all just return to the planet or does it become something else? And I think there's maybe a relationship to, you know, the processing of the life stream and then the corrosion of the life stream that's brought upon by Shinra's manufacturing of. So there's a potential for them to sort of like tie in to some extent what Shinra has been doing to the world with the life stream by processing Mako and then turning it into maybe life stream that's more susceptible to being corrupted by Sephiroth is, you know, a possible way to link those ideas. Yeah, I was mentally blank during the Genova fight because of sensory overload. Yeah, they don't want you to process anything in this game. Yeah, they're playing in the confusion card, 100%. I was just confused, but there was a tear and laugh. Yeah, it just occurred to me, Sephiroth could be telling Cloud he can't through Genova's deception, see through Genova's deceptions like himself. Sephiroth has been able to see through it. Confusion was indeed the play. That OG line from Cloud, this can't be real. Yeah, the denial, which Nomura talked about. They absolutely assault you with visual information in this stretch. It's almost impossible. Yeah. This is a reference to On the Way to a Smile about how souls in the live stream are in darkness, spite, and how Aerith, yeah. That was the live stream white black stuff, yeah. That's why I was curious about the pin. Yeah, we'll return to the pin later. In the OG era, it seems pretty calm for someone getting a surprise stab from behind. Does she already know the story from the start? In the original, no. I think it's just the limitations of animations in 1997. So let's talk a bit about that scene that I teased, right? That theory that I teased that I heard from someone else. This is not mine. So I thought this was compelling, and I haven't looked at the footage again myself, so we'll do that live here in the moment. But I thought it was, I mean, the images at least really lined up. So the idea that I heard, you gotta love how they make you feel, just as Cloud feels in the scene, yeah. So the idea that I heard about the altar and what happens at the altar, again, this is not my theory, but I read this and I thought it's kind of interesting. Because it's a very simple, it's so simple. Kind of like how in the live stream sequence, this is why I compared it to the live stream sequence. You know how in the live stream sequence, in the original, you see Cloud take off his helmet and you're like, oh my God, of course, you know, like he was right there. Of course he knew the things because he was there. And the diversion was so simple. It was so simple. It was just that he was there, but somebody else in that group. He was the trooper, the regular trooper. There's something similar to this theory that I saw. How do I, where is it? I gotta pull up the right scene. I didn't name some of these scenes the best I could. Oh yeah, here it is. So let's watch the first part of this. I split these videos up too, unfortunately. the idea that I heard, there's a few things here, right? So for one, so the base of the theory that I read was that we see this scene in two different worlds, kind of at the same time, which we kind of had assumed, right? We've kind of talked about. And then part of it was also that, which we've talked about in chat already, that Sephiroth sort of wanted this to happen in some way so we could use it against him later. But one part of it comes down to the fact that the smile that Sephiroth has on his face, which we've talked about before, right? Like, Sephiroth is falling. Cloud seemingly starts to break fate. Swings, makes contact, their swords clash. This is not the big part of this conversation, but... And even the look on Sephiroth's face, oh shit. Like Sephiroth is smiling here, right? Like he's almost welcoming this. He's not disturbed by the fact that Cloud is blocking this. He is seemingly totally happy, totally fine with it, right? That this is a cheeky little smile that's going on his face. Sephiroth's eyes move like he's surprised. Do they though? Because, I mean, he seems totally... He does not seem necessarily surprised here. Here, he's just looking. I didn't really take this as a surprise. Hey, what's up, Mog the Moogle? What's going on? And then he, you know, swings it, right? Here's where it gets interesting. Look at the position of Cloud and Aerith. Again, not my theory. This is something that someone threw out there, and I'm like, it's kind of compelling. So look at the position of Cloud and Aerith. The base theory that I read goes that in this world, the world where Cloud saved Aerith, you see where they are, right? And Cloud hits the sword and it lands away from where Aerith is positioned, right? Oh, there it is. It lands over here, right? So sword here, Cloud and Aerith back there. Then, when the scene flips to her actual death, let me pull it up. When it resolves, we come back to the scene. We go from that world where Aerith was saved. So again, look at the position of Aerith. She's ahead of the sword. You still see Aerith in the background. Sword is in that space. Sword is in the same space, but Aerith is no longer in front of the sword. So in the world that she dies, Aerith and Cloud are literally positioned differently. So the sword ends up in the same place in both worlds, but in this world where she dies, Aerith is basically where that sword is. And so hence why it still goes through her. So the sword is in the same place, but the position of the characters is different from what we experience in the world where Cloud saved her. So, I mean, it's such a simple, like I said, it's like such a simple explanation and diversion. The angle is different, but the position of like where the sword is, I thought the sword moved, but not Aerith. The angle of the sword is different, yes. But I think the position of the sword is the same, potentially. Let's look at the tile. Maybe looking at the tiling might help. Oh, it's not in tile anymore. So in this world... So yeah, that theory doesn't hold totally either. Either way, Aerith's position is slightly different, it seems. But here it's in tile, and then it's not in tile. It's a little bit further back. But I mean, I think it still holds that, like, Aerith is obviously over here in this version of events. Yeah. I like I said, I hadn't really reviewed the footage too much, except for right now with you all. Yeah, the sword is in a different place outright. But seemingly Aerith is also positioned somewhere else, slightly. Where's her exact position here? She's on the tile in this. All right, maybe not that interesting then. I mean, I still think she's in a different place. And the sword may be in a different place also, but let me catch up with chat. Yeah, free cam shows the changes quite well. Cloud deflected the sword into Aerith. This is a continuation of Sephiroth testing Cloud and essentially making him stronger, just like the end of Remake. Watch as the camera goes to behind Aerith. It's not the same, sword moves. It could be due to the camera angle. Damn, we're getting spicy. That's a different spot, yeah. Should be in the center of the room. I also recommend this vid. It explains it well. Is there a video that you were suggesting? Who said that? Exit feelings. Oh, bad luck while thinking. Yeah. But the sword is positioned differently. I'm just catching up on like old chats. What section of the floor is Aerith on? Yeah, I already looked at that. She's in the center swirl where the tile is, yeah. Aerith is nowhere to be seen when he should be behind Aerith. I have to pull in the mouse and money. Thank you, G Money. 1240. Aerith in the center of the tile pattern. Yeah, I mean we talked about it already, but alright, so it sort of slightly debunks that idea, which makes me feel better, to be honest, that, you know, it's not as big of a potential spoiler. Okay, let's die real quick. So, chat, how quick do I die? Do we want to start a timer, potentially? Anybody in chat want to, like, pull up a timer on their phone, see how fast it takes me to die? How did that hit me? Oh shit. The bubbles.
Gotcha. Leave this to me. Don't overdo it.
Why are there party members missing already?
How about you show
Let's
us
do this.
safe than sorry?
It's starting well.
Deal with that. You've done it before. Can do it again.
He's alone again. Is this where the barrier comes up? Ah, shit.
All good.
Alright, barrier's up. What the hell is bubbles? Oh, the barrier's gone already. Shit.
Not looking good.
Not looking good? Yeah, I expected it, bro.
You're gonna feel this.
Ah, I gotta get away from that wind. Gotta get away from that wind. Cloud!
I won't give up. Just in case. You gotta be careful.
Shit. Ow. Oh, another barrier. Okay, not good.
Bird, it's on now. You're mine. You had your chance.
Okay, next phase at the very least. It's like analyzing two Zapruder films.
You good?
All right.
Yeah.
About time you guys came back. All right. So this is very similar to the falling through the earth fight of the original. Oh, not yet. I gotta beat this part of it first, I guess. Away from these. Answer fire that. Tifa. Alright, I gotta use at least one of these limits, I guess.
Giving it my all. You're up. You won't regret this. I gotcha. Right there. You're gonna get what's coming to you. And one to grow on. You're going down. How you like
Oh, what are these balls doing? Ah, shit. Ah, Jesus. Ay, 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 ay. Stop. That's nice. Okay. And that's that. Jesus Christ. Man. Where does it start me? Does it start me at the very end, at the very beginning? Yeah, it does. Wow. Chat.
Heads up.
This is not gonna happen today. 0% chance.
You're dead. Enough.
Tifa, do something. Yuffie.
Deal with that.
Watch yourself. Here I come. Give it up. Stop now. Let's turn up the grill.
Hang back. Ready? Not bad. Do it.
Gotcha. What's that hit?
Fuck.
What's that hit?
You're up.
On it.
That's it. Keep it up. try this. It's on you.
You're up. Good to go? Let me in here. Think fast. Yeah.
Okay, stagger.
How you like this? Yeah. I see it. Got your number. Give him hell, okay? You're gonna get what's coming to you. Come on. Ready to mess him up?
All the time.
Well, at least my characters didn't disappear as quickly this time. Even though they're about to go away right now.
Can do it again.
That dialogue, I don't know what to make of. I don't know if it's like that special or not. But like, you've done it before. You can do it again. I mean, you could read that as him like remembering
Gotta be careful.
a past, like the same thing happening in the past, or it could just mean
Well, figures
Wow.
would end like this.
oof, glad I didn't try this. yeah. Sleep Easy, are you here? Are you here? Sleep Easy. Only 13 fights to go. Yeah. Have to jump on. Because we might have to just do that. I don't think there's any chance for me to beat it tonight. You are here. Okay. So, chat. I know I would love to make a really good shot at this, but what is happening is what I feared would happen, which is that I am getting absolutely decimated, especially since I had to switch to my PS5 version where I don't have quite the setup and the materia as the PC run because the PC was running so poorly for me. So, we are going to switch to the chat with Sleep Easy, and we will watch everything together. And we will chat about it. Let's just do it together. So let me go to the title screen. Yeah, I hope maybe we'll get the PC version right next time. I don't know. I think streaming with the demands that it has in the GPU just sort of like was a little too much, possibly. But we'll see. All right. Let us time for discussion. Let me see how I want to set this up. Because I hadn't planned for this. I didn't realize that I need to do something that I need to do. Which is, we can do it this way. I just change the background. Because I changed it on, so I had set it up for me in Sleep Easy here. But I forgot to do it on the React template. So just give me a second, chat. Let me put on some like some vibes, some like lo-fi. So we can all just chill out as I get things set up for me and Sleep Easy. Okay. We also change this backgrounds. Oops. Did not mean to move you guys. All right. I change this around. Bear with me 1 second while I get this stuff set up. Got to change the scene. That's my problem. All right, almost there. Now I just need to get into a Discord call with Sleepy. Oh, I need to disable my camera here. Because I need it for the call with Sleep Unzel. Shit. I hope this works. Although I'm not getting him right now either. Okay, there I am. Trying to connect with Sleep Easy. Oh, there you are. There is the good sir. I see you. I don't hear you. I'm going to set up the camera, though. I'm going to set us up in the scene. Shoot. You were seeing how it all gets made. I still don't hear you. But I'm setting your camera up. You unlock me. Oops. Double Sleep Easy on screen. Shoot, there's me. If you're asking if I hear you, I currently do not. We are both set up, visually, but I can't hear you. What are you saying? My audio is good on my end. Give it Discord source for sound. Hold on. Let me see. Whoops. That's a grid view. Options. I mean, I'm putting your sound up, but you're not muted or anything. Oh, it's because I'm on streamer mode? It might be because I'm on streamer mode. Oh, it just switched us though. Can you talk again? Oh, I still don't hear you. Which I don't know why that would be. Oh, let me check the... Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Speak again.
Hello?
There we go.
Am I here?
That was my fault.
Not push to talk, am I?
No. The Discord audio was set. It had the wrong output set. You're welcome. Oh, yeah, my name isn't on my box. Hold on. It's because...
There it is. Look at that.
So we are set up. Okay, so let's see how we want to handle it. So you were watching stream, right? Anything you want to say about what we already experienced, the scenes that we already saw?
I gotta get your sound. Now, of course, what I've done is I'm only listening to you through stream right now. So
okay.
I'm not caught up with you. Let me make sure that I don't have you muted. I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Well, I'm not talking.
What is going on now?
Can you hear me now?
No, your input volume's fine.
You're not here. Are you hearing me?
And
still nothing?
I see your dialogue box and everything, and I still can't. I'm on streamer mode.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah.
Can you talk? No. I'm gonna figure this out. Don't you worry, gosh darn.
Is it your output device? Because that's what it was for me.
Audio output device. Well, that would maybe do it. Input device. Show more. There you go. Can you talk to? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
I can. There we are.
Okay, so we got the sleep easy. I'm still resetting you into the right spot for
this is great
template. Yeah, so have we ever chatted live on a stream? Maybe on one of your streams?
Maybe? We've talked often in many different streams, not on your stream. We haven't done.
I was on your stream for the Game Awards where I famously ran to the bathroom.
That's right. Yes, exactly. Where you missed the reveal of the game that we were just playing. So you're playing it on hard mode, yeah?
I am playing on hard mode. It's going better on PC than on PS5. I definitely hit like a couple of walls. Hold on, I'm bringing in some background music for us. And I want the just chatting music, not this one.
My camera's immediately overheating, which is hilarious because you just got this set up. So what I'm gonna try and do very quickly is get this this other camera set up and see if I can't real quick.
The other thing I want to do real quick is oh wow, Yeah, your camera's all going crazy.
Don't
I
worry
also
about
need
it.
to get my other monitor active because that would be helpful.
Yeah, there we go. Chat. I was trying to be fancy with my other camera, and that just ain't happening because it's gonna overheat. So this is it. This is who you get. You get two of me. How you doing, chat? I've been watching this whole thing happening. Don't worry about what's going on with this.
Cool. So we are set up perfectly.
Yeah. Perfect. Everything went right the first time we did it.
Yes. All right, let me make sure my chat is visible over here. Both chats. No bathroom breaks this year. Yeah. We might have to do it in reverse this time. Oh, you're doing the thing.
I am doing the thing. I'm doing the
chat,
thing.
He has a. Do you want to tell people about your fancy camera that we didn't get to take advantage of when I was there in LA?
We were supposed to use. So the last time we spoke, we actually saw each other in person.
Finally.
Yes, an infamous moment where we were all getting together. Professor Noctis, yourself, of course, and many other people. Schrodinger's baby Seal. So we were gonna do a stream right over here, and I got a camera for all of us to sit on this couch and discuss live.
And it follows. Yeah.
Right, it follows. Yes, that was the main pull, and it also zooms. So if I do this with my fingers, I don't know how. I forgot how it's supposed. I think I'm just supposed to raise my hand. It's supposed to follow me. There it is. Come on, come on, sweetheart. Anyway, we're using it for today. Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it in person one day. We'll get to see it.
Yeah,
in action.
definitely. Well, whenever part 3 comes around, right? Like if they do some kind of event in LA, I will definitely be there. Or if Max does something, I'll definitely be there. So
yeah, that would be fun. A nice little reunion. We got the
At the
game.
very least, we should do something, whether there's something official or not, where we all do get together, probably in LA, like you guys did for 16. That was an event that I wish I could have gone to, but didn't have the opportunity. So
it would have been nice to have that for Rebirth. Yeah.
So, of what we've experienced so far, which is up to the Genova Lichtklinger reveal.
Yes.
Everything we've experienced so far, what are some of your thoughts up to that point? And then we can pull up the scenes from here on out where I could talk about some of my thoughts, and then we can kind of discuss it together. But in terms of the altar scene, the moments leading up to it, the Aerith dream world, the gap between worlds, what are some of your, what's been stewing in your head for the past few months about those scenes?
Months? Yeah, I mean, honestly, so I've been working on my video off and on, specifically just about some of these elements that are obviously super prevalent in the ending. A lot of the video, there's no sponsor. I'm going to show this. There's this book that I've been reading that don't look around. Look at me. This camera's
that's
off
your
limits.
problem with setting up that camera.
Exactly. It's just going to show all the bodies. So I've been reading something that Nojima has kind of been pointing to, I think it's been almost like a year since he did, but he said that Carl Jung, the archetypes and the collective unconscious are two subjects that are very heavily featured and, good lord, in the game and used as well as Yogacara. So I'm a little more familiar with the Yogacara, or less familiar with the Yogacara and more familiar with the Carl Jung stuff. And honestly, I think that, and this is obviously coming from somebody who doesn't have a background in that at all, a lot of the visual elements that are in the book and things that he talks about are things that are just full front and center represented in some way or form in the ending. So like, for example, one of the big things about that Carl Jung talks about when talking about the collective unconscious is how a lot of people perceive the yin and yang, which is a thing, white and black, which is a huge thing in Rebirth, as these things that are typically connected, formed as one, but actually separate. And then also at the same time, comparing and contrasting, most people look at, the one side is good and then one side is just strictly bad. So this goes into your thesis, antithesis. Is that what the terminology?
Yeah.
That is something that the book immediately begins to discuss, is the fact that people look at one as lesser than the other, which is very similar to, I want to say, like Sephiroth's mentality. Is Sephiroth sees this one thing as just bad, which is just the cycle of life, things ending and concluding, and he wants an eternity. Whereas the other, and he sees the other as like this holiness. He sees himself as this higher being, to a certain extent, which is also something that is put into terms as fire and water in Carl Jung. So, which is another thing that I've talked about extensively as big thematic structures in Rebirth, Remake. But the one
to
thing,
jump in,
yes.
For example, fire being this is going to YouTube. It's currently on YouTube, Angmar. I'm currently live on YouTube as we speak, actually. I finally got the YouTube streaming working. So if you go to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/@, because you have to put the @ for some reason, SubTXT_, I am currently on YouTube also. Yes. But to build on what you were saying, the fire, right? That's, as far as I can tell, that's very much represented by Meteor. Meteor is very like fire base sort of element. And then the water is very much, you see that water, the character standing on that water in Advent Children, at the end of Remake, and then at the end of Rebirth, when they fight, when Aerith and Sephiroth are fighting.
Right. It was something that Remake only very briefly brought back in the finale, and then is now definitely something that's very front and center. It's on the box art for the game. The one where with Meteor and Sephiroth and Tifa, Aerith, Cloud, and Zack, and like that pool of water kind of drying up. But there is something more recent that I felt like was very interesting to throw into this conversation, because I think the thing that Jung does so well in this book, and then also is just so clearly happening here, and it plugs back into something that you talked already during stream. So I'll get there. But one of the things that Jung talks about is he pulls reference from an old it's not Socrates, it's like some other philosophy or something about how fire is the thing that is represented as the fiery heights, the thing that is separated by the sky, and where divinity lies in the sky. So very much like our concept of heaven, but how that becomes heavy and it falls and descends and transforms into water. And in my mind, that when I read that during my research, I was thinking to myself, that is very representative of Meteor, is a fiery ball coming down from the sky and then being, landing on the earth, which the earth is primarily used as reference to the life stream, which is water. So there's a lot more to that I'd love to get into. I know that you want to show this scene on the water because it's fantastic.
Yeah, so there's a scene on the water.
Get you.
Where are we? So we were just talking about the water and what it represents, right?
Yes.
And then interestingly, in this scene, in this version of it, this is from the end of Remake, it's interrupted by the fire.
Right, exactly. And it blows the water away too. So, but here's the thing that I think is very telling of like what you clued into and what your video did a really good job of representing is that, in my mind, the way that Sephiroth survives and has survived is he's kind of separated from this connection with the life stream to the natural cycle. And he doesn't want to meld with it. He wants to just sustain himself. He wants to become just a singular. He doesn't meld together with the unconscious, life stream. So one of the things about the way that the book describes viewing water is that it is a lesser form of divinity. And in order to separate oneself, people feel like they have to soar above the water as sort of like a way of distancing themselves from it. So
he's almost literally doing, right? In this, like
exactly,
he's constantly elevated, right?
Yeah, he's elevated, he's above it. And then also the thing is that he is interrupting the process of the meteor hitting the planet. He is keeping separate his divinity from the natural order of life. So this to me is representative of Sephiroth sort of staying Sephiroth. That's why he's stealing meteors, is he's keeping that ownership of divinity for himself and not allowing himself to sort of, because, and this is also how the scene is described in developer commentary, is that this is the conflict. This is meant to be the conflict of Meteor and the life stream, but that conflict is completely interrupted. And it just is.
Would you say that's a new action from Sephiroth that's different from in the original? Just because.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because Meteor is the end game for him. He wanted Meteor to strike the planet. And in every moment where it appears thus far, he is keeping it separate. Which is also something very telling of the Whispers, right? Which is that the Whispers up until the end of Remake are together. And then he based off of this conflict, those two things separate. So there is this desire, I think, for him to have them separated so that he can take advantage of that position, but more or less just keep himself in this powerful place.
So that's really interesting. And in terms of the you see this sort of like tree visual, like in the background after he, what was that?
Oh, nothing. No, I thought you were going to show the Rebirth clip where the tree in the Forgotten Capital vanishes. But yes, very tree-like in the way that it grabs. Yeah, there it vanishes.
Well, the like after it's like gone, the sort of like the terrain. See, there's that giant drained, almost like tree.
Yes.
Which there's so much tree imagery in the temple.
Yes.
So curious what you make of that. That we may have, I mean, that I at least haven't really dug too much into or thought about too much.
So I think that the tree imagery is pretty interesting because, so there's a couple things that you could say. The immediate thoughts that come to my head is that it's a reflective thing. It's one coming from the ceiling, which is, I think, in the Temple of the Ancients, is a tree that is alive, like that is like that is growing, and then the one that is coming from the bottom is dead. I might be confusing that because it's been so long, but very representative of what happens the moment after this scene where he absorbs Meteor is the sky opens up, and then the branches of life stream come down, and he talks about how he's going to use this to fuel to feed the planet. So the imagery in the Temple of the Ancients, which we know is Meteor again, is kind of demonstrating the act of this event happening. So in a sense, it feels like whatever act of Meteor is causing this other form of of event, the sky splitting open, which is also noted as what happens by the Cetra, also in the same area where we see this in the Temple of the Ancients. Not the Temple of the Ancients. I'm thinking, Temple of the Ancients.
Yeah. I mean, also with the other thing related to water, is even the imagery of the city of the Ancients, right? The seashell sort of like imagery that was always there in the original. But is reflected in Rebirth too. It's like that. I always thought those like the seashell structures and that kind of imagery was always, not the most obvious choice for that area. But plays into what you were talking to a little bit.
100%. Yeah, and just the idea again of like the concept of water related to the Cetra, related to the life stream, related to just life in general. And that's sort of as Jung describes water, because again, it's sort of depicted as like from our perspective as being this just really basic thing, almost corruption. But the detail of it is that it's actually natural instinct. It is the basic unthought like form of ourselves, the basic instinct of us, where all sort of unconscious behavior lies underneath the surface. And this is something again that is also talked about in the book, is that Jung talks about how the water surface is the sort of entry point into the unconscious, is to gaze upon it and to look at the reflection of yourself is the first step into dealing with an inner conflict, which is to deal with your shadow, which is the reflection of yourself, the true face of you. And then what lies beneath that is another level of unconscious that doesn't even really have form in the sense of what we understand form to be. Anything that we could consciously perceive of anything past the point of the reflection is almost like a shadow of like an afterthought of a bigger figure. So kind of in the way that Genova operates, honestly, where it's like when you look at her, you're not seeing her, you're seeing some other form of her. She's tricking your mind into thinking that she looks like something else. Which is again just a ton of other stuff. And in Loveless, don't even get me started. I've been avoiding even saying it because I know the water surface, and that's actually the part where I was like, there's something to this Jungian stuff, because he literally describes the water surface and how angels,
which is where
and
this
angels,
fight is
yes,
happening.
Exactly, and how an angel's wing kind of creates the wind that blows over the water surface. And I was like, that is literally Loveless and being just ripped wholesale for this. But yes, this is where the imagery just becomes so blatant to me, because also you have the dried up form of this area before Aerith shows up, and her presence allows for that water to refilter in. So there is a sense of how Sephiroth has tried to keep these things separate, or even just dry it up completely.
Oh, I didn't even notice that or think about that.
Yeah, it's
they're
desolate.
On the dry surface.
It's desolate. There's no water there, which is what again going back to the remake imagery.
It's rock,
he blows it all exactly, and then when it transforms. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ.
That's so good.
Really deep. I know it's like really deep philosophy stuff that is almost like hard to parse in terms of like the thing about these conversations a lot of times is like they're very interesting, right? It's like, oh, you're nailing on something that's like clearly there and clearly being spoken about. But then, for a lot of, regular folks, it's like, okay, well, how does that relate to just a straight up story that's being told? Right.
So completely.
So I don't know if you had like thoughts on like,
I do.
How would you like simply, I guess, without getting too deep into the philosophy of it, if you needed to explain it to the average fan that hasn't read all of this stuff, what do you think the implication of these visuals are?
It's so the point of this particular imagery, and I'll go right back into what you were talking about it in your video, is that the deprivation of a moment is what is being, and actually it's perfectly represented as an emotion in the final scene, and it's also represented in this way that we've been talking about it. So throughout all of Final Fantasy VII Remake's imagery, and even before that in the compilation, they've built this story. You don't have to read Jung. So if you wanted to, you could just reference Loveless, but at the end of the day, what you're asking is like, what does that mean? What does the water fucking mean, right? Well, how does that play into the story? So first line of dialogue that you hear when you're playing Queenswood, which is, by the way, another story within Final Fantasy VII that's also illustrating very similar concepts. One of the NPCs says, it's okay to cry. And what does Sephiroth do? He pulls the meteor away before before it can form water. And then what happens when Aerith gets stabbed is he deprives him of the tears, of the emotion of the moment. So what Sephiroth is constantly doing is just snatching away an opportunity for Cloud to face himself, to face the parts of him that are, whether unconscious or not, going to allow him to grow. He's separating, and by doing that, he's also creating his divinity. But at the same time, that is where our character's struggle is. It's in the fact that it's emotion. It's the fact that he's keeping Cloud from that moment of realization for himself. So it doesn't get more complicated than that. It really is just, you could look at this strictly from the character's perspective, and all of this is just playing into that. So what is happening in the scene is Sephiroth was by himself going to take Cloud for just alone and take advantage of him, essentially, is fully take him for his own. But then you have other parts of Cloud interjecting. You have Zack entering into this fight. You have Aerith coming in, and all of these are just aspects of him that are trying to rescue him, essentially, trying to keep him from being lost completely. So those are the only things that are happening, really. So why does the water show up is because she is a part of his actual being, a part of his actual consciousness. Whereas that's not what Sephiroth wants.
Yeah. Which is what they establish in Advent Children, right? The idea that it's not just memories, but consciousness. Lazy Black Dragon in chat saying, Sephiroth has backsass for almost everything they say, except for when Aerith says, how can you want an eternity of loneliness? He doesn't say anything. He doesn't know anything else but loneliness. It's an interesting thought. Because, yeah, he does sort of like talk back on to like everything that happens here in this scene. Let's go back chronologically. And let's watch the death scene again. So, to you, because I've already talked about my thoughts on this extensively, both between the stream and my video. What are your thoughts on what we're seeing happening in this scene?
Specifically when it comes to the separation of what is reality.
I think anything related to this scene, yeah, that we just sat through.
So
it doesn't have to be before, the after, or whatever just stands out to you that we may not have covered.
I do think that the idea here is that something that the game has done pretty well, I think, in illustrating up until this point is how, even though these tangential realities seem to not really have much of an effect on the primary world that we are witnessing the game through with Cloud and the rest of the party, this is the first, because we're not sure of the impact of this moment until the very end of the game, which is that the sky is split open. Is that this moment is another moment of a tangential reality being created. Is that Cloud has created a somewhat separate dream reality by deflecting the sword, due to the rainbow effect that's displayed. And now these two tangential realities are partially overlapping in terms of what is seen and what isn't. The reason for that, as opposed to like, why didn't we see that with the other realities, is seemingly because perhaps that is being used against him. to again to shield him from the truth to a certain degree. For what reason? I have no idea. Or how that mechanically works. All that is super clear is that two worlds are created by this point.
Yeah. Speaking of the two worlds, so two things. One, there was something in the scene that I wanted to ask you about that I expressed a thought on, but I was going to ask you specifically.
Talking about the sword? Like the moving of the sword?
No, not that. Darn it, I forgot what it was. But there is something somewhat related to this that I want to give a shout out to Blitz, because he kind of noted this, and I never knew what to think of it until I was like, son of a bitch. Let me find. Hold on. So let's put this out. Before Rebirth, and I hadn't really thought about it. Where is it? Until fairly recently, when I was like looking back at this stuff, and I was like, son of a bitch. Where was it? He had a whole video about it, and I found it before, and now I can't.
He has a video about it?
Quite find it. Yeah.
Let me see if this other camera works. Dude, I showed it to you. I bought this new camera. And it overheats, apparently. So we got to figure out some way of dealing with that. There we go. Back to reality for the moment. We'll see how that works.
Where on earth is this video? Because I did watch it recently.
I do think that there's a lot more to be. Sorry, I was going to entertain them, but new development. What?
I can't find the video. I know he has it. I literally saw him. I saw the video like
you watched
a month ago. But he had this video where he proposed. He was like, "What is up with the?" He was like, "I don't think anybody noticed that there are," and let me pull up the scene where it's even more clear. It's in Remake. Chapter 8. When you meet Aerith for the first time. And he thought it was like sort of foreshadowing this, and I didn't really know what to make of it. I thought it was maybe just an effect versus anything consequential. But when you meet Aerith for the first time, and Cloud has the vision, right? Let me pull it up. Why can't I hear anything? The tab isn't muted. What the fuck? Okay, I'll go with this one then.
Too much for a streamer. I completely agree. Dude, my mouse is also
good camera, but too much for a streamer. Yeah,
dude, I love this. I love this stream. All right, I love this moment. I love this. I love the stream too, but I really like, it. Don't even get me started on the scene. I don't even want to fucking. It's one of my favorite scenes in Remake. This is the scene.
So hold on.
It's one of my favorites.
Vision, right?
Yes.
Now here's where it gets interesting. I got to tap frame by frame to get it. I swear to God, Blitz made a video about this, but I can't see it. But do you see the two orbs?
What are you
talking
about?
And he made a video.
Two orbs.
It's on the stream right now.
Okay, it's catching up.
Oh,
okay. I see the holy materia, right?
Yeah, so he pointed out, I swear he made a video about it, but I can't find it right now, but he made this video. It was like, are there 2 white materia? And at first I just thought it was like an effect of the memory, but we are seeing 2, right? We are seeing the white materia that falls, and then actually now that I look at it again, it's a transparent materia, right? Like, so either it's 2 holy materia or white materia, or it represents sort of like the full materia and then the empty one. Although Cloud doesn't drop his, so maybe it's just representative of potentially 2 different versions of it.
You're a madman, is what I think. I think you're crazy. I think you're going off the deep end. I think it's reasonable. I think it's a reasonable thing to think. I do like that because they've already introduced that in Rebirth as like a concept, as far as the 2 separate holy materias, the empty materia and then the holy materia that, you know, ends up dropping after her death. This is also a very common zoom in that they do for any of the memory static, the Genova static, where they just splice.
That's what I thought it was at first. Yeah.
Image above. So I want to say, without being such a bummer, I would say that is more where I lean on that. But it would be interesting to see 2 separate materia from 2 separate worlds and the 2 separate playings out of the event to some degree. So I do kind of like what you're cooking a little bit. I would enjoy that.
It was a blitz cook, but yeah.
Blitz are cooking.
Let's go back to the end of
supposedly, because who knows where this video is? Who knows where this content went? We need a new trailer to drop. No, dude. You know what? This game can take another year or 2 to come out. I'm fine.
I'm gonna think we're okay. Destroyer, yeah. So let's jump ahead. So we already experienced this in the playthrough. And we've talked about it ad nauseum. I just asked you about it. I mean, myself, I also see the exact same thing, right? That especially Tifa is like she's that third party proof in a way that you need to sort of like believe in that the illusion is more than just what Cloud is perceiving. The fact that she seems to be able to see through it, and that may relate to her exposure to the live stream in Gangaga. We're not seeing anything. Oh, sorry. I think the Tifa being able to sort of like see things. First of all, I talked about it earlier on a different stream, but it gives, because so much of the live stream sequence is not just about Cloud getting clarity, but Tifa also really needs clarity. What happens in the live stream sequence in the original is that both Cloud and Tifa sort of like get a clarity that they don't have. Like, she doesn't understand why Cloud knows things that he knows, that she doesn't know that he was there in Nibelheim, for example. And then that's why she's also a bit perplexed when like Sephiroth is challenging her in the Whirlwind Maze, because he's saying, you know I'm right, that he wasn't there, but she can't figure out exactly why. So this gives another thing for her to sort of like connect with Cloud on, in terms of not being aware of the truth of everything. Like, she's seeing something she doesn't know how to explain, similar to how she doesn't know how to explain what Cloud knows about Nibelheim. So I think it just gives another thing for them to potentially explore together.
You're right, and also they've already kind of set up the 2 pieces of each of their experience, because you can even hear like Cloud trying to be like to Barrett, which he sounds fucking insane, and Barrett like clearly is like, all right, dude, whatever. He's like, yeah, I think there's like, I saw like a ton of worlds and like that was crazy, and Barrett's like, yeah, that's fucking insane that you even are saying that. And then you have Tifa's experience just being in the live stream and her like kind of formulating the thought of this conflict, and now on top of it she's getting this introduction to the multiple world concept, where she's like, I'm seeing something that isn't playing out the way that like it's actually happening in front of me, but it's there, it's real. Cloud is acknowledging it, which is also interesting because of that complete separation by the end of the conflict at the end of the game, where Cloud is just super head in the clouds, and Tifa on the other end just can't. No one else can see Aerith. So it does feel like, in the same way that we were just talking about in the last scene, where the water appears after coming together, is that moment has passed. That moment of reunion splits apart again, and because of that access that she might have might not be immediately accessible in the next game, maybe. But that sort of overlapping might happen in a different sense. I feel like this is ultimately what Zack's role is going to be. Is Zack needs to kind of bring that clarity back, because that's the other thing is that we're talking about Tifa, we're talking about Cloud, and we're talking about the live stream sequence. Zack is gonna shove his Buster Sword so far up that scene to like be like the worst for everybody who hates him. But I think that is where that the clarity of worlds but also the importance of those worlds will come in. Same with Aerith. I'm like in the same vein. Yes, Zack wants to bring the reunion of worlds back. He is rallying the life stream together. That's what he's doing. He's breathing life back into the already corrupt, I think. And then that is just being, that's where the conflict is.
Yeah. So I'm going to send you a link.
Oh God.
To this thing called SyncTube, which will allow you to look at the YouTube video that I'm looking at in real time with audio. It's incredible, dude. I use it with Excalibur for our Tsushima stream.
The fuck? This is new technology.
Yeah, it's sort of life-changing. So I'm going to send you the link.
It's because he's getting it set up. He's getting it set up, guys. It'll be up there in a moment.
Yeah, I'm just setting this up. So that way we can both look at the same footage and hear it and talk about it together. So I realized I hadn't done that with you yet.
To build off of can I tangent for a second? Sure. On Bunky? I think it's Bunky. So this is, yes, you're right. Is that it's the exposure to the live stream. To read the comment, Tifa's ability to see inside that world Cloud created could be simply explained by the fact that she already has been inside of Cloud's head once. It's the fact that she's been inside of the live stream and that her consciousness is connected to Cloud's. That is why there's the overlap. This is how Zack and Aerith and Tifa because here's the thing, if you go watch Advent Children, guys, Cloud and Tifa are in the white space together. So their consciousnesses have already overlapped. We got some chat logs up on the stream subtext. I don't know if you want because we're not there. It's just chat logs. It's just you and me. Now we're back.
Yeah, we're back. Yeah, I was
I'm
like
so
looking at
lost
something
because
that somebody mentioned in Discord.
Okay, I'm gonna watch the SyncTube. I'm gonna open it up.
Yeah, that's what you do.
There's so much other stuff to say.
There was something someone said earlier. I want to find it. They asked. We talked about it already, but darn it, where was it? Somebody had asked what we made of the Kensworth in YouTube said thoughts on the Sephiroth absorbing meteor scenes in Remake and Rebirth being shot for shot the same. So we talked about it a bit earlier, but essentially Sleepy was making the point that he's absorbing the meteor in both instances for his own ends. So rather than letting it sort of like impact and have the traditional effect that it has, he's using it to sort of like wield his own agency in a way. Well, that's earlier in the stream. You can find it back then. So moving forward, in this ending, so let's get to the Zack stuff. If I could find it. Almost there. Okay.
What now?
Dude, this is so weird that I can watch this with you.
It's so cool, right? We got to do this for Game Awards and stuff.
That's so true.
Yeah.
I love this
Instead
scene
of watching
too.
separate streams.
Right?
As far as the eye can see.
White. A world of white, one might say.
Yeah, so I brought this up earlier. This idea of that potentially Zack's, saving was perhaps facilitated by Sephiroth originally, but that he has been now moved into sort of like arid space. And he followed the yellow flowers to get there, which relates to that dialogue in Remake. And are those white whispers? I can't remember.
They are white whispers.
Are,
also, yellow flowers in the remake scene that you showed earlier too, with Cloud falling through the church. So that is representative of Aerith completely. Is that she has facilitated the guidance of Cloud in remake. It has facilitated this in Zack in remake as well to this point. I feel like, just because of the overlapping imagery that's been going on. So as far as that is concerned, that's my thought though.
Yeah. You also do get the rainbow effect appearing around Cloud all throughout this. For me, the rainbow effect seems to represent a crossover moment between worlds, rather than just like the creation of a world or things like that. I think it's explicitly showing that kind of a crossover of worlds.
How about that?
So hot. Sorry.
This is where Cloud. So Tony Macaroni, which is an amazing name, bringing up in chat. This is where Cloud disappeared, by the way. He was in the midst of the party, so they should have found his body if he was being unconscious. So one of the things that we see later is in the fight, at one point, Barrett and Yuffie are having a conversation of like, oh, where did he go? Like, they're clearly looking for somebody. They don't explicitly say Cloud, but the implication is that they're talking about Cloud has been like, they're like, did the Whispers take him? So in terms of physical space, because there's also the conversation of like what's happening in someone's head versus what's happening in reality. We know that Sephiroth appears in multiple worlds at once. His Sephiroth reborn form is being fought by Zack, being fought by Cloud separately, being fought by the party separately. But Cloud is not with the rest of the party when he was there at once. So he got moved from one existence to another, seemingly.
Just to add one thing to that, because I think that is a super interesting part, is that, and this is what the collective unconscious is, conceptually, from Carl Jung, is that in all of us there's a unconsciousness that connects all of us across. Like everybody has it. You have it, I have it, and by accessing that, we are kind of connected. It is the consistency in every human being that we have in us, this unconscious mind, and in that unconscious mind are archetypes that also exist in all of us. That is where Sephiroth, being someone who exists as a permanent is like the concept from Jungian's Jungian perspective is that he is an entity that exists in all consciousness. So it's not just in Cloud that he's there. He's there for Tifa. He is there for Barrett. He is there for Zack. He is becoming something that, or is already something that just exists in consciousness. So when they fight one of him, they're all fighting the same Sephiroth. He overlaps in all of these different worlds because these worlds are also, to keep in mind, I think very, very importantly, created by people. These dream worlds, like Cloud created his. I think that's something that maybe is like such a basic thing to say, but also profound. The concept of these dreams being created is a person created thing. It's that they're manifesting this in some
and it
sense.
seems like Cloud has multiple, right? Like we've talked about the Aerith one, but it seems like Zack worlds are also
there's a ton
happening.
There's so many.
Well, even happening at the very least, Terrier seems to be happening within Cloud's head, or like is being facilitated through Cloud's dream in a way, because we keep going in and out of it in the Gold Saucer scenes where he goes to sleep. He peers through and sees and hears Zack in the Terrier world very explicitly in his head.
This game
is again
does an amazing job again of depicting different levels of consciousness. Perfect example to your point is that when Tifa falls into the live stream, there's that moment where she goes into the white space at the end, and Barrett's there, and Aerith is there, and they're all saying lines of dialogue. Does that mean that Barrett in the real world is somehow sucked in to this moment to like say this? No, this is Barrett's consciousness in the live stream that is already connected to Tifa. So it's not that they're separate. It's still Barrett. It's still Barrett talking Tifa to get up and fight. It's the same Barrett that's in the reality that we're witnessing. Their constant presence is connected at all times to everybody. So no matter how, so that's why it's like weird when people are when we're talking about like Marlene or Elmira, like how are these characters
even
existing?
Kyrie?
Yes, exactly. They're important. There's an importance of them, which is also what Zack's point is. That's a part of his narrative, is to clarify that every person matters because they all in one way, shape, or form ourselves. They all inform who we are. They all create an identity for ourselves. So Zack
brings,
yes, sorry.
Well,
Perfect.
that brings clarity also to, or recontextualizes the Biggs arc in this game, right? Where he's constantly like, why the hell am I around? He's like, why the fuck am I still here? I don't matter. And Zack, to your point, is constantly like, you do matter. And to the point that Biggs is being retained within this sort of like dream world of some sort. Like he is being remembered, despite the fact that he self-conceptualizes that he doesn't matter. It's like, no, you do. That's why you're here, right?
Yes, yes, the whole, and then also this is where Price of Freedom comes in too. Is like, this is the choices that we make inform other people, which is also what Zack's story was prior to. In Crisis Core, it's the same thing. It's even though he wanted to live, it was the fact that he passed on the legacy of his humanity to somebody else, and then ultimately like informed Cloud in a way that was meaningful, that took him away from becoming what ultimately is being shown to us in maybe an instance, a complete puppet. His sacrifice ends up meaning something to his overall character, not just as like a copy of his memories or something like that, but like as a guidance to speak.
Yeah, so let me catch up with some things in chat. So Sonny Bauer much earlier said, this is a great example of this trilogy being a future moment from Advent Children forward sooner, bringing a future moment from Advent Children sooner, which is symbolic. However, It doesn't negate the AC scene because Zack actually helps a compromised Cloud fight Sephiroth here, whereas a more complete Cloud refuses his help in Advent Children.
Yes.
It actually works as an expansion. That's an interesting take, yeah.
This is why he asks him, "Hey, do you need a hand?" and he doesn't touch him. That's there's that the moment where he touches him here is what brings him into consciousness there. Whereas they don't touch each other in Advent Children.
Yeah.
They actually
Cloud is
separate.
a little more like he's not aware of Zack's presence in this scene, right? Like if we watch it play out, he's still and Zack is surrounding him. And then when Zack sort of just like playfully punches him on the arm, that's when he gets pulled in. So it's not really a conscious choice necessarily. But yeah. Let me get a couple of these other ones.
It also
He's saying,
sorry, you made a point earlier when you were playing through the game that Cloud commanded the Black Whispers to open the portal. And in this scene, as soon as Zack touches him, all of the Black Whispers explode out of Cloud. So he is, in a sense, also carrying. That's the other important thing is that this world that we're seeing here that is also desolate is also a part of Cloud. This is the other potential reality that he is carrying within him. So the inner world reflecting the two possibilities of direction for the outcome of the world. So.
So somebody, Cedar brought up, I just want to say, and it's probably been mentioned, I can't get tired of watching Sleep Easy's remake video for one reason. The angle of Cloud's choice between becoming a monster or choosing humanity is incredibly on point. The more I look into the story, everything revolves around it.
This is all, I completely agree with that. I don't know what happened to my camera, but it
Just having camera issues all day.
It's just going to be my constant. This is my two futures is one camera that works and one camera that doesn't. I'm going to fix it in just a second. Give me one moment. Oh boy, did it? Oh my God.
Is this the one that's overheating? Okay, we're back.
We're back. The thing that that's all Crisis Core. All of the humanity and the monster angle was really brought into the forefront of the game, which honestly is remake, is Rebirth. It's also this. It's also in this book. There is so much of that dialogue of choice and those two elements at play. It actually, reading this gave me a better understanding of Crisis Core, and I thought I was fucking finished with it. But it keeps fucking coming back. There's something that's super important about that, and I'm fine to talk about it here, but it's something that I am definitely going to talk about in a video, is the fact that is something that is constantly brought up with Zack's character, is he's constantly looking to the sky as wanting to reach it. Young points out that in order to reach the heavens, you have to first go below. You have to go down in order to go up. Don't you dare do that, camera. That's not the time to zoom. So the idea is that he dies in Crisis Core, and then he goes into the life stream or into the dream world. So this is a part of the arc of him reaching that height. There's so much more to say about it, but I can't. It's too much.
There's also like a weird camera movement that happens here if you want to watch it with me, where similar to when the camera swung around Cloud when he first came to in Aerith's room, the same sort of like swing around Cloud happens here. And at one point in the rotation, you don't see Zack, you can't see him. And then when it finishes its rotation, Zack is there.
Yes.
So right here, the rotation begins, and let's actually playback speed. Let's just bring the playback speed down just to make it even clearer. Maybe that's too slow. Okay, so we pull in from Cloud's eyes, actually. And we can't see Zack behind him. Camera looks around.
I did not notice this.
And then
there he is.
Zack's
Hey,
there.
the fuck? Which also,
oh, that unlocks something for you?
Yes, that's fucking fantastic. It just means that he's not physically even in. I feel like that just makes it more of a Cloud is gathering his strength from Zack. He's not physically present, but he's like it just further emphasizes that it's really Cloud's fight. Zack is assisting, but he's lending him his strength for this battle. I just think that that's just beautiful storytelling.
And when you pause the game, when you go into the menu in this scene, I pulled it up in my video, but Zack is missing.
He's just gone.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
His Cloud's there, and then it says Zack Fair, but his character model doesn't show. And it's not a bug because it's still that way now.
Yes.
And as like a shout out, Steed in chat has like talked about this a lot in his video. I haven't watched his video in full. I think we come to different conclusions about a lot of things, but I do think a lot of things are happening within Cloud's head, and his dreams, which is related to, I had a chapter in my video called Cloud's Dream. So like there is definitely something happening there that we're seeing directly in this scene. It's just where it ends up going, I think, is like the question mark still in my mind. So let's check the scene out.
Also, Sephiroth having this orb of whispers around him as he appears. Also, something to point out in this scene is that the dialogue that's repeated from One Winged Angel is burning inside with violent anger, which is very reflective of the inner conflict that is happening right now.
Where's that? Where are those lyrics repeating?
In this dialogue. Because it's only a part of One Winged Angel that plays. But it's like the droning part. It's either this or the Sephiroth reborn form. No, it's this one.
Does he say it here during the battle, or was it, did we miss? Did it already happen?
No, it comes up.
Oh, okay.
Just in the track.
Oh, it's in the track. I feel like I didn't remember lyrics in the track, but
I would say, well, it depends on how long this fight lasts too. So because he might peel through it.
I just love that conversation of like, how can you turn your back on everything we believed in just easily? What do you make of that? If this is coming from a more, I guess, edge of creation, self-aware, Ore Sephiroth.
Which part?
The whole like him, turning his back on what he believes in as a soldier. When he says like, "Oh, easily, I could do that easily."
It's because of the concept of soldier itself. Okay, so the song doesn't actually finish here. It just keeps looping this one segment until he goes to Sephiroth Reborn, I think. But then the dialogue starts kicking in, or the lyric kicks in. The concept of soldier is to follow, is to serve, is to it's almost morally, though, like depending on how you look at it, because Zack has a much more personal perspective via Angeal of what soldier stands for and what it means. Sephiroth sees it as sacrifice. He sees it as personal sacrifice of independence, which is why he rejects it so strictly. So that's why he says it. He's dismissing Zack's perspective of soldier because they're not the same thing.
Yeah. So in here, as the worlds unite, so too do they part. And it's almost again, poor Zack just getting pulled into black voids.
Goodbye.
Constantly by Sephiroth. And then Cloud is left alone with Sephiroth.
Alone at last.
Which, I mean, even that line, right, like is telling to what you were talking about earlier, right? He keeps trying to isolate Cloud. Like here he's like, alone at last, shall we? And then at the end, when Aerith shows up, it's another moment where potentially he has Cloud to himself. And then again, another sort of like intervention happens, this time through Aerith.
Right. And she still interrupts the fight as we see. So even in this moment.
Oh yeah, she does. Yeah, that's a good point. That after, like right here, I believe after his like form, after you like hit him, maybe after you take out his
once you get the first initial phase of the fight, then the White Whispers show up.
Yeah, the White Whispers show up and like restrain him, right?
Yes.
They like pull him down. Which I genuinely did not notice until like probably my third or fourth playthrough. Like that actual imagery, I didn't actually clock it. So everyone in chat, take notice of this after this player, if this player ever gets to the big ass of Sephiroth Reborn. Oh my god, do the thing where you just zip over. There you go.
Yeah, you gotta snap. Gotta play this game on easy.
Yeah.
I do think that there's such an interesting thing being done with the concept of this Sephiroth, this unconscious version of Sephiroth, because clearly what's happening in both versions.
I've never seen this portion of the game that this fight goes this long, by the way.
Yeah, because you will. You're gonna. Probably.
What were you saying, sorry?
I was just saying is that clearly this is a spiritual representation of what Sephiroth appears to be. But I think that I want this scene to play. We can get to that.
Okay.
For the White Whispers. Here they come right away.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the Sephiroth attack called Remake yet because we haven't gotten to it, but we could talk about that. The fact that the party fight without Cloud here is what makes me think that Beagle is only half real. What do you think about the enemy intel for Sephiroth Reborn? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it comes up either.
Piercing through the layers of existence, I think, is a really interesting dialogue. Yeah, this is really.
Oh, is that in his enemy intel?
Yeah.
Oh. So the imagery you're seeing here, right? The White Whispers emerge, and they like restrain and pull down Sephiroth Reborn. Like constantly throughout this ending, it's seemingly like Sephiroth is trying to do the thing that he wants to do.
Can I bring something up here? Because I don't think I've ever actually mentioned this, but from the look of it now, looking at like the bottom half of Reborn, it looks like he's just trapped Meteor underneath him. Like his body is just gripping onto the Meteor. And also what's like kind of building up around him looks very Genova coded. I don't know. Just a thought. I don't know if there's any way to that, but it is very visually striking that it has that sort of burning meteor bottom.
Yeah. And we know he's
collected it. Yeah.
Huh. I never thought about that, but yeah, that's a really good call. That's what I love about having you and your perspective too, is like I can look at writing and stuff, but you're so good at picking up the visual language of everything. But yeah, here's that shot.
I also just never noticed that myself. Just to be super clear, that was just something that came up. But yeah, I think that visually the story is so heavy that there's just so much going on all the time that it's hard to just not. My first thought was Kingdom Hearts. Also not a bad observation. You wouldn't be wrong, I don't think. And not technically in a bad way. There's some good ass parts of Kingdom Hearts. Just because it's got a Donald and a Goofy in it doesn't mean that it can't be hype. That's also really cool. Just I should get into free cam on this again, take a look at this area. I love the look of this area too, which by the way, very weirdly now looking at it, represents a very similar look to the Jenova Life Clinger fight too, which is something that I was going to bring up earlier, is that there's a ton of visual parallel between these two forms, and say for Sephiroth with Life Clinger and just all of Jenova's forms sort of have echoes of what we see in these forms of Sephiroth in the spiritual world, which I think is super neat. Also, I love that him cutting Sephiroth creates a tear in the fabric of reality at the same time.
Yeah. The thing that really stands out to me about this area, now that you bring it up, is because in a lot of ways it looks very similar to Edge of Creation, right? But that area, oh shoot, that was actually a really good pause moment to like capture to show what I was gonna say. But like right here, right?
Yes.
You're seeing all this stuff collected around him. Like Edge of Creation in Remake was a very desolate thing. Like there was nothing around. It was just space and that rock that Sephiroth and Cloud were on top of. But I think there's something, and so like I just keep thinking of, even when you look at the gap between worlds, right? I need to stand up because I've been sitting way too long. When you look at the gap between worlds, like parts of Midgar are flying in into the gap, sort of similar to like from the end of Remake. And there's something kind of interesting to now that there's more things in the, like if this is the same space as the Edge of Creation, I don't know if it is, but it looks similar. Now it seems like things are taking form, right? And if Sephiroth is trying to build and create his own world, you know, I'm just curious if that's what we're seeing, is we're starting to see the accumulation of things as it starts to become more of a reality, as he shatters the worlds and brings things in and whatever he's trying to do.
I really like that concept that he's sort of forming the landscape of his world as we kind of. I do think that there could have been those kinds of little touches, but I feel like you would need a remake of the remake to like almost flesh some of these bigger ideas out. But maybe in the third game we're gonna see this area and it's gonna be completely different.
Yeah.
So the fabric of reality that Sephiroth is weaving is literally torn apart to create a bridge, which also, granted, is very important because that also gives merit to what the sky being split open also represents, right? Is that Cloud has damaged perhaps the fabric of what like the life stream is by trying to enact the actions of saving Aerith. Is that he's splitting apart something that is just a truth of a reality, which, by the way, seemingly both Whispers, in order to survive, have in play. Is Aerith's death is a permanence, which I think is incredibly interesting. That's also brought up in Loveless and Rebirth, is that she always dies, no matter which path you choose. So that also lends itself to another thing that Rebirth just does so well, which is that these opposites constantly reflecting one action in order to then give meaning to another similar event. I also think that it's really weird that you brought up the background of the Edge of Creation, and then looking at this background that we've also just entered is also this, and this is what I was trying to say earlier, is that spiritually what is represented with the Reborn fight is also reflective of what is physically happening in a different space.
Yeah.
So I like the
These are
body
like spines and stuff.
Yes.
Almost. Are these like Genova, the fragments of Genova?
Yeah, like a body forming is the, and also, by the way, this scene takes place outside completely. You are now above the temple, the city of the ancients. You're no longer underground because you can see it in the background of this shot. So,
so here the conversation happens about Cloud.
Any sign?
Right.
Any sign, like any sign of him.
Maybe the Whispers got him.
Maybe the Whispers got him. Took him somewhere.
Also reflective of time. Also very meteor-like. That appearance. But first, dude, I fucking hate. This is the one thing I'll say. I fucking hate the summon fight part of any of these. Like, don't.
You mean the Bahamut?
Yes.
Coming out and whooping your fucking ass?
Yeah, I fucking hate that.
It's not a summon part. It's not like it's like Alexander in one game and then like Phoenix. And no, it's just Bahamut.
It's just fucking Bahamut every time.
Yeah.
Bahamut, a risen whisper.
Yeah. Which, not for nothing, but, you know, Bahamut is the one that appears in Advent Children.
Right. It would have been better visually to just have it be Bahamut Sin at this point, I think, if they really wanted to illustrate that point, you know?
Yeah.
But obviously that's just an asset that you just don't want to fucking...
Are these fucking rainbows coming around?
Yeah, anytime it's a summon attack.
Oh, is it really?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. See, if I was playing this on hard mode, by the way, this is where I would insta-die.
Yeah, this would be obliteration right here, and cut.
Tip number 60.
I have a very hard time wrapping my head around ever doing a hard mode.
It's incredibly hard, dude. Like, I fought Demon Gate for about 2.5 hours last night.
I just realized that these attacks are incredibly similar to all of the Whisper, Rubrio, the Advent Children references.
Oh,
like his arms are fucking swords, lighting up red and like slashing the ground and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm just curious because I never really fought Arisen originally. Maybe somebody can do a closer comparison to that. But he's got
I never
the
really
gun.
thought about it, but I know he also does a lot of those same attacks in Remake. Granted, he's kind of formed in Remake by the 3.
Right.
Yeah, Whispers forming into him.
I think this is one of the bigger parts of the theme, like the illustration of Remake's ending to Rebirth's ending is that it really just feels like all of that is just pointing right to this moment reoccurring. You have Sephiroth taking Meteor. You have the Whisper Harbinger references happening here, which I think
as
a little
Tifa was doing that
spoiled.
summon, by the way. As Tifa was doing that summon, I did see the rainbows appear around her. Yeah.
Yes, as soon as you get a summon activation, you get some like effect like that. I think that starts floating around.
What were you saying that I interrupted?
No, I don't. It doesn't matter. I don't even remember it. Punch that poor Bahamut.
Some of the hard mode content is seriously just painful. Yeah, EW. Tyler Hepner, I want to hear this. I don't think I've listened to the track long enough to hear it.
Dude, I
could
will
pull up the volume a little bit. By
I
the
would
way,
love to
hello
just-
Tyler. I said hi in chat, but I didn't actually say anything.
Hello, Tyler. Sick Tyler.
So then we transition to our
The
boy
fucking-
Zach.
The fucking another callback. But completely the opposite of its use with Cloud in the original and in Remake. Falling out of darkness to light, rather than falling from light into fighting Sephiroth.
And here the flowers are withered.
Dead. Yes, this is a world that will end, right?
Yeah.
Also,
Meteor
whispers
on
coming
its
out of
way.
Meteor, yeah. And forming Sephiroth again. This is where
then we
everyone
get-
got hard.
Every Crisis Core fan got erect.
Yes.
Myself, I heard a little bit.
Yeah, everybody died softly or...
I'm not a big fan of the soldier creed. It's important, obviously. But just I'm like, can we just omit the soldier part? I know it's a personal definition of it. He's taking it from Angeal.
Right.
Like, still associated with Shinra. And it's like, you would just say everything except soldier? I know he's applying his own definition to it, but... And then thing appears on the ground that like protects you.
Yes.
Seemingly from Aerith.
Which, by the way, is like an orb over the souls, right? The wilting flowers.
Yeah.
Which could also be very representative, and I think this is reaching, but in my head I correlate with that of the bubble over Midgar as like as a protection.
Hi Odie, welcome to the stream. How's it going?
Hey Odie. Another parallel being drawn again to the also something I did not notice, which is the whirlwind of the life stream in this.
Oh yeah.
In this moment.
And we also see how this Sephiroth was affected from one to the other, right?
Yes.
He got hit. He got sliced in one world, and it visually happened here. And they talk about and right here, Yuffie says, "Call me crazy," or he says, "Is it just me, or does Butthead here seem pretty banged up?" Red 13 says, "Call me crazy," but it feels like someone's helping us. So again, it's just reinforcing just how Sephiroth Reborn is being affected by all realities at once.
Yes.
Do you think it's Cloud?
It's definitely a lot easier to pay attention to battle combat when you're not getting absolutely demolished yourself.
It's a talent.
That's always the challenge. That's always the challenge with battle dialogue in every game. What do you think of them using the Sephiroth form here and not saving it for Remake Part 3?
I don't like it because I think what it does is it further removes my potential favorite song from not appearing.
Birth of a God?
Yeah, Birth of a God.
It was strange that they didn't use it at all. Granted, a god has yet to actually be born.
That's true.
So I think they're saving it for whenever that does happen. It's called Rebirth, but it's in truth, it's like just before the birth. It's still pre-birth.
I do like this fight for one particular reason is that it really illustrates this permanence of Sephiroth's his like identity it just persisting and existing and constantly like being refreshed and like what they say is that he's like rebuilding himself every time they fight him and try and slay him. He just continues to come back. I think that they could have probably done a more aggressive job of illustrating that, maybe. But they also show, yeah, they show all different forms of his spiritual presence and like how he exists. But this fight does a pretty good job of that.
Kristen Anarson in YouTube chat saying, Birth of a God should be saved for Part 3. And I think that's fair, right? Like it's
yeah.
one of the
If
most
it's
epic
not,
tracks.
then yes. It would be the hardest remix that could ever be done. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Is that track has a lot riding on it because it could be a fucking banger of bangers for a lifetime.
Yeah. Can jump ahead a little bit. Because yeah, this fight is a. Was hearing her call it jerk face.
Jerk face, yeah. Also, the way that Birth of a God depicts, this reborn version of Sephiroth depicts his sort of coming out of the head of, is also very similar to the design of Lifeklinger. Is Lifeklinger's body is emerging out of the head of another body. So very similar to what we see here. Also very similar to there's like a wing protruding out of the back of Sephiroth Reborn's head here. Also very similar to what we end up seeing with Lifeklinger.
There's always this constant, like, you know, he keeps elevating in all these scenes and then being pulled down either by the White Whispers in the first encounter, and now here you're seeing as it's continuing to collapse, and now we're getting closer to the one that's on top of Reborn.
It's so weird that we've just discarded the Lifeklinger background in this fight too. I feel like that's another thing that may not be talked about as much, is just the fact that this background is completely different from the one we just fought him in.
Where the fuck is this happening?
This is also City of the Ancients.
Oh yeah.
I think.
I was wondering, like, temple?
It does have temple vibes though.
Yeah.
And then this is where he retreats.
Yeah. And then he collapses from that form back to here.
And very clearly they're depicting him as harmed, because you're not seeing his face. He's not turning to face cloud. He's like weakened.
Yeah. Odie is bringing up, remember when I crushed your soul by revealing Lifeklinger was just a localization, being extra, not actually a new name. Yeah. So those who don't know, Lifeklinger, it's just called Genova Life in the Japanese version of Rebirth. It's not actually called Lifeklinger.
Yes.
Which is,
I do like that name too.
It's a great name.
All of
it sort of
Nova's
implies some sort of change, but it links directly to the original. So in here, the direct confrontation between the Whispers, piercing sort of the veil or transitioning between worlds.
Also, those Whispers couldn't touch Sephiroth. They did touch they did bounce like the Whispers off, but once they hit Sephiroth,
you'll see right here.
There's a barrier around him in the same way that there's That's really interesting. I didn't really put those two things together. That there's a separation there. And then this white world kind of emerging out of...
Unbe is saying, repeat that scene where Sephiroth blocked the Whispers, the one we just looked at. It says, you see a supernova.
Yeah, like the effect.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
There you are.
Sephiroth!
Right there. So another thing I want to point out that I haven't seen many people talk about, I really don't think I've seen anybody really discuss it. But when Aerith emerges, right, there's a series of shots. There's her feet, her, boots walking forward. And then it cuts to the back of her head where the ribbon is still intact. So I wondered if that was like, it seems so intentional that I'm curious if it relates to the fact that it's potentially an Aerith from a different, world, one that was where maybe the one that Cloud saved or stopped. It's definitely not the one from the dream because she doesn't have the yellow pin. But her ribbon has not been either cut or removed. So I thought that was like an interesting. It just seems like an interesting detail to focus on.
Does the question before that pin, does that show up in the forest too?
No, it doesn't show up
when she
anywhere.
hands. Okay.
No, I've looked. Because the show is not the same Aerith. Yeah, that's what I assume.
I must admit, I underestimated you.
It's like, damn it, I thought I got him. And then you just keep fucking around. And then this dialogue.
I saw what you did back there,
Cloud.
She was watching, is what she's saying. Is that she saw the whole thing happen.
Aerith doesn't stream. That's what's going on. Aerith
That's
just
right.
saw, the it play out on stream. It's one of the. There are like some bits of dialogue that I can kind of wave away a little bit, right? Like you've done this before, you can do it again. Cloud saying that to himself when he fights Genova Life Klinger, aka Genova Life. Is that it's easy to like read into that and say, oh my God, see, he's remembering fighting, Genova from a different world and from the OG. But I can also easily see it as like, he's also fought, this would be the third fight against a form of Genova within the remake chronology, right? He fights one in remake, he fights one on the boat from Junon. So he could just be referring to that. But this dialogue does seem the most directly related to whatever the meta story sort of is.
Thank me later. This ain't over.
Okay, let's finish this.
I think that's actually like in that same sense, that little bit of dialogue that he even says after could also be portrayed as like she was saved, but is her safety permanent? He's like, it's not over. Like, you're not. This thing is not over. So, which also Aerith does still feel very much in danger, even after this moment. To me, to a certain degree.
Yeah, Whisper Cannon. Just seeing that attack
A lot of lore.
me of. Yeah, well, somebody also brought up the there's the attack that Sephiroth Reborn has. That's called. It's just called a remake. Like he has an attack, he has a move that is just simply called remake. And I don't really have anything specific to say about that. I think seems to tie into, I guess, this trilogy. It may somewhat refer to the multiple meanings that the developers have like hinted remake has. But I don't really have anything specific to say about it. I don't know if you did though. That's why I brought it up.
No, the idea that developers have already commented on the fact that a lot of the titling of the games are very in line with what Sephiroth is doing, is the effect that he's having. I think that would just be further pushing that agenda to a certain degree. I think that there's some interesting things coming up a little bit in chat, which is to say that the Aerith, Steed said, Aerith who Cloud saved isn't Genova. And this is further clarification that the identity of Aerith still exists after the moment of that scene that we've witnessed, is that she is carrying on. She's not gone. She, even if what you think we see after this event, Aerith is still around. She's still present. So whether you think that's a Genova illusion or if it's Aerith, the one thing that is certain is that Aerith is still present somewhere in the live stream, acting in some way. So,
yeah. Which obviously links up with all the lore in like live stream White, everything.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. I do think that a part of that has some interesting development for somebody who isn't aware of Advent Children, like the way that consciousness is represented in Rebirth, you could take it as like a lead into that like reveal of consciousness at the end of this, being a lead into Advent Children, where we're like more aware of the mechanics of that. And it could just be the fact that it's just Aerith in Rebirth.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shut this window really quick.
Okay.
This camera.
It's creating another Whisper Tornado, much like Chapter 18, the remake.
1 second.
All right. So they're fucking him up. I wonder if we'll get the dialogue, but there's that battle dialogue also where Sephiroth outright says, "What do you make of this cloud? Is any of this real, or is it all just a fever dream?"
That is a triggered dialogue, I think, towards the, like, I want to say, like, 1/4 of his health bar is down. Which makes it seem, in kind of like what we're talking about, is like a desperation tactic. Like he's trying to fuck with him before he loses. Which is just something that fucking Sephiroth would 100% do. He's like, let me just try and, like, push your will down just a little bit to make you hesitate.
Gotta hit that wing, dude.
Smack it. Guy's got the wrong targeting idea. I do like the fact that there's just the Advent Children reference there. Just such a neat callback to just incorporate that into his moveset. This guy's gonna whoop him right now. Pop off, dude. What the fuck? You got your limits.
You kind of need to save the limits, though.
No, fucking just
for that last attack, the DPS check.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Well, he popped it off anyway.
Oh, he popped it. Yeah.
At the worst possible time.
Never mind. Yeah, after the stagger is over.
Yeah.
Never again. I never noticed that Cloud dialogue that he says never again.
Never again? Me neither. That's a nice one.
Yeah, this battle kind of like ran through a lot of potential combat dialogue.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good dialogue there, but
oh.
He's so close.
Yeah. He had another limit.
It's because he's just... Oh, there's your... And he's... Oh god. The end is nigh is a... I just realized is also dialogue from Loveless. I don't know why you would throw that in there. I don't think it means anything. But... Dude, Synergize... Oh, I said that the end is nigh is a line from Loveless, but it's also just generally, you know.
Oh, that's her, yeah. Phrase.
Yeah. They really amp up this like camera movement here to make it. This is such a part 2 ending to a fight, which I don't
I mean, the other
like.
thing about that exact ending, like where Sephiroth gets pushed back, ends up on his knee, is literally how the Loveless fight with Varvados ends.
Him on one knee. Yeah, that's right.
He gets pushed back, falls on one knee, and then, does this whole mind game, just like Sephiroth. I mean, I do think, I will say the one thing that there is like some danger with this trilogy is that, because everyone makes a big deal out of like, oh, Sephiroth isn't the same as the original because he doesn't have that Jaws-like effect, right? Where he's like, you don't see him much in the original, and so it adds to the sort of mystique. I do think one thing that they have done though, because I don't think it's just that. I think that's part of it. But I think another thing that helps that effect in the original is that Sephiroth has no real interest in Cloud and the party throughout the majority of the original. He basically ignores them until he really needs Cloud and manipulates him to get the black materia. When you see him at the on the boat from Junon to Costa del Sol, he doesn't remember Cloud. He really he doesn't think much of him until he comes to the point of needing him to get the black materia. And so that adds to sort of the mystique that he has and this feeling of he's just doing his thing. Cloud and the party don't matter. And then once Sephiroth gets the black materia in the Northern Crater, you then never hear dialogue from Sephiroth again for the rest of the game. You see old dialogue from him in the live stream sequence. You see what he said in Nibelheim at the time, but he doesn't directly address the party again. Even the ends, when you confront him in the Northern Crater, I don't think he has any actual dialogue to the party. So it just adds to this feeling of like he is this insurmountable god that is like moving things and doing things at his will, versus how he's portrayed here, which is not only him showing up so often, but him almost being obsessive over Cloud and the party, but especially Cloud, and seemingly now at the end of 2 games failing, right? Like he may have lost, but also seems accepting of it at the end of Remake. And then here seems to lose, but then kind of laughs. So it kind of keeps some of that. But in terms of like his mystique as like this villain, we've already beat this dude twice, right? Like, even if the effect of the story is that he expects it or he's inviting it, maybe smiling at the end of Remake when Cloud brings the sword down and then the clash happens, there's the potential that Sephiroth might feel defanged, especially to a lot of new fans, where it's like, well, we've already fought this dude twice and we beat him a couple times. That's one thing I wonder in terms of the effect of like telling his story this way. Like, does he have that same level of gravitas, I guess?
I do think that there is something about the way that he's portrayed after the Aerith stabbing that we haven't really seen a bit in Remake Sephiroth, and also the Sephiroth kind of leading up to that moment in Rebirth is that there is like this, there is a sort of more presented calculating aspect of him, and the emotional play there is a lot more intense. And I think if they continue to grow that version of him moving forward, like, and he just is coming across as this like incredibly manipulative mirror of Cloud from here on out. And then also like just now he needs to demonstrate power to a certain degree, which you obviously don't want to be too heavy-handed about, but will probably be required to some degree. And we'll probably see that with like the weapons as like a demonstration of that. And then just that whole sequence will probably like really amp him up again. I still think that he will still come across as big and as powerful But I do think that you're definitely threatening to you might have already threatened a lot of people over like that they might have jumped the boat on it, jumped the shark, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the one way they could definitely land it in my mind is if he has this crazy gambit in part 3, right? Where we've come to find out, oh, the thing that we seem to do that was positive in Remake and Rebirth, whatever it is that he was, he now weaponizes that against us. And it seems like, oh, that was kind of a thing that he would consider all the way through. Like, if it seems like he's constantly getting surprised and underestimating us and then losing as a result of it, that kind of defangs him a little bit as a villain. But if he flips it on the party and flips it on us and gives us a difficult choice, for example, in the 7 seconds till the end, where it's like, oh shit, everything that we thought was in our favor up to this point is now going against us, that can help sort of like bring back that feeling of him.
I agree. I agree with that.
A villain doesn't need to be unbeatable to be interesting, Tillman, but he does need to sort of like...
He needs to be a threat. You can't make a mockery of him either.
Yeah.
Because then it's like, what are you gonna do? Kind of like, I'm just gonna beat you again. Then so there is the threat of that still narratively. I think in this way of portraying him, it now is an option that this might happen. They could fumble the ball.
Yeah. I mean, one thing Zalapsky is bringing up is I think a lot of people will be upset if the game tells them that a significant portion of the story they have been invested in for a decade was somehow an illusion, dream, or otherwise that didn't actually happen. Which I think we've talked about a lot as like a fandom in general. But I agree. Hey, Night Sky Prince in the chat. I'm finally able to be here for one of these live. Dude. Night Sky King himself. What's going on?
Hey, dude. How are you doing?
Right at the very end.
Why is he laughing?
Because he knows this isn't over.
This also makes it feel like...
I hear you, Tillman, now.
A good explanation again is that now that Sephiroth has left, the world is shifting as well. There's no longer like the balance is thrown off of this moment.
Oh yeah, now it's
spiritually.
The pure white world.
Yes.
Yeah. AC imagery, straight up.
I fucking I lost my shit when I was just like, this is fucking for me right now. This is all.
And then she's gone. Back to the live stream. I mean, she says I have to go back, right? Which is, again, Loveless shit. I think it's the opposite. It's a flip in the Loveless play. I think Cloud said he has to go back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, in the play, right? It's the I have to return. My friends need me. And that I will return is the idea that he will return to her, and that she's waiting. So
then we get this scene with Zack,
which this is a thread ending
of like, what was that?
This is a world ending. So he's accepting of this moment, but then it's like, no, we gotta keep you.
And then suddenly the white portal beneath him. I wonder who could be behind that. White whispers circling him. And then whoop. Aerith yoinks him.
It's an interesting line of dialogue that he only gets whisked away again when he says for now. It's like, this is goodbye for now. So it's his faith in continuing forward. I think that also is being slightly touched on there. That's keeping him going. Love the whisper wipe here back to reality, and then we're gonna get another one that happens in just a second to recreate what Cloud is seeing, and it's a white whisper that is going across the screen. By the way, that lead-in was a Hero Lost piano intro, I think, which I think is interesting.
The white whispers are circling.
And then here's the camera wipe right here, and then it's extra white.
Yeah.
And then no one's there because don't want to see anybody grieving the body. You can't do that. Yeah. Just him and her. And you also get the live stream strings here. A little bit.
All these
actually, there needs to be somebody with like the title of each song that comes up playing over like on the bottom here, because there's so many little hints that each song is bringing to the table.
Aerith, wake up.
And I get this now a little bit more, that they're like, from a new person's perspective, you have Cloud's perspective of this moment being like, oh, when we're asleep and we can just wake up and everything's fine. You were just somewhere else, but now, you know, I'm back. Now you're back. I'm just going to wake you up.
Yeah.
And your conscious will be just here.
Yeah. And sleeping and waking is probably going to be a 40-minute part of your video, I would assume.
Dude, no.
Steve is saying something that I've, thought about, and was a big crux of my video in some ways, but you can take this to the extreme and say that Remake Rebirth explains to why Cloud is so easily manipulated by Sephiroth. When there is all this talk about fate, when he sees another reality where he saves Aerith, these shenanigans, all that makes Cloud completely breaking down and giving him the Northern Crater more believable in a modern version of the game. It talks about how Sephiroth can weaponize this belief that he has, right? Against him. And I think that will really work against him big time.
This again is going back into sort of the idea of this separation, this mentality that Sephiroth has is that, touching just generally speaking of like Final Fantasy VII is that Sephiroth is separated himself from his human emotion in order to gain power. That is how he views his, like, how he will like reach divinity to some extent. Where here it's the same thing is happening to Cloud is that his mind is now rejecting the possibility completely of her death. And he's not facing the same thing that Sephiroth is also rejecting. So even if this is Aerith, or the White Whispers eliciting this reaction from him to keep him safe, this is a fucking dangerous game to be playing, because this is Sephiroth's territory. This is what he uses against Cloud. This is what he ends up using against Cloud later on. More likely than not is just his perception of reality to break him. So
yeah. In chat, Sunny Bauer brought up something that I still don't know what to make up completely, because I have thought about it, but then there's a little bit of an inconsistency that I don't know how to make sense of. But he says, or she, that first shot where the Whispers were circling, but the party was still in the shot, Aerith was on her back instead of on her side, implying that Cloud's two worlds are meshed before the wipe and no one else is there, if you want to check again. I did notice like the side shot, right? Like, let's see. So right here, she is...
Yeah, she's just on her side.
She's on her side there. Party runs up.
They roll her over, I think, is what happens. I think she moves her.
I assume, yeah, because she's still on her side. We don't see her being rolled over. Tifa touches her, but then in the next shot, she's on her back, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you never get a continuous movement, but now she's on her back. So I couldn't tell if those were like two worlds mixing, or if those were.
It's just I think
just an
what it is it's
inconsistency.
just his perception of reality is becoming incredibly unstable, and the reality that he's witnessing is in flux right now. Is just that we're not really sure what is happening where and at what point. So him stepping up and her even just being slightly different could just be like a small rewrite of his memory of an incident, you know? Also, I really like how her face is like very well lit here in the shot that you just saw, but then when she wakes up, you have that casted shadow across her face when she awakens, which is again just a very subtle way of the person who created the scene trying to create a sense of unease with what's happening, because actually the game has been doing this quite literally throughout the entire game, is half white, half black as a way of depicting two worlds. They do it with close-ups of Sephiroth and his wing. Kind of one part of the frame is just completely encapsulated by the wing, and then the other half is just the white background. And then also with wipes and everything like that. So they've done their homework visually to get you to this, consciously or unconsciously, to start fucking with you completely. They've primed you for just what is real, what is not. I don't know.
And there's a lot of, I mean, that shadowing is like so prevalent in the water scene, the water burial scene when you see Aerith. Chris Narson in the YouTube chat saying, the confirmation I think of her being dead here, even as she opens her eyes, is that her ribbon is out and her hair is down. The one he saved never died and got her ribbon off. An interesting thought. Elite Gamer Nerd on YouTube. Yeah, I didn't know I was going to actually get the YouTube live to work until about midnight last night. The stream is otherwise, I've been promoting it for like weeks. But yeah, it was originally supposed to be Twitch only, but I finally got YouTube actually working, because it wasn't working for weeks for me. Yeah.
Aerith, wake up.
And also the algorithm, I don't know how great it is. Like my community posts on my page don't always get that many likes, you know.
So the heaviness of the shadow there is so much more prevalent than when she was first dead. So this is where you're now like, okay, there's something different here even from the moment of him, which I think is what that is insinuating more than anything is that it's like this has been taken advantage of. This moment has now transformed from protection into a potential threat, which is what the audience feels, is this discomfort with
this unease.
Even with her dead and him holding her, which is very different than what we're used to. You still don't feel that sense of unease until she wakes up and the shadow is cast. So
yeah. Well, actually, now that you're saying that, I want to see the lighting on her face.
It's so much brighter, and it just keeps getting darker too. So it's like if you just had the 3 screenshots next to each other, it's like it's almost going into night. Yeah, look how bright. Yeah. Which again, it's showing you, it's illustrating, here's her face, here are the white whispers, this is this moment, uninterrupted or altered by his perception of reality. This is what the whispers have created. Now,
getting a little more shadow.
A little bit more shadow coming in on the left.
Before we continue on that guess, as Kensworth mentions in the YouTube chat, oh yeah, be sure to drop a like on the YouTube stream, gang, so that'll also help get it discovered.
Hell yeah, dude.
For people afterward. Even now, but also for people afterward.
Just so horribly prominent right there.
Yeah, so as her, you see, there's so much more shadow now on her face. And I do think, I mean, I don't know about people in chat, but for me, and seemingly Sleep Easy too, there was nothing reassuring about her opening her eyes here or seeing her later when she appears near the water. I didn't know what to make of it, but I wasn't relieved. Something felt off about it, right?
Also, this smile is never a smile. I can guarantee you, if you just go back to any time she smiles, she never smiles like this. This is a fake, like, the animators barely, like, went from default face and then just slightly lifted the sides of her mouth to give, like, this just such a, it's half-hearted. It's not real. It doesn't feel like a real person smile. Very doll-like.
Aurora in chat, or Aura in chat saying, well, since I'm here, if this hasn't been asked yet, if you're reading the chat, sleep easy. Are there any new updates for your next video? Take your time, of course, but I just wanted to ask since I'm very late to stream.
I will be sharing more updates on the video. I still have to, there's a little bit more research that I have to do on the book. And then I went and I shot a bunch of live action footage for the video that some of it turned out really well, some of it didn't. I don't typically do videos like that, so it was kind of like it was an attempt, and I need to go back and I need to reshoot some stuff. But I will just tell you right away that this video is turned into more of a bigger project than I had initially anticipated it being.
From you?
No, why would that ever happen? It's a lot more ambitious. I have a lot less time at the same time. I'm trying a lot of new things. So I know that it's been almost like I want to say like more than a half a year since I announced the video. I'm still working on it. It might even and I'm not trying to put a time limit on it, and I hate to say that because I know people have been waiting. With the less time, that just ended up being the case. I wasn't expecting to not be able to make the video sooner. So I appreciate everybody's patience who is waiting for it. I am as eager to finish it as you are, and I think that it's also a video that I'm trying to use as a way to transition into other games that I am also interested in talking about and covering and getting just as into as Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It is the only, I'm gonna say probably the only Rebirth video I will make. I will not make another Rebirth video. The next video I will probably make on Final Fantasy VII will probably just be the third part. Just because I feel like there's only so, and here's the thing, I'm actually going to just come out and say it, is that you guys have people in the community like SubTXT who are now like, they're the figures. These are the guys doing the work. These are the guys who are grinding it out. They're still looking through all of this stuff, and they're doing a great job. The Shinra Archaeology Department, like, these are people that are involved in the community in a way that I don't necessarily feel like I am anymore. Like, it's a pleasure. The fact that SubTXT even asked me to be on here, because I haven't talked about this game with anybody since the last time I spoke to him in person.
The streets were thirsty, man. They've been craving Sleep Easy. I get questions about your video, like,
why the fuck are you getting questions about the video? You shouldn't be. I didn't know that. That's fucking hilarious. No, the point is just to say is that, like, my video will be very based off of my experience and what I love about the game that we played, while trying to give you some information. But as far as, like, I don't know, like, super in-depth answers that you like, I haven't been keeping up as much, and that's something that I need to do, obviously, for the video. But I don't know, I just would say you can expect the same level of obsession in the video as you might another video, just in a maybe from a different angle that not everybody is expecting. So that's the longest way to answer that fucking question that I could have. But more to the point is, like, I'm just glad that there are people in the community like SubTXT. There are people that are just, you know, really on it, and really more, honestly, probably more knowledgeable about the game at this point than I am. And I'm just glad that you guys are there for the community in the way that I would have liked to maybe have been more involved in, but that's just not in the cards for me anymore. But I'm just happy to be a small part of it, in some way. So I appreciate you having me on. I needed I needed the outlet.
I'm glad to have you on. It's been I've wanted you around. And I think everyone's been wanting you to be here to be on or give some thoughts somewhere along the way. So it's great to have you here for sure.
Thank you. I'm glad.
Hold on, I just move this. I just realized there's like alerts. I didn't have my alerts box set up on this scene. So to a few people who joined in the past hour or so. Stormer, thanks for following. Stefan Borg, Lucky, thanks for following. Trin Cove and Dan McMissile, thanks for joining. So back to this scene. Oh wait, one other thing to follow up in chat. Sunny Bauer, just because it was a highlighted message. Yeah, her being on her back and Cloud lifting her is a continuation of his perception of how he saved her. That's not what the party ever saw. All right, cool. Let's continue. So yeah, her. Yeah, is there any relationship to your other interests with your shirt right now, Sleep Easy? Because somebody,
no, not at all.
Vanguard said noticing Sleep Easy shirt.
Not at all. I have zero interest in this other game. This is I have another shirt for another thing that I was actually, so both of the, I was like, which video was my thought. I was like, which video do I want to like kind of hint at for those who are looking closely? No, of course not. I hate Silent Hill. Who wants to play through all of the Silent Hill games and do it?
Have you, and this is such an aside, but have you started F?
Not yet. I'm planning on doing, I just decided that I'm doing videos on very specific games that I also haven't played. So one of them might be the referenced here today in some form.
Also, thank you, Crash Autumn and Sunny Bauer, for following. Now we are at the water.
The most divisive fucking thing about this is just locale.
Yeah, so in the original, this takes place like kind of above ground, right? The where the lake is a very different location than it is here in Rebirth.
It's weird to say, but like Vincent's presence near the water, this, you know what this does remind me of? It reminds me of Cloud and Vincent's discussion in Advent Children.
Yeah. I saw someone on Twitter find out that the Whisperers were an OG. Has anyone seen that? Was that the
Cries
of the Highway thing? Because that was obviously just a troll. I don't know if that's exactly what you're referencing, but there's someone wreaking havoc with the OG figures.
Yeah. Also, another subtle thing here is that Barrett putting on his sunglasses like he did with Marlene in Remake to disguise his crying.
Yeah.
His emotion is being done again.
Yeah, it's emotional mask. Yeah, that happens with Dying too. Hi, Vincent. Where the fuck were you for all that? Yeah. I mean, he helped open the portal. Maybe he just lingered in the background as everyone rushed up.
He's somebody who would be standing like on the steps or something like that. He wouldn't have been like rushed over or anything like that. Yeah. He's one of those like real deep emo guys. He's gotta.
We'd best get moving.
Yep. Sounds good.
Yeah. Whatever.
So he's really emotionally disconnected. He's seeing this sort of like purple. So we've talked a lot about the sepia tone memories. And then this memory feels like it has a little bit more of a purple to it.
The other thing that's
could be wrong.
Actually the most surprising about this memory is it's not about Aerith directly. It's only about the white materia. That's the only part of this that matters in the context of what it's showing. It's a lead to something else.
Yeah. I don't know what color. I don't know how to describe this color.
It's like a tint. It's more of the color of the what's that fucking character's name that fucking sucks? The white-haired guy in Remake with the
Vice?
lover, with the guy who his girlfriend leaves him for the Don
Leaves. Oh,
Don Cornero guy.
Chat, help us out. Leslie.
Leslie, thank you. Yeah, it's a little Leslie colored, but that's usually a little warmer tinted. This is cooler. It's a little less saturated than that.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was a sepia color, Frederick, because it looks like a different shade. I could be wrong.
Thank you.
It does
Thank
focus
you,
more on the
Odysseus.
materia itself.
Dude, that
And then after that-
sound effect is fucking heavy.
Oh yeah. Everything about this music. And I know Max had oh god, what's his name? Why am I blanking? The amazing music Final Fantasy guy.
Alex.
Yeah.
He's great.
He had Alex dig into this, and he identified that it was like a similar sound to the Genova thing, which helped with the Genova theory. But either way, it's an unsettling sound. I think everything about this was unsettling, like even the shot before it, right? Like traditional visual language, and I know you're a very like film visual language guy, but the shot of her, if we're talking about shadows on a face, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't get more shadowed than right about
just completely obscured. Like it's like
it's horror movie shit.
it's the fact that she goes from that the white to partially emoting weirdly to completely in the dark. And now that's where it feels like maybe the intention is being illustrated in one way at the beginning, but definitely something has happened even then from then to now. And now we're dealing with whatever the fuck this is. But yeah, you're right.
I don't know. Like I will say, like the very first time I played this, I thought, is this a Genova illusion? I definitely thought that, just because of the visual language and the music of this. I don't know if I think that now, but I do think it's meant to make you feel unsettled.
I do think that there's even some truth even with the framing that we're looking at here, where you see Tifa clearly grieving in the background. That's the reality of the situation. Then you have Cloud in between that reality.
Wow.
And the thing that is the closest is the darkest, most obscure part of it. And so it's like, that's the furthest thing from reality at that point. And Cloud is kind of stuck in the middle of that. And you can even see it on the way that they're lighting his face, is that the shadow is coming from...
It's like half
where Aerith's face is also obscured. And then the light is coming from Tifa's side. So that would be another way of looking at that too.
Just in terms of like pointing at the framing of the shot, right? Like, which is something that they've done so well throughout this. I think the entire trilogy is shot so well, but now that you're bringing to light, ironically, now that you're bringing that to light, it's such a good shot in terms of like a single frame and what it communicates. All those elements. That's a really good analysis, yeah.
I'll see
A
you.
little less shadowy here.
Because now the line is just blurred completely. It's like now we also don't know what to think, because now we're fully immersed into Cloud's perspective of it. I think with the knowledge of this ending going into, if you go back and watch Advent Children and you watch those scenes with Aerith going forward from here with this impression, you can really actually, what this really does is it kind of brings to light more of that conflict internally that we're seeing here is because Cloud is now just a person dealing with like the tragedy of the death of his friends in Advent Children, and the fact that Aerith is obscured even then in Advent Children. Like, you don't get to see her full face the entire time until the very end of the movie. You can tell that there's maybe even some grappling happening in his psyche of like, is this her? Is this the person that I'm like, who am I talking to? Is a little bit like this partial like giving up of reality and entering into this other one. It really continues to show and illustrate just how like fucked up Cloud is, even after all of the events of the original game, with the context of Rebirth in mind. I think it really does amplify that I don't know, just this weird emotional turmoil that he's really going through.
Speaking of Advent Children, Bunkai said he added you, but it's a nod to AC where Tifa asks, which is it, us or a memory? And you could kind of read that into the scene, right? In terms of when Aerith is looking at Cloud, when Tifa is looking at Cloud, doesn't see Aerith, but what we're seeing in that, what's implied in that shot is like, where is Cloud's head? Is it in the present, or is it, with this memory? Circular Staircase highlighted a message and said Tifa was on the left side, Aerith was on Cloud's left side. The left side of the screen is seen as the truth in movie making in games to Cloud. Aerith is true, yet Tifa is the real true one in this scene. Interesting. I wasn't totally following that, but I hear, I kind of see what you're saying.
Tifa, come on.
Well, I think a memory, because it's obviously saying that memory refers to Sephiroth, not Aerith. I mean, I think it took that question from Tifa as like reflective of everything, right? Like, he's clearly still thinking about Zack, obviously still thinking about Sephiroth. Aerith is still mixed up in there too. I think it's all about like his, are you here with us? Or are you with a memory? In terms of like all the things that he's still grieving. So yeah, I don't think it's a singular thing, but this shot of Tifa is just brutal to deal with.
Also, just the fact that she's so emotive here, and this is the only time in this horrific moment where we're actually seeing somebody like on the verge of just collapse emotionally. Like, she's about to fucking break down, and it's Cloud's lack of initiation that is keeping also her from expressing herself. Is that she's just a little mentally trapped. And if Cloud had been a little bit more present here, she also would have maybe taken that step forward. But now all of the party is withheld from that experience, which is also going back to this idea that Sephiroth this is what Sephiroth's thriving on. This is what how evil triumphs in this world is this lack of acceptance of reality or emotion or allowing yourself to grieve. It's a very layered, powerful moment here, but also incredibly distracted, obviously, from the other hundreds of things that the audience is feeling based off of their experience of the
this reminds me of two things. This reminds me of the fact that you brought up that she feels emotionally trapped. It reminds me of Remake, right, where she also talks about like, I feel trapped. It may not be the exact thing, or the intent may not have even been there.
No, you're right. But, that's so key. As soon as you said that, I was like, oh, you're so right. You're so right.
Her character is constantly in the state of like feeling trapped between like the ambition to sort of like help Avalanche, but also tortured by the knowledge that they're potentially, killing innocent people at the same time. She's trapped by the, desire to help Cloud, but but also not knowing exactly how to help him because she's not sure how he knows the things that he knows. She doesn't know. She it's hard for her to really help him, right? Like in this moment, at least, until the live stream sequence. And then it's that was true even in Gongaga, but it's true here too, right? Like she doesn't know how to solve what's in front of her. And somebody in chat mentioned Circular Staircase says her silence is deafening. And that's another point, is that she doesn't speak at all from the altar to the end of the game. You know, we get every other character talking basically. Even fucking Sid talks. But we don't get Tifa. And she's clearly struggling with everything. And I don't think it's just sadness. I definitely think there's grief over Aerith, but I think she's really caught up in like trying to make sense of all this.
The fact that he's just smiling at her too is like, this is.
How do you connect with someone in that state, right?
Yeah. He's clearly not emotionally available for her right there.
And then Kensworth is saying in chat, her story in Traces of Two Pasts is about her history of being trapped in hopeless situations too.
Well, okay, and I'm gonna mention this because this is one of the things that I think is ultimately going to play out very similarly. There's something about it that will continue on regardless of how the game pans out of a different ending or whatever. I do think that there is truth to the fact that Aerith being trapped, Holy being trapped, and Aerith's sort of connection to the concept of Holy and what is said in the OG about Aerith's memories being trapped is again a reference leading off of what Rebirth is doing so well, which is illustrating just this idea that these people are just not able to connect with themselves to address what has happened to them, to grieve, to grow from grief, to grow as a person. Like that is stunted because of the actions that are happening here. That's why Cloud is so just absent here is that he's not able to learn and grow from dealing with himself and dealing with the things that he's actually feeling. And to have that be pulled from the OG when we're talking about how Sephiroth traps Holy, there's a line of dialogue that Cloud says, which is that those are Aerith's memories. Let's free them is essentially what he says. And that would
we'll show you our memories.
Exactly. And then you're thinking about how Zack's role is also partially to rally other people's, the live stream and what these consciousnesses all, are reflective of, that make up who Cloud is. I think it would be a very powerful thing to illustrate the sort of coming into consciousness of oneself in the fight with Sephiroth, to really see and depict what these people mean to Cloud as the final fight is happening. It's oh my gosh, he's ready for this moment. He's actually going to do this because he's grown, which I think is a moment in Advent Children, but it's just said as my friends are my power, and then 7 swords come out, and then he just does that, But if you share those different memories was a bad translation there. You need to finish the Shinra archaeology cut to get the OG translations out of your brain. I will do that. I might even stream it. Because there's no other reason for me to play it at this point other than to know what they did amazing work. And honestly, that needs to be celebrated and also shared. So it would be a disservice not to.
Is the Shinra Archaeology cut is what we're discussing, which is a mod for the original FF7. I'll drop a link in chat. But it's a retranslation of the original game. Let me find this.
I don't want to bring up another game. I'm gonna let you find that link, but Undertale, for those without me spoiling it, like that's a very good example of an ending that has very similar reflections of what could potentially be done, to illustrate that growth of character, and that like in the sense that you could also insert Final Fantasy VII's version of consciousness. So. Sorry.
There's somebody in chat, in the YouTube chat, with a Japanese name, so I don't know how to pronounce it. But they mentioned about the next scene. Glenn claps 9 times before turning into Sephiroth. And I remember Max was counting them, and I think he counted wrong. And then eventually it was because he thought it was 7, but it was 9. But I'm curious to the person in chat who did bring that up. What is the significance of 9 times before turning to Sephiroth? Because I don't know how to read that right now. It's probably intentional. I just don't know what to read into that. And then here comes everyone's favorite character.
Rufus.
FF7 remake.
Very similar, by the way, shade right there.
Oh, the shadowing.
The filter on his father is very similar to the filter for the white thing. But it's weird because that's not even a moment that he was a part of, but it's just there to show you that he was thinking about his father. Yeah. Which also is very funny that it's this character is it then immediately appears. Something like emotional is happening with Rufus, and here comes quote unquote Glenn.
Yeah. Jenova. So the person in chat said 9 is considered bad luck in Japanese.
Oh, that's why he claps 9 times.
Yeah. So the other thing is that in the Ultimania, they did discuss that this was originally not supposed to be Sephiroth in the scene, as it appears. It's supposed to be President Shinra. But they changed it in development.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't know that.
Which might be why they did the flashback to seeing the father, because I think from what I understand in the Ultimania, it was either the Ultimania or just an interview, but I'm pretty sure it was the Ultimania. They said that I guess it was probably very confusing to people, like why President Shin was suddenly there. I guess the Jenova shapeshifting thing wasn't landing as squarely for enough people that it just caused confusion. So to have it be Sephiroth, I think just made it a little bit more clear.
The scene actually makes more sense to me with him standing there, because from
President
like all
Shinra
of the President Shinra, just because every other extended piece of material in depictions of Jenova showing up, actually that's a very like not on the way to a smile, but the kids are all right depiction of Jenova's appearance, like, and also just to even see that little flash of President Shinra before is very that's all fucking perfect. But Glenn is obviously a character that the audience knows more of in Rebirth and probably needs more connective tissue, so they probably were like, this is just a better way of illustrating what this character is, as opposed to we can kill two birds with one stone, is what they said.
Exactly. Odie said it was a data mined early version of the script for the scene. So yeah, that's where it came from.
Damn. I love this character.
Anyway,
Glenn has grown on me, because it's also not Glenn. It's technically Jenova.
What's this song?
Look like fools. Maybe he wouldn't have if you'd spent some money on that set.
Something Shinra, I think.
Definitely a little Shinra.
Ah, you're probably right. Rich kids do like things just so.
It's so funny. It's like the framing of this. I truthfully didn't pick up on the Saruf thing 100% the first time through the game, but it's so deadly obvious. He's putting his hands out at him. He's like, yeah, rich kids like things.
This guy who might be Saruf.
Yeah.
Still got results though, even without him. Resistance elements.
Well, Jenova sneaking in there.
You know, Glenn.
Right there.
I'm on to you.
This war is nothing but a ploy to distract me from Sephiroth.
Lazy Black Dragon is saying, I'd love to know more about the beef between Sephiroth and Rufus. Sephiroth as Glenn talks mad shit throughout this game. So they just did an event. I haven't watched a video yet, but there is an event that just happened in Ever Crisis. And I know that there are scenes between Rufus and Glenn. I haven't watched it myself, but it starts to get into that seemingly.
How very astute.
Regardless, the plan is already in motion. Our promised land will become reality.
Also very... That shot of Sephiroth, I have seen before. I'm not this. This is a great cut, by the way. This is a good pause. But there's something about his stance there that is very similar to some other. I want to say it's very similar to something maybe that we see in like Nibelheim, but that could just be my brain doing some weird shit. Also, the whole like father, like son, and then the promised land will soon be a reality kind of goes back to that interview that was I think the stream was taken down, but there's a dev answering the question of like what Sephiroth's intent is, and it's to create the promised land.
Yeah, I have that in my video.
Yeah, that's the same. It's just furthering that notion in game that's sort of the idea here.
Yeah. Zalopsky saying in chat, imagine hating your dad so much that you fund both Avalanche at large and an uprising in Wutai. Like, damn.
Yeah, dude.
I want the real thing, not some imitation.
But I love the payoff of my favorite thing about this scene is we're kind of seeing what, bless you.
Thank you.
We're kind of seeing what we always heard about Jenova, you know, how she
is an imitation,
etc. And the people the manipulation more than just the imitation, but just pulling strings, how she did with the Cetra, right? Where she got them into war with one another. And just how she manipulated everything. We're actually finally seeing that play out within FF7 proper.
We're gonna get a ton of that, I feel like.
Amplifies Jenova.
You know what? Actually, that is something that would really, you could so amplify in the Whirlwind Maze, is just each like Black Cloak figure that you come across just turning into some fucking horrible memory of somebody's, and like playing, like really like getting like just amplifying that moment to such a huge degree. I think that they need to,
because now I'm like, they're not going to do that, and I'm going to be so mad because that's such a cool idea.
They need to, like, if anything, I know that they said like part 2 is like the darkest point. They need to just really, because they do such a good job making things so unsettling for us at the end of this game, like to not just fucking go even further, make things like super dark, dude. I hope. Maybe not gonna happen. As you said. No more White Whispers either.
Yeah, no more active White Whispers in the live stream. So these dudes are on their own, seemingly right now. And it's happening. People have noted that it's happening over the Nibelheim area of the live stream. I didn't know if that was super intentional or just the fact that it's the only modeled part of the live stream that they've had. But it does make sense that they're trying to keep the Black Whispers away from those memories.
So to also point out is that there are other parts of the memory that I feel like that Sephiroth being around these memories is like incredibly like telling of like just the location, the moment of all of that is very much just tied to the psyche of Cloud. So the fact that now there isn't that protection that can be offered. And also the thing is they also demonstrate that Sephiroth doesn't really have enough power to even kill one of these things himself really amplifies it's like this is a struggle that he does not have the upper hand in yet. But now in this scene, it's demonstrating that is quickly changing. The landscape of what we saw is quickly changing, and now they don't have the upper hand anymore. This is now a more desperate fight.
Why do you think the White Whispers are suddenly gone from this scene? Is it because they're preoccupied?
No, they're
Is it
gone.
because
I think it's just. I think it's over.
Because we broke their fate.
Yeah.
Is it because we did that? Yeah.
I think it's there. I also think that you could.
But then they show up at the end, right? Like Aerith seemingly uses them.
Yeah, and I think it just has to do with the fact that there was so for sure the Whispers each in themselves represent a world, a definitive world. In my mind, what this now represents is the fact that one is now absent and one is there. Is that we are now occupying the timeline that is being led specifically and dictated by the Black Whispers. So whatever that direction now is what is pulling the strings. That's also why the scene is so important. Is that now there isn't anything to push up against the flow of the Black Whispers. There's no conflict there. They're just able to do what they please now.
Which was arguably, like, if you tie it back to why Sephiroth killed Aerith, right? Like, even back to the original, but even in here, it's to disrupt and try to remove her ability to impact things, right?
Right. It is interesting though to say that they're completely gone would be maybe like a disservice. Like that's clearly not the case. I feel like there has to be an identity there, right?
In the Forgotten Capital, at least.
Maybe in the sense that there is less of them. Maybe how maybe they're also gathering in the place where it's the most important, where the thing is the most dire, and the only place we see them at this point from the end game is around Cloud. So maybe that is where their preoccupation sits, that they're the ones that need to like be, I don't know. It's all up in the air.
Yeah. Let's get into it. Zaxine, I think this is pretty straightforward. I mean, I don't know where he is. You know, like, is he in our worlds or another world? He's in a world with full ass flowers, though.
I couldn't have dreamt that.
Which we haven't seen before. Even the DLC ending.
It all felt way too real.
And he's also reinforcing it's not just a dream, or a dream isn't just a dream, probably how we define it as regular people, but it's like, is it felt way too real?
So too do they part.
Yeah, we didn't even in the DLC ending, when he walks into the church, those flowers are kind of withered.
Yeah.
These are full. So I don't know if this means he's in our world, or if he's in a world with deceived Aerith, maybe. Because there was a link between Aerith's presence and how those flowers were, but I don't know.
I do feel like at that point, just with the way that the flowers have been represented up until that point, a collection of bloomed flowers is very telling of that is the main flow of the life stream. It's not some break off where there's no life stream and, you know, Biggs gets shot in the back. We're not there. I feel like very clearly illustrating that his presence has now been brought to the reality to some degree.
Yeah. Sector 6 brought up, he had a video where he brought up these like swirling whispers in the back here. And I was very curious about that. So I loaded up my PC version, hit the free cam, went to check it out. They're circling absolutely nothing. There's nothing there. There are circling whispers, but they're not circling over anything specific. It's kind of
I never even noticed them.
Map, so.
Honestly, that's pretty crazy.
I didn't notice them until his video either, which got me very curious. But at least in terms of like what's rendered in Rebirth, there's not really much of a hint as to what it relates to. And at long last, we've made it to the final scene.
Can you not raise it just a wee bit higher?
Screw you, cat. How's this?
Mog looks fucking fantastic for some reason.
Yeah. Hold on, I just want to visually look at something.
Can you not raise it just a wee bit higher?
Screw you, cat. How's this? Oh, shit.
Nice catch.
So, what Aerith actually do anyway? Well? And with that, we are cleared for takeoff.
I don't know where he got these wings from. Because that thing was out of wings when we
dude.
last left it.
It's not fair.
Not Zach fair.
Yuffie sad, and then Tifa and Red. Naki senses something.
This very clearly to me does feel like a goodbye for her.
Yeah.
In the same way that it's like this is the party's goodbye to her in some sense. So like in the same way that the live stream sequence with Cloud and her in the church is kind of his goodbye to her personally.
Yeah.
The hell?
I love that eye flare, dude. That was sick.
A little foreshadow to Genova controlled Cloud in part 3.
You know what I think is super interesting about that moment is we don't see what Cloud sees there.
Yeah.
But he sees something. So there's some disconnect now even from like the player and like what he's experiencing, which kind of creates a pretty good separation because
oh yeah.
It's very much
we usually anytime that happens, right, we see whatever flash it was that he saw.
Right, or it's reminding him of a future moment, which is not I don't know, does that happen very often in Rebirth as opposed to Remake?
No.
Which makes it feel very like that's ominous as hell. that's super creepy. I would
feel like there's
look
maybe
into that
one
more.
scene where it's hinted at that he sort of might know or see something from the future. I can't remember. I may just be making it up.
Say that again?
I'm trying to remember if there was. I feel like there was one moment that felt like sus in terms of like if he was still aware of or knew some element of the future. I think the fight with Genova possibly where he says that line of dialogue that we said could line up to either thing of like you've done it before, you can do it again, which he could just be talking about the last times that he fought Genova in the remake continuity.
Right.
Or the other moment is when he's on the gondola with Red 13 and he says, what's the point in fighting fate if you can't change it? Which feels like it's maybe coming from a place of like strange acceptance of a future that he doesn't have to necessarily accept given what happened in remake, but the thing I brought up with that was that his future is also caught up with the degradation element, right? That even for him, seemingly as he knows it, because he's a soldier in his mind, And he went through all the same sort of like experiments. As far as he knows, his future, his personal future, is doomed to degradation, which is something they keep reaffirming all throughout. But it is interesting that we don't see that flash. It's the only time I can think of in either game where we don't see whatever that flash was.
Also, there's tessellation happening on the sword there, and then also the idea of the Buster Sword becoming coated, like meteor coated, is like a very sleep easy trigger. Is something that I could talk about for 100 years, but it is going back to what we were talking about with Zack questioning Sephiroth's idea of like denouncing Soldier. That is a turn of Zack's mentality into, and the Buster Sword being connected to what Soldier means, is now being
like a
transformed. Yeah, is being transformed into Sephiroth's representation of what Soldier means. Yeah, so there's a lot to be said about what that moment will mean later. And then also I have a whole theory about what that eventually will become for Northern Crater, but it's not important.
Yeah, somebody in chat saying, would you be willing to take a call from a viewer? I want to share a thought I had about the ending that I haven't seen discussed much. I don't think I could do that, just because it's your first time chatting, as well as like, it just opens up a floodgate of potential things. But you can share it in chat. You can try to word it in a way that gets it across, and we can talk about it. Or on my Discord, you could share it and just let me know in chat that it's there. And we can try to we can see if we can answer it. Yeah, where's my Discord? Here it is. But here's the Discord, because I know you're in the YouTube chat, so you may not see that Nightbot message, but there it is.
You have to promise not to look up.
So seeing the rift. This does connect visually to the live stream sequence in the original, for sure. I do think it speaks to potentially him seeing between worlds. Those are the two main things that come to my mind in like seeing this rift.
Don't look up.
Well, now I gotta look.
Fine, but don't let it get to you.
Don't let what get to me?
It's not real. Just an illusion. Now let's go get Sephiroth. He's hiding up north.
North?
Trust me, he is. Soldier's
intuition, aka the change in moral value too, might be getting implied there as well. More Sephiroth Soldier coding, I think, is what that line goes to.
Can you say what that means a little bit more?
Yeah, so it's the when he says Soldier's intuition, we're talking about a character that is heavily influenced by Zack Fair as far as like his identity, but now that he's further into bonkers and he's replaced like the meaning of the Buster Sword with sort of the Sephiroth idea of Soldier. He's like, oh, I feel Sephiroth. He's in the Northern Craters. He's being like led by Reunion to that. But the cheeky line of him saying that Soldier's intuition is he's saying it's Sephiroth intuition. It's being given. It's being fed to him by that character. That's sort of in my head how that works.
Do you happen to know the Japanese version of that line?
No idea. Chance? Not even remotely. I wouldn't be the guy for that anymore. That would be an Odie. Or do you?
I have it here.
Oh my god. You're the guy.
I mean, this is from Odie and the Generic guys. But here he says, trust me, he is soldier's intuition, right? The Japanese, which I don't know. Someone in chat probably does. But then the direct translation that I have here is, I know Sephiroth. We're both soldiers after all. So again, to your point, it's him matching himself to Sephiroth rather
It's
than
such
just
a crazy
that other identity.
I love the fact that you could just read either or of these and still pull so much fun. Every last thing. There's a song in Crisis Core that uses that. Every last thing, precious thing we got. It's a real heavy burden. Hope you're ready to shoulder it. This is again the idea of price of freedom coming back in, and then also there's literally, I'm gonna find it right now because I have it up here. There's a track in Crisis Core that also has that. Of course, like conveniently, I haven't put my Crisis Core album onto my new computer. Let me just. You can continue. I'm gonna spin out. As I pull
So
it.
Black Lion Guard is saying in chat, so the rift is supposed to mean that world is destined to end, right? But Cloud thinks it's an illusion and nobody else can see it. So Cloud concludes it's Sephiroth's messing with him. It's kind of hard to tell, right? The rift in the Zack worlds they describe as like, oh, you know, the people of Midgar say, oh, we think it means the end of the world. And that relates to what Sephiroth says about like a lot of these worlds are destined to fade away. The challenge with this version of it is that it's only Cloud who sees it. So I don't know if it necessarily dooms the entire world that they're all in, or if it's Cloud having some kind of other ability to see the seams of everything. Because like if the rest of the party could see the rift, it would be easier for me to get to the idea that like it's destined to die. But at the same time, it could just be that he sees it earlier than everyone else because he's more aware. I don't know. And if we link it back to Aerith potentially being able to see it at the end of Remake, then maybe it does speak to it being bigger than just Cloud's perception. But yeah. Is there something you wanted to bring up?
I was just gonna say is that yes, the track for Crisis Core is called "The Burden of Truth" and "The Burdened," which again just is a play on being able to handle the truth of your situation, facing the truth, which is funny because just the whole emphasis of the scene is like we're putting it all on you, buddy. And he's like the least qualified person to be holding that, as emphasized by like almost every single line of dialogue he has. Because we understand, but the party's just like, all right, I guess Cloud's the best we got.
There are other things to consider here, right? Mr. Bigglesworth in the YouTube chat is saying, at some point, is Sid going to have to fly through the rift? And one thing I think is interesting about that is there was in the PC files that people were like data mining, apparently an earlier version of the script where Sid in this scene could see the rift.
Oh, that's right.
Mentions it, which is very strange. Seemingly they may have changed their minds. The other thing it could point to, like why the rift is there at least once, if not at all times, is somebody posted in my Discord. And I was watching this scene with it in mind, so I don't know if it completely hangs together, but they proposed, and it's something I've thought about too. If there's more than one world at play in this scene, like are we seeing solely one iteration of the world here, or are there more than one that we're seeing? Because there are like some tonal shifts in characters. Sid humming is sort of like happy. But you could just disregard that as like him, just his personality, just he sort of is that way. A similar thing happens with Yuffie, where she's obviously very sad. when Aerith appears next to her in the grass, and then later on she's like very hyper and chipper. That's also kind of just how Yuffie is too. She can flip on her emotions from happy to sad pretty quickly. So it's easy. There's a lot of like plausible deniability to a lot of it. But you know, if there is if we're seeing more than one series of events happening in this space, like two worlds, and we're just flipping back and forth between it, it could maybe answer why maybe he sees the rift in one world, but the party who's in the other world is responding and they don't see the rift. Maybe it explains changing positions with certain characters or like other things that might be at play, like the changing tone of the scene a couple of times. Although I do think for the most part, the emotions seem pretty consistent throughout this scene. So I'm not sure about that, but it would be maybe one way to. Either way, the question was about if we need to fly through the rift. So if the rift is in the sky, I don't know. I've wondered that too, but that could be a way that they redo the space mission thing. It's like, what the hell is that thing? Let's try to fly into it.
The concept of that is so. It is one of those things from the original game that I feel is. And I know this is going to sound crazy because it sounds so detrimental. Just seems like something that would not exist.
The flying into the space
in this version of the story.
Yeah.
But I think the idea of it as like this is inevitable and you can't destroy it is an incredibly important aspect of it's a key part of the story. So I don't know. It's an interesting.
I also don't know how they would fly
into
the huge materia as it exists in this world, in this version of FF7, because that shit is huge. Versus the sort of like smaller. It's literally huge materia versus the kind of like smaller materia that we see in the one that fits apparently in Bugenhagen's projection room. It's a little harder to transport that up into space. It's wider than the rocket, I would imagine. And then poor Tifa here, just like dead silent.
You could see the choice
she can't even
that Barrett also makes there. You can see the gears in his head turning as he's looking at her. He like looks at her, looks away, looks back at her as like, if Tifa isn't saying anything, I'm going with this. But
yeah,
he clearly is just as there's a conflict here of trust that's building in the party, which makes sense because Cloud has just been leaning further into bonkers. Like in the entire last half of this. So,
and Tifa's silence is also even adds up a little bit more now. Like I think it always made sense that she was trying to like protect Cloud and everything, but her literal confusion makes it hard for her to really say anything, right? Like how was she supposed to kind of back him up or not when she doesn't know what the hell she's seen?
Yeah, and then just the thing that maybe she trusted Aerith about or their conversation will likely play into this as well, where there's something to what Aerith has already told her before her death. Seems to maybe be leading into that direction too. So there's just a lot for her to figure out.
They definitely have lots of conversations off screen that we don't know.
So that they can write it later.
Yeah.
So they can figure that shit out later and make it make more sense.
Just remember, we got everything riding on this. And that's a load you'd best be ready to carry.
No heavy load.
JJ Radical in the YouTube chat is saying, so the empty materia, when Cloud spins it around, does the tree in the clear materia look like the tree on the hill from the Cetra VR? And Cloud's hair looks like the flower from Eric's Shinra room. I'm not sure. We did analyze it a few weeks back when we first got to the temple. Because I was wondering if it's the tree that we kind of see also in the temple. We basically concluded that it must be some tree that we can't see off screen. I mean, I'm open to it being a tree from somewhere else. But yeah, And then Cloud's hair looking like the flyer from Aerith's Shinra room. I don't know. I'd have to look at it again, I guess. We could look at it again, but I don't know that image well enough in my head to say yes or no.
Another joke disguised as also describing everyone's state of mind. The fragility of the party at this point.
Oh yeah. I mean, in terms of like that core idea that they had for this game, right, of bonds, where they said like that's what the game is really about. And yeah, they start off as a very strong bond that builds and builds and builds, and now they're in this very fractured state, where they're still together, but I think they don't know how to sort of move forward or trust each other 100%.
Also, Barrett again looks to Tifa as he's stepping into the plane to be like, yeah, this is
I mean, she's kind of the Cloud Whisperer too, right? Like,
right.
He looks to her for clarity on Cloud because Cloud confuses him at times, even though he does protect Cloud, especially throughout a lot of Rebirth. Even if he questions him and calls out, I hope the kid can keep it together. But he also, I think, stands up for someone who's in the position of a robed guy, right?
Question for the audience, and it's just something that occurred to me randomly. Do you think that so we talked about the Whispers not being present in this particular reality that we're seeing depicted only until like only in that one scene with Cloud and Aerith, and then her waking up, and then never again. See the lack of depiction of them in the live stream. Do you think that potentially where the White Whispers are now with Zack?
Oh.
And that's why you have a full bloom of flowers in his world, but that's it. Because I'm thinking to myself that a lot of the depiction of him in the live stream is him reviving life. But now he's in a world of life that is thriving. And it seems like maybe that's where Aerith just shoved all of her chips. It's like he needs to be now protected because now I can't access this. Maybe this is up to him. And that kind of has some play to what we saw with him and the Edge of Creation and Sephiroth cutting them off in half, where it's like definitely Cloud is in the Black Whisper world. That's for sure the case. And then maybe it also referencing the fact that this is where Zack is going. That's his journey now. He also falls into a world of white in the end of the game, which makes him end up in the church. So maybe that happened. Maybe. I think that's in my head the most reasonable thing that could have happened, because I don't like the idea of them being still present and being invisible now. You know, they have to be somewhere important, whether that's with Cloud, it's a little less clear, but with Zack, that kind of makes more sense to me because that just furthers his importance to the story at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah. Smithanium in chat is saying it don't need to be Aerith, has to be present to Cloud to preserve his mind for now. Zack can deal with the Whispers. So yeah, I don't know if he's supporting it, but that would kind of make some sense, right? If like Aerith is here with Cloud and then maybe the Whispers are with Zack somewhere else. Because usually we see the Whispers operate really in just one world, right? Like I don't think if we ever really seen the Whispers elsewhere other than the Beagle world.
Well, she says goodbye. She says goodbye to him at the end of this. And this is definitely Aerith, I feel like, right now. Mm-hmm. Because there's no reason for the Jenova one to be like, see you later. The one that we'll see in part 3, that we saw by the water, that Aerith, the Jenova Aerith, more specifically will continue to exist around him. Mm-hmm. But I definitely think it's like, you guys are now going off on your mission. I got to go do something else. Because otherwise, why the fuck would she not go with them? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't she just continue staying there? She clearly has something else to do. And she's also talking about stopping Meteor too.
Yeah.
So what she's probably gonna do is she's gonna go fuck with Zack for a bit. That makes
And it
sense.
seems like Cloud is aligned with whatever this plan is, right? Because he at no point, at least in this conversation, does he say, you know, why are you staying here, or why don't you come with us? He doesn't question it. He just says, are you sure you'll be okay? I feel like there's like been some conversation between them that we just haven't seen, where it was agreed upon that she leaves him here. I don't know. It's interesting. Actually, maybe looking at the dialogue here, right? So she says, have a safe trip. You're gonna be okay getting back. As if I said I won't be. And then in the English, she says, don't worry, it's like a second home. But in the Japanese, it says more specifically, it's all right, this place belongs to the Cetra. I don't know what to make of that, but
which also sounds like white whisper coded.
Yeah.
Take care.
Let's just see it play out.
You gonna be okay getting back?
And if I said I wasn't?
This Lopsy's asking what I was poking out, right? And like, so where does Cloud think Aerith is going after this conversation? The second home line makes it sound like they're both talking about the live stream, but if Cloud is in denial here, as the devs have said, then he thinks she's still alive. Yeah, I don't know. To be 100% honest, I'm not completely sure, because I've wrestled the same thing that you're pointing out here, right? It's like, it seems like he's okay with her sticking around here, seemingly going away, potentially being in the live stream in some way. But then there also seems to be a state of denial. But it's not fully denial if he.
It's the
if he thinks it's a separate world.
Yeah, it's the fact that you have the Temple of the Ancient speech from Aerith, where she's trying to illustrate that death is still as impactful as we perceive it as, and that to think that there's just a magical world where everyone's chilling is not really the case. We are not, they're a part of us, but they're not there in the way that we perceive them in life. And what does Cloud say to that in that same speech? He's not even fucking listening. He's like, you done talking? I gotta go kill some shit. And now with and this is the other part of that Barrett dialogue heading to the city of the ancients is that Cloud has clearly lost track of the narrative of reality by thinking that these worlds are just the same thing as reality, when we know that that's not the case. They're a depiction of it, but they're not the real thing. That's the importance of that scene, and also dulling down the importance of their effect directly on reality. Like, one reality does not necessarily typically override the larger narrative being woven. So in his mind, he's talking to her and he's just like, yeah, you're chilling, and I'll see you again later. And he's not clued in to it emotionally at all. That's not even a part of the narrative that he's seeing this through. It's fucked up for him. So even if it's Aerith talking to him right now, she's not gonna sit him down and be like, yeah, you need to figure your shit out because you're clearly lost your mind. Like, he's in too sensitive of a place to even have that conversation.
Yeah. Easy Mid in chat is saying, I think this is live streams Aerith from this timeline. I believe there are multiple Aeriths and Sephiroths acting on their own, but with a collective consciousness. In the temple, we hear multiple Aeriths speaking at once. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. That echoed voice. Sephiroth is saying it's a second home because it's a place from her ancestors, but also has the hidden meaning of like heaven is a second home type of thing. Yeah.
Don't worry. It's like a second home.
Let's finish this real quick, and then it might be worth going back to that temple dialogue and rewatching that.
Then I'll send up
Thanks. I'll keep an eye out.
Right, the programmer. If anything, that might be more of a next week thing. I might have to check it out on next week's stream.
And I'll leave the rest to you. Good luck.
Because I don't really have like mods set up currently.
Trust me.
He's clearly worried about him too. This is another part of the scene that I think is just so clear because you can tell that Aerith is hiding something in this dialogue, but worry is the prominent emotion here. When she's walking away from him, she's worried. She's putting on a front. She's doing what she always does to try and like keep things, you know, the truth of the matter hidden. Whereas the Aerith by the altar is a doll that will kill you when you stop making eye contact with it. It's horrifying. So and that's the other thing too, is that in that scene, they are intentionally showing you that even when Cloud isn't looking, everything's fine. There's not anything wrong. Like everything's great. Like, but that's not Aerith. This is Aerith. Aerith is the person who has that rhythm to her. Like there's a darker aspect of what her intention is, and not in a bad way, but like her trying to put on the front of everything being fine.
Yeah, Mr. Bigglesworth saying, you got any theories why they showed Aerith stopping in her tracks, being surprised? These two aren't quite on the same page, are they? There's something weird to it to me. I did note, I've always noted this shot of her walking, zoomed in on the boots, and then stopping in her tracks when it says, I will stop Sephiroth, trust me. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe it'll make sense once we experience part 3. What it is that's giving her pause. Because it's not as if she stops him. It's not as if she says, no, don't stop Sephiroth. I mean, she does say, I will do my part, but
she is not sure how I think this is the problem is that she's not sure how things pan out from here. I think that, and this also kind of goes into like White Whispers and the sort of lineage of time that is depicted is that if this is a Black Whisper coded world, she doesn't have the answer to that question anymore. Even if she is the Aerith from the live stream, that's now a disconnected thing. Yeah. Because that future is not in her control at all. So I think she's just as worried about Cloud as like Tifa's per se is.
Yeah. The only thing that's hard for me to peg, and I'm not arguing a Genova thing here, is just her overall peppiness is hard for me to square in some ways, just because she's like, I'll take care of the meteor, don't worry. Like it's so like reassuring. Maybe it's just looking after Cloud's mental health. But I feel like the other times we've seen Aerith, she's more measured. Here, she's almost acting a little bit like she did during the beginning part of the date, right? Before like Cloud told her, hey, be fucking serious, what's going on? And then things got serious and her tone shifted. Here is much more almost like playing up this role like she did during the beginning part of the date, where it's like, everything's great, I'll send up smoke. I don't know. There's a tone to it that I can't sort out in my head.
I genuinely think to me, it is the fact that, because like perfect example is that in Temple of the Ancients again, like Cloud is acting as strange as he possibly could be. And I think she gets it a little bit more than the other characters do, but she doesn't really push him there either, on purpose. And I think it's the same illustrating that same presence is being illustrated here, where it's like because they wouldn't have shown you. Can I move this?
I don't know if you can control it.
I guess I can. Oh, maybe it's just gonna pause me out. When she's stepping away from him, that look of worry on her face is like, I am concerned. Before.
I guess.
Before.
But what if
Oh.
something happens?
Or maybe I'm wrong. You might have been right.
You gonna be okay getting back?
And if I said I wasn't?
If they had kept her face obscured like that the entire sequence, but they don't, they show her face here as she's walking away.
I guess.
When she's saying like I'm out of here. You're right, it was after this.
Then I'll send up smoke.
Thanks. I'll keep an eye out.
Right there, right? Is that the shot you're thinking of?
No, I'm thinking of the one after this. I got mixed up. Wait, where's this shot? I fucking hate not having control of this. This is horrible. It's horrible. There's a shot of her walking away from him where it's just an eye shot of her, and she's just showing concern. If she was a monster, there would be no expression.
Maybe it was right there, right? In the turn.
No, it's a close-up shot of. Okay, hold on.
Is it a dead-on shot?
Good luck.
She's a foreground element. He's a background element. Hold on. Maybe here.
We do see it a little bit there.
Oh, wait, hold on. Play it. It's right here. There.
Oh.
That face is not happy. That is. I'm shielding my gaze of worry from you.
I'll stop the meteor.
And also, she's exuding confidence, which she probably isn't confident.
Oh wait, I went ahead. My mistake.
It's okay. No, go back. Forward.
Ah, shit. Well, I can't. If I try to punch ahead in this player,
just jumps.
It skips around.
I guess.
It's the one downside to this app.
Technology.
What if something happens?
Okay,
But
I'll tell you
see that
right
face
when to pause it. It's when she.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's after the turn.
Yeah.
The initial turn.
We're gonna get it right, chat.
And there's a lot of chats to catch up with too.
Yeah.
Into my prayers. I'll stop the meteor.
Yeah, I know you can control YouTube with arrows, Alan, but on this, we're using a website called SyncTube,
so we
can
seeing
both watch
right.
YouTube together.
Yeah.
And on the player in this website, if I tap it with the arrow key, it goes crazy.
And I'll leave the rest to you. Good luck.
Aerith.
So it's
There.
here. Yeah.
Not happy.
Not happy.
Concerned. Concerned eyebrows, eyes low. She's
sure.
got her eyes half closed. She's not smiling, is my point. My point is that she's like actually. This is a front. She's putting on a front to Cloud when she's speaking to him. When she's not speaking to him and she's just thinking like a person. This is her emotion, worry, like concern, what is the word? Not confident.
Yeah. It's definitely worry. I mean, it's worry and concern. You gotta throw it the first couple times. Funk Do Bounce said, I remember Max said the lines where Aerith here is exactly the same as what she said in Remake. Only when she first walks up to him and says like, what if I have trouble getting home? It's a callback to the park scene, but all the rest of the dialogue is new. The stuff about Meteor, all that stuff is sending up smoke. That's all current stuff. That's not Remake dialogue.
We're not surprised by it, by the way, Smith. We're just going over the scene. So like this is we're just separating play by play, like what what matters about the scene to take away from it, because it's like, is this Genova coded? Is this not? It just wanted to illustrate a part of the scene that is not represented in the City of the Ancients burial sequence. That those are two separate characters, two separate mentalities, and definitely two separate, I think, entities pulling the strings of what's happening where. That's important because what it's illustrating is intent of the artist to throw you the fuck off, but also that there is a narrative also being woven in there intentionally to be pulled from, to understand, to visually take away from, so that when we get into part 3, we can kind of be assured where everybody's head's at.
Odie in chat is saying, I'll keep an eye out. It's supposed to be a bit of a callback to Aerith telling Cloud to look out for her future self in Costa del Sol, but it kind of got lost in translation.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah. Yeah. Jiangji, maybe? Said in chat, she just locked in, like her face right here.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
That's me. Me,
I will
after
stop
some...
Sephiroth. Trust me.
And that's also why you have the hesitation here, where it's like, is she going to tell him the truth, or is she going to cheer him on? Yeah, she's going to cheer him on. And then no promises.
Yeah, and then promise doesn't even show up in the Japanese, technically. The no promises line is, like the title card is, but the dialogue isn't that. We'll look at it in a second.
Walking city streets with worn cobblestones, listening to people rushing past to rhythms.
Brian Hickman saying, this concerned Aerith, maybe she's alive in this live stream, maybe world, but she knows Cloud doesn't know that he's possibly torn between two. That'd be concerning. That's a potential.
I think that's more than accurate. Is that there's a fragility because he's sitting on two different spectrums here of reality that he does not fully understand either of them in order to like have a good enough grasp in order to help himself out of it.
And then Black Lion Guard. Oh, sorry.
No, that's it.
And then Black Lion Guard is saying, I forgot exactly what's in Livestream Black and White, but Sephiroth is using Cloud's memory to stay alive. Is Aerith doing the same here? I don't think so, because specifically in Livestream Black and White, it clarifies two things. One, Aerith, being a Cetra or half Cetra, is able to maintain herself in the live stream, though she can dissolve whenever she wants to. And then she also talks about she specifically is aware that Sephiroth uses other people to sort of like reach Cloud in the real world. And she says that she doesn't want to do that. She says specifically, if she were to ever see Cloud again, she would want him to see her as he knew her in life. So you do see that in Advent Children. Obviously, he sees and interacts with a form of Aerith, and then Aerith walks away at the very end. And then it could also help explain her appearance in Remake to some extent, as Livestream Aerith coming back to talk to him as herself. Even the dream date is like a way for her to have that last moment with him as herself. But she doesn't like using the manipulation, apparently, that Sephiroth does, which makes sense.
Goodbye.
It was a goodbye. Definitely not Genova Aerith. There's no reason Genova Aerith would ever say that goodbye to no one in particular. No Promises Await at Journey's End. Yellow Flower right in the front of the frame. Got that yellow flower waiting for us. And the yellow flower does mean reunion. So maybe it's hinting at something that could happen in part 3.
Going back to what Odie was just mentioning is that reunion with the future self to look out for
Yeah.
the future self is another Loveless nod that's being created here. So she's saying we'll see each other again. Flower's saying that we'll see each other again, even without a promise. Someday I'm gonna return. So, which also furthers the title drop of Return, and then Journey's End is a replacement word for that in from Crisis Core. Is that that's what they would World's End, Journey's End. That's when the return happens. So
back on stream, I'm just gonna pull up. I screenshotted it earlier. But that last bit of dialogue between Cloud and Aerith for us to look at side by side. Just shrink it down a little bit so it fits. So that conversation in English, Aerith says, "Don't worry, it's like a second home." Cloud says, "I guess, but what if something happens?" Aerith says, "Then I'll send up smoke. Thanks, I'll keep an eye out. I'll put everything I've got into my prayers. I'll stop the meteor, and I'll leave the rest to you. Good luck." Aerith, "I will stop. Sephiroth, trust me." Aerith says, "You promise?" He says, "Promise," and goodbye. In Japanese, thank you for following, Brian, STL19. Oh, and Pazla, you rated in 36 seconds ago. What is going on? Let me throw a shout out. I still don't have raid stuff set up on my whole thing. But let me throw it in chat. I still don't have a raid alert. I got to figure that out.
Here, we got to figure it out.
So Pazla. So Pazla.
Hello, Pazla.
He streams Final Fantasy. He's currently deep in 14. He's doing Endwalker. He was streaming today. I miss everything that he streamed today. Without spoiling, did you do more MSQ, Pazla? But hi, welcome in. I watch Pazla pretty regularly. But he does like 100% runs of all the Final Fantasies. He's done 100% runs of every FF up to 16. Hasn't done 16 yet. And is currently in 14 at Endwalker. So definitely check him out. His streams are a lot of fun. He has an AI voice Macho Man Randy Savage that I abuse. I will send messages where I will ask Randy Savage questions and he will answer it on stream, and it's very funny, and he breaks regularly. Speaking of like phasing in and out of realities, that AI bot does it all the time. Like he has continually like kind of creeped up to saying like snap into a Slim Jim, which he was holding himself back. He was just saying snap into it at one point, and then lately he's been saying, he actually said it one time, he said snap into a Slim Jim. I was like, holy shit. I was like, his mind is melding with his real memories. Very on brand for FF7. But we're digging to the ending, me and Sleep Easy here. And we're just at the very, very end. So the Japanese version of this dialogue from Aerith, it's all right. This place belongs to the Cetra. Right. If anything happens, I'll just send up smoke. And then he says, good, I'll be sure to keep an eye out. I'll pray lots and lots and be sure to keep the meteor at bay. So slightly different. She doesn't say like she's going to stop the meteor. She just says she'll leave it at bay. So go out there and do your best. And then he says, Aerith, we'll track down Aerith as fast as we can and put a stop to him. And then Aerith says, I'm sure you will. And then he says, count on it. Goodbye. So the promise language isn't as explicit or there in the Japanese, but yeah, you see it there. Oh, I think I lost Sleep Easy for a second. He sent me a message as well. He was taking a second. So let me, the cream always rises. That's something Macho Man always says. The wise Macho Man Randy Savage. So yeah, how far did you get? Are you in, or did you do MSQ today, Pazla? Oh shit, we're still going. Toolman, we are cooking hard. We're almost done. We're at the very, very end of this conversation, essentially. May have gotten stuck in AR relic weapon grind. Oh, I'm just seeing your message earlier. We're here for the theory crafting on deep lore dives. Well, we're at 9.5 hours, so you have a lot to catch up on. In terms of everything we've discussed. But thank you to Raiders. Definitely check out the channel, follow. I know all of you guys because I'm in your chat all the time, but didn't do MSQ, so the AR relic weapon grind. Wow, why? Dude, you're getting into it and then you're just blue balling yourself constantly. I'm sure there's a good reason. I'm sure chat told you a good reason why. Unlike my uncultured self, who just mostly stuck to the MSQ. I did a few raids. I did like the Omega stuff. I did, a couple of the raid series before going to Endwalker. But once I was in MSQ, I just like staying in MSQ. So, I'll talk about this more when Sleep Easy returns. I'll also talk about this that came up in my Discord. I was watching the scene just now with an eye on this, and as I looked at it more, I don't think it really hangs together as much as was presented in my Discord. But leading into this, one of my Discord members brought this to my attention, and I thought there was something interesting. This was the potential visual evidence for more than one world happening in this scene. And what it basically points out is Tifa and Anaki's position on the field, right? So it shows them over here, right in between the wings, with the yellow flowers and the white flowers. And then in one of the shots, they're not there. They technically should be there, but they're not there. And it's in a shot where Aerith is present. And it sort of shows like a similar thing. So he just zoomed in on that. It is the same spot, but in one shot, Tifa and Red are there, and then in the other, they're not. There's maybe something to it, but I don't know what to make of it. Like, if we go back to this footage real quick, that we're just watching, because they're consistently there in one part of it, and then they're not in another part of it. It's like at the very beginning of the scene.
Oh, what Aerith actually... That, we are cleared for takeoff.
Finally.
I gotta go back a little bit further. So, oh damn it, it was right there.
Can you not raise it just a wee bit higher?
So in this shot of the scene, this is the spot where they show them later, and there's no Nanaki and Tifa, and in theory, Yuffie should be back here somewhere too, but they're not. And then it cuts to Cloud, reverse shot, they're still not there. But then later in the sequence, so I can't tell if it's an inconsistency because of the way it's shot or something different, but then after Aerith goes and sees to them, and it goes back to Cloud on the hill, you can then see them there. See, they're right there. And then it cuts again to Cloud, and then cuts back one more time. Now Aerith is there, and then on the cut back, Aerith is gone, but Tifa and Nanaki are still there. So I don't know how to explain the inconsistency between the beginning of the sequence versus here. Like, if it were that in the reverse shot, in that swap, they're there and then they're not, there might be something to it, but
is the scene playing out in the sense that can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. So the one thing that could also be happening, so she's here, she's watching them grieve, right? And then that's when they reappear, or they disappear now.
No, they're still here. So she appears and then she disappears And either way, they're both still there. At the beginning of the sequence, back when Aerith was standing with Barrett and everyone, these two weren't in the back. They weren't in that same spot. That's where the inconsistency is. So at the start of the sequence, when Cloud is first looking at things at the white materia, they're not there. Then it cuts to her walking past Yuffie and then her walking past them. And then they're there from this point on. Let's see. So they're here at this point in the sequence, but the very beginning of the sequence is where it's different. So we'll see.
Not there.
Yeah, they're not there. And it's hard to see in this shot too, but it gets a little bit closer in a moment.
Can you not raise it just a wee bit higher?
So you'll see they're not there.
Right.
Here either. And then for this entirety, they're not here. The entirety of this playing out, they're not there. They should be up here. But it's all sequential. So
Nice catch.
this all plays out.
So, what Aerith actually do anyway?
Also, not a shot that she would not have that face, by the way. Another thing.
Well,
another emotion that
doesn't match.
Right.
and with that, we are
So then
clear
after
for
this,
takeoff.
after he clears for takeoff,
Finally.
they're cheering. Then it cuts to Yuffie being sad. And these guys are there. Aerith isn't. Then Aerith is there.
Fair.
And then she walks from Yuffie to Tifa and Nanaki. Very sad. This all seems to happen in a quick moment in time, so what I can't explain is, like, it seems like Tifa has been posted there for a while. But we don't see her earlier in the sequence. There. But there they are now. From this point on. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, so we'll see them one more time. Both with Aerith and without. It's an inconsistency for sure. I don't know what to make of it. The shot is a little different, like it's a little more angled. But I think we should have seen them if they were there the entire time.
Can you not raise it just a wee bit higher?
No, 100% they just should have been there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a similar kind of like side angle. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. It seems like it all happens quick, so it seems like they should be there already. But I don't know if it's they just overlooked it.
Seems
weirdly.
in a weird way an oversight, in the same way that like the pillar wasn't, like the reactor was an oversight in like the end footage. But
yeah. It's not like substantive enough for me to like.
There's nothing conclusive to even derive from the fact that they are gone. Like the thing that would make the most sense is that if he was looking and he couldn't see them grieving, that would be I think more in line with what we have.
That's
seen.
what I was thinking. Yeah.
But in this, it's like it's the exact opposite. It doesn't make any sense. So
yeah,
sounds like a fuck up.
Yeah. It sounds like something they shouldn't fuck up, but it seems like something they might have fucked up. In terms of anything in this ending, this last bit of dialogue, anything, shout out to you in the Japanese at least, is all very similar. Just the not the explicit mention of a promise, but yeah, I don't think so. All right. I think we're probably in a good space. I'll keep you for 2 more seconds.
Sure.
I do want to rewatch that temple dialogue from Aerith, her speech, since you brought it up earlier.
Yeah, no, that sounds like
that.
a perfect one to leave out on.
Okay. Let me just fix the framing of this. And anybody in chat, if there are any additional thoughts, or questions, we can tackle them before we head out. But this will be the last scene that we rewatch together. I'll look through chat as this plays a little bit.
I don't know how my camera got like so messed up, but do you have a link?
Oh, it's the same.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh shoot. Oh no, I'm sorry.
That's okay if it's not.
I did not put it into
the sync
thing
tube
that we were using. Yeah. Oh, wrong link. Sorry, where is it? 241.
Make it any easier.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
You know, if you think about it, life and death are just two sides of the same coin. Our bodies may disappear when we die, but our spirits still live on. We return to the planet, rejoin the life stream, and in time give rise to new life.
In time, yeah.
I like how it's not reassuring to Baron at all.
I really do.
Yeah, he hates it.
Knowing that the people we love aren't really gone, it doesn't make it any easier to let them go. It still hurts. So we can't just think of it as a homecoming, because it's not that simple.
Yeah, he's just ignoring her. He's
We've all
repressing that.
experienced pain. We all have our regrets. What we've done, what's been done to us, that's set in stone. The past is forever. But the future, even if it has been written, can be changed. It's true that the pain and the anger we carry can make us stronger. But at what cost? What toll does it take?
Well, and we hear what Sephiroth says, right, about pain and anger.
Yes.
And what it does, right? How it corrupts you, essentially.
Yes, it's the overwhelming feeling. It conquers the others. So
I believe true strength doesn't come from any of that. True strength comes from our ability to forgive, to forge ahead in the hope of making things right.
And then in the Japanese, she doesn't say forgive, but
what did she say?
In the Japanese, she says, I think true strength is something different, soft but unbreakable. That's what I think. She doesn't mention forgiveness outright.
So focus on the future.
Pretty big difference to me in terms of like the things that are different. That's one that's, I don't know, quite a bit different.
Future, not the past. Do that, and not even Sephiroth will be able to stand in our way. Not even him.
There's maybe something interesting, right? To that Sephiroth won't be able to control you in a way, like stand in your way if you truly look past the pain and suffering, right?
If you understand it and allow to like embrace it to a certain degree, like the truth of the matter. Yeah, that's what she's talking about, is just recognizing it. Which is exactly why we have this swell of music, is that this is the answer to the conflict. But the problem is that the main character isn't even fucking listening. He's fucking he couldn't give less of a fuck. Everyone else understands.
Are you finished?
You're like, oh fuck.
Yeah, if there's anybody being controlled by Genova in this game, it's Cloud.
This poor son of a bitch.
Yeah,
like really direct discussion, and also this idea, that she illustrates something very key to Jung's perspective of how things are for people, is that we live with opposites inside of us, like two sides of things. And the recognition of both of their value is the importance of like arriving at the truth of self, and the truth is the center of everything, of the opposites of these two things. And for her to associate them with the same coin and say that life and death are the same thing, and to fully recognize that, and how she handles that conversation is the Final Fantasy version of that young conversation, in a way, in a sense. So
yeah. So cover one last question in chat. Catherine M from YouTube said, did you talk about Aerith and her dress in the wind? In one scene, the world around her doesn't affect her, so when like Sid is doing the thing with the plane,
yes,
and then the stop meteor line, the plane starts and her dress moves, sign of to Aerith's. Possibly. I mean, I've definitely like been aware of the dress that doesn't move and the dress that does. I mean, that could be more evidence to potentially seeing more than one world in that scene. One where Cloud is in a world with a present Aerith, and one where she's sort of crossing over between them, maybe. I haven't really put too much thought to it, personally. It's one of those things that I think people obsess over, but I personally don't end up obsessing over. But not to say it's not valid, but it's just something that I haven't really thought too much about.
I see it every
So I don't know if you
time.
had any thought on it.
Yeah, I see it every time, and I think to myself, it's just a demonstration
weird,
of her
but-
separation. That's all it is. It's to just further emphasize that she's not alive, that she's somewhere else. And that's the same, like, even her reaction to like the plane starting, like there's no dialogue. She doesn't make a sound in any of these instances either. So other than talking to Cloud.
Right, well, I think it's about that time. It's almost 10 p.m. my time, and I started streaming at 12. So
Dude, you're
we've
champ.
been going on for almost 10 hours. I have not eaten in the entire time, so I'm very hungry. But thank you, everyone, for coming in, hanging out for this incredibly long stream. Thank you to Sleep Easy for hanging out for, I don't know, how long has it been now? I feel like it's been like 4 hours,
4 hours
already.
Yeah.
Somehow.
That's what happens when you talk about Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah. So thank you for coming on and giving me your time, and giving everyone an update on what you're working on, because there's been lots of questions. So it's good that you were able to share that, and then we were able to dig into this ending a little bit. Next week I might dig into some theories that aren't mine, and see potential thoughts that I have on them. We will stream next week. Maybe I'll try another shot at hard mode, maybe on PC where I have all my equipment, but it just wasn't cooperating this week because it was lagging hard with my setup. But all this to say, thank you, everybody. I'm going to jump to the end screen so you can all say goodbye to Tifa, as you always should.
Bye, Tifa.
All the info here is still wrong. I have not updated this in weeks. So the next stream will actually be Wednesday. Yes, I will do an OG stream on Wednesday. So we'll get back to the original game, the Shinra Archaeology cut, and we'll do that next week, as Hollow hits your ears. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Oh, I see a birthday message somewhere. So I love this whole thing. It's my birthday tomorrow, and this is like an early gift. Thanks immensely. Happy birthday, Lazy Black Dragon.
Hell yeah, dude.
So yes, so thank you everyone. It's been a ton of fun. We'll see you on Wednesday, and then also next Sunday. I'll see you later.
Bye, chat.
Actually, I should see if there's
somebody to raid.
Somebody to raid. I feel like I'm being rude if I don't.
Pass it along.
Yeah. I'll toss it to Tiff.
There you go. That's an easy win.
Yeah, so everyone on Twitch, hang out for a second. I'm just gonna send you over to Tiffany Lockhart, who's playing 14, which you should all play as well. It took me a while to get into it. ARR is